And so today, well, this morning, or was it yesterday? Maybe it was this morning. I don't know, but I saw it today. And it was a post for Monica Denise, right? The singer Monica. Now, before I start this, right, I do have to say, I love Monica. As a black woman, I love her. As her music, I love her. I think she's super beautiful. I think she's really talented. Hey, Joanne, what's up, boo? I love Monica, right? But I do think that you can love somebody and then you can also not be okay with their behavior. And then you should call it out. Hey, Mariah, right? Because I think in life there are too many people who feel like they have to, kiss the behinds of celebrities and blah 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 blah. And to me, honestly, people are just people, right? I don't put people on a pedestal. Like people are just people. Even Beyonce, right? If I was ever to meet her, I'd go, oh my gosh, I like Beyonce, But if she really wanted to talk to me, I was like, why would I would ask her about Jay-Z too, because to me, I'm like, growing up, he was a colorist, right? If I ever meet Sean Carter in person, I will tell him. When I was in middle school and the kind of stuff the songs you used to make, middle school and high school, the kind of music you used to make, it truly made my life hard, right? And now that you have daughters, I hope that you'll really listen to your music and like, wow, what was my voice? Like, what did I contribute to? Because you played a huge part in demeaning black women, especially dark-skinned black women, right? So we have to hold people accountable. And we have to tell them when their behavior is not okay because their behavior can harm people. Well, it can harm them most definitely, but it can harm other people, right? So Marlene, honestly, you guys, I take a huge issue. Girl, people gonna unfollow me today, but it's okay because they gonna follow and keep watching. I don't know. People like to unsubscribe, and then like people don't understand. People don't get paid. Like when you are if you create content, you don't get paid off of like subscribers. You get paid off your view time, like how many people actually watch your videos. So you unsubscribe, you don't subscribe. It really doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't really care. I don't even monetize this channel, so sucks for you, right? But I take a huge issue with how Monica portrays herself, especially as it pertains to this Corey Miller C murder situation, right? Because I'm like, when you are a celebrity, you might be like, oh, I just want to be a regular person. Well, unfortunately for you, you're not a regular person. Like, you don't get to enjoy the money, the fame, the houses, the friendship, the popularity, the stuff that comes with your talent, and then think it's okay for you to not also have to give something back to people. You do. Because if you want to be a regular person and give it all away, which you're not going to do. So if you're not going to give away your privilege, right, then I expect you to act according to your privilege. Hey, Lily, what's up? You understand? When you have a platform, even me, Marlene, I'm not famous like Monica, right? But I still have a platform too. Like when you have a platform, you got to be very mindful of what you put out there. Hey, Libby, you have to be mindful of what you put out there. When you are a black woman and you have a platform, not even a platform, when you're a black woman, period, you got to be mindful how you carry yourself. Because what you do affects other people. This is what they call the butterfly effect. So when you are a black woman and you're super famous and you've been famous for like a very long time, a lot of people are invested in you. A lot of people look up to you. Your music, it affects people. Some people even feel like they know you. Some people will come to you for advice. They'll come to your music for advice. And you have to value the lives of people. You don't have to know folks to know that you mean something to people. You understand what I'm trying to say? And my disappointment today with Monica is how she wants to make it like, I can't say if it was private, it'll be okay. Because even in front of God, it wouldn't be okay. But I guess I could tolerate that more. But I have an issue with her trying to like publicize, legitimize, glorify this weird obsession she has with this man. He's in prison. He's not coming home. Okay? He's a convicted felon. He is convicted for life. Like they gave this man life. He is not coming home because of his own choices. And I'm like, what message are you sending to young girls who look up to you? That a pretty woman like this, I'm pretty, I'm rich, I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm successful, I am known internationally. But I'm away from the age until I'm 40. I'm going to sit by the phone and pick up collect calls from somebody who's never making it home. And he had a choice to make it home and he still chose not to make it home. Like, when are people, like, I don't know how, and kids, in how many ways, right, is someone supposed to tell you they don't want you? You know what I mean? Because she was like, the post I should have said that today. The post she made on her Instagram, right? She was saying things like, oh, that C Murder always had her back, right? She said he always had her back. And I'm like, no. Because if he always had your back, he would always have you in the forefront of his mind. Therefore, he would have made it home, right? If somebody truly loves you, they're going to make it home to you. If someone truly loves you, they gonna make it home to you. You're not gonna have to go scour the streets to find them. You're not gonna have to go from prison to prison to prison to find them. No, no. They love themselves. And they love to inconvenience other people. And the reason why it bothers me so much, the reason why her story bothers me so much is that, like, I know a person, I ain't gonna say who it is though, but I know a person who does stuff like this. Another person. And that person sent me a message one time, oh, I love her. I love her. I was like, no, you don't love her. You robbed her. I wish I could tell you who it was, but it's too personal. You know what I mean? Like, you robbed the person. You beat up her assistant. You took her cars. If this is what you call loving somebody, I wonder how you treat people you don't like. But you're toxic. You're toxic. You're so toxic. Person went ahead and told the person, now the other person couldn't come to me, because I see this weird dependency. It's like an emotional scam. And the person don't even know how to stop. I'm like, you got to stop, because this is not love. Love doesn't treat people this way. These are serious sociopaths. And what Monica doesn't realize, because when she not even dated, when he took advantage of her. Because you can't be 15 years old dating somebody that's 25, 26. That's not dating. Because you two are not equal. You're not equal in age. You're not equal in life experience. You're not equal in anything. There is such an unhealthy dynamic when there's a 10-year gap. You 15, he 25. You are being groomed. And it is so sad that even like 25 years later, she's unable to call it for what it is. This was never love. What up, Shauna? What's up, beautiful? This was never love. You guys, I swear to you, oh my gosh, please listen to me. And it's the same thing that goes with friendship. Because you're like, oh, I miss her, I miss him. Okay, cool, whatever. But there's a reason why y'all not talking. Please remember that. People have a tendency, after years have gone by, to just remember the good things. No, remember the bad things too. Because there's a reason why y'all not talking. I'm not saying you shouldn't forgive, but you should always have enough honesty and enough courage to say what it is for what it is. Voila. This was not a love thing. A 15-year-old does not know what love is. You are confused. You are misled. You are misdirected. You are mishandled. You are misguided. You don't know what love is as 15 years old. But an adult knows. An adult knows how to manipulate a child. And that is sick to me. Because we have a lot of that going on. Yes, Shauna. It's awful. There are other things he did to her. I'm not going to say it. Because she's a woman and she's a mother. So there's no point in bringing that up. We're just gonna stick to what people tend to know for the most part. And it goes on so much. Which is why a lot of cases for molestation, PD, the other word that starts with the P and the E and the D and the O, we don't have that many people getting called out on that, because we have this weird culture that, oh, it's okay to have a 10-year gap. If you're 30, he 40, that's fine. If you're 20, I guess, and he 30, cool. But 15, you in middle school. You are middle school. A child that's in middle school, you just got your period. You barely just got your period. What you know about you in love with somebody? What are you doing? What you doing sniffing behind somebody who probably don't even know how to count her cycle just yet? This is sick. This is sick. This is sick. Oh, he looked out for me. No. You think if you're 15, if somebody 15, 16, 17, and she messing with somebody in his 25 and 30, he's not looking out for you. He is making sure you don't snitch. So he's gonna be extra nice to you. He gonna give you stupid stuff, money for clothes, money for candy, because he don't want you to snitch. You're being groomed. Duh. That's not looking out for you. He's looking out for him. So you don't go tell on people what it truly is. You are being groomed. You're being groomed. You're being groomed. And we got a lot of black men out here who groom children. You are being groomed because he ain't got no business with you. He has none. So you cannot sit here in your 40s and look back at the days of being 15 and 16 and say, oh, that's my first love. Is you nuts? Is you possessed? Is you crazy? Is you crazy? And based on your stardom, based on your how big you are as a person, you legitimizing, like, if we go off what you're saying, then Aaliyah could come out and be like, oh yeah, R. Kelly was her first love. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. She was confused. She was confused. She was confused. I'm sure at that time, she really thought she was in love with the guy. Duh! That's what happens when you're being groomed. That's what happens when you're being groomed. Because you don't know no better. What life experience do you have? What have you been through? What maturity do you have about yourself? What sense do you have about yourself? What wisdom do you have about yourself to understand, like, yo, this is not normal. This is not normal. I know a person who was molested by her own father. She was confused. She didn't know if it was normal or not because she was isolated. So one time she asked her cousin, does your dad do this to you? She said, do what? She explained to the cousin. Cousin says, like, never. So then she goes back to the dad. But you told me it's normal. Cousin said it doesn't happen to her. He's like, oh no, she's not telling you the truth. She's not telling you the truth. So it's like it extended the confusion. You guys, like, people out here, people are predators. People are predators. There are so many sexual predators out here. There are sexual predators. Charlemagne also another one. There are so many of them. They like to hang out around high schools. They're grown people. Grown people. And they don't want to date girls in college. They don't want to date people their age. They hang out high schools. They hang around high schools. There was another black guy too who sat in his car. I don't even know who told him to do that, but thank God he did it because now people recognize him for who he was. He sat in the car. He was so comfortable sitting in his car talking about how he goes after high school girls. He was so comfortable. That is grooming. And when you're 15, you think somebody buying you stuff is love. Because a lot of parents, too, you show love to your children by buying them stuff. As opposed to, like, having requirements for them. As opposed to giving them chores, holding them accountable, giving them punishment. You buy children stuff. And so it confuses them. Well, my mommy loves me, and the way she gives me her love language is by buying me stuff. Well, my daddy loves me, and the way he shows me love is by buying me stuff. My dad, he was gone the whole time. The whole time we grew up out here, y'all, my dad was gone. So everything he would do, he was always buy us stuff. Every time he came back from a trip, he buy us stuff. He's always trying to buy us. My dad would try to buy the love out your mess because he felt bad. He felt bad. So maybe that's why growing up, I was a little nicer to him because he was buying my love, right? And my mom was like, yo, F y'all. You know what I'm saying? You know? But it really messes up your love language. Where as a child, you think if people love me, they buy me stuff. No! That's not love. That is grooming. That is grooming. You're a kid. What else do you know? So, like, you cannot sit here at 40 years old and look at this relationship and tell us that Corey loves you. You know he don't love you. He loves himself. He loves himself. Because even if he has seen potential in you, even if he has seen, oh, she's very pretty, I really like her. You know what I'm trying to say? He'll be like, you know what though? But you know what though? Let's wait until you're older. Because you're not ready for this. I'm going to let you live a little bit. Go hang out with boys your age, find a little something out, see what happens. But he wouldn't do that. And my thing is, that's number one. Number two, when he was running the streets and doing what he was doing, was he thinking about you? You think if a man really loves you, he gonna put himself in a situation where he might never see you again? Like literally or physically? You think a man who truly, truly loves you is gonna have you go through unnecessary stress, unnecessary drama, as the Nigerians say it, unnecessary wahala. You think somebody who loves you gonna traumatize you like this, scar you like this, scare you like this? What kind of love? This is not love. It is so toxic. It is toxic. It is traumatic. We're not even going to delude ourselves and trying to compare this to like Miss Coretta King waiting for her husband. Dr. King was out there marching for people. He had a noble cause. So I can understand a woman as beautiful as Mrs. Coretta waiting by a phone for her husband. Hey, Sylvia. Because Dr. King had a noble cause. His cause was noble. And it was a real problem. He was standing up for the community. He was not terrorizing the community. Dr. King was standing up. He was out there marching for young black children who were getting killed by white people. He had a noble cause for other people, for his community. So if Miss Coretta wants to wait by the phone for her husband that's in prison, if she's holding him down, we understand it. Because that's a man with a duty. That's a man with a destiny. He had a vision. He had a calling. And he believed that God called him to lead black people out of this foolishness. And even when he was in prison, y'all can read that letter from Birmingham. You can read it for yourself. And he properly explains why he got arrested and why he had to come to Birmingham. And he's like, enough is enough. Until when are black people going to keep waiting to be treated like decent human beings? Even Marlene, I would have waited by the phone for him. That's what you wait by the phone for, not somebody who's out here on some knucklehead behavior. Before he gets locked up for good, he was already out on bond. He was already out on bond. If he loved you that much, he would have kept his little behind in the household. He was already, that mind loving you. He doesn't even love his grandmother. That's what I'm like. Sometimes I'm like, do people tell the truth about these situations? Or people are just, it's so much easier to be like, oh, white people hate black people. Oh, white people want to take down the black man. Do people actually like tell the truth about these situations? He went to a club in Baton Rouge. Once he was trying to get into a club with a gun. They told him, you cannot come in here with a gun. He didn't like that people were checking him because he felt like he's Corey Miller. He's the brother of Master P. So he should be able to do whatever he wants to do. The bouncer was like, no. It got into a fight. He pulled out the gun. They started shooting. So because of that, they took him. He was out. They locked him up. His grandmother took her house that her husband bought her. Her husband, not him, her husband, put the house on bond, as up for bond so that he could be released. So he was out on bond and the collateral was his grandmother's house. You guys, not even trying to be funny or whatever, but could you ever imagine you find yourself in some mess, some real mess, it's especially something that could have been avoided. And your grandmother has to put her home up for collateral. Would you even have the courage to walk outside the house? Me, Marlene, you wouldn't even know I existed. Like, you don't understand. What? You wouldn't even, like, the way I would be locked up in my room, y'all. She could feed me by mercy if she wanted to. She don't want to feed me, that's fine. Because to me, it's like, oh my gosh, the house, grandma's house, that granddad bought for her. And mind you, that's why I don't feel sorry for him. And that's what Monica gets on my nerves. She gets on my nerves. Mind you, their granddad, Mr. Miller, he went to war for this racist country. He went to war for the U.S. government. only to come back here and get treated all kinds of nasty, only to come back to Louisiana to be called all kinds of N-word, like treated horribly as a human being. Can you imagine? You go to war, you go fight a war that you ain't got nothing to do with in the first place, and then you come back here and these people treat you like you're an animal. Okay? But even with that though, he didn't let alcohol get to him. He didn't let the drugs get to him. He got himself a job. He worked as a baker. He worked as a baker in some bakery in New Orleans. He worked as a baker. So on the what's it called? On his baker salary, not only did he take care of himself and his wife and his children, he took care of Master P, Corey, and they had another brother who got killed. He came back, worked as a bakery, took care of three generations on a baker's salary. And then he was like, oh no, he wants Master P and Corey to have the best. So then he took them to a private school. All that on a baker's salary. All that on a baker's salary. And this is the thank you give to your granddad. That's the house he bought for his wife. What if you bought for your wife? What you bought for your wife? Like it really kills me. Like people who don't build nothing always want to come over here and stress other people over their assets. This is insane. This is insane to me. Because someone's like, oh, Marlene, maybe he was young. I said, bump that. Stop with all this young stuff. Yeah, we might come from Africa too. I know that's right. Stop with all, oh, he was young. Bull crap of the crap. But by the time you're 18, you have a sense of what's wrong and what's right. You know better. You just choose not to do better because you don't think you have to. Because you know if you mess up, there's always somebody that you can inconvenience to come help you out. So you play. You play around. Because I'm like, how old was his granddad when he had to go to the military? How old was his granddad when he had a wife? How old was the granddad when he had children? How old was the granddad when he had grandchildren? Y'all, people need to cut it out with this age stuff. Because when people want to do whatever they want to do, oh, I'm grown. You can't tell me what to do. I'm grown. People pick and choose when their age works in their favor. But as soon as people tell you to be accountable for what you've done, oh, I was young and I didn't know. No. You grown, right? You don't get to pick and choose. Like, you don't get to turn it off when you're grown and when you're not grown. You don't get to inconvenience people with foolishness. Especially when you know you haven't built nothing. You don't get to take another man's asset to bail you out. That's why we have the saying in the Ivory Coast, right? If you're behind, it's not solid, don't be getting no trouble. Because you can't afford it. So it's like stay within your pay grade. Don't go commit crimes you don't got bail money for. Don't go involve yourself with people who gonna get you into some problems you don't have bail money for. People who don't have bail money don't break the law. People who don't like to sit in jail don't break the law. It's as simple as that. And if you've broken the law and you have mercy enough that somebody in your family comes to bail you out, the least you could do is to never get in trouble again. Because you recognize that this person didn't have to do this for me because they didn't break the law. So why should they have to pay for my crime? Why should they have to pay for my crime? I had another friend out here because he couldn't control his temper. He killed his wife. Had to get an attorney, y'all. Mind you, the retainer for the attorney is like $25,000. I said $25,000 in the world. Because you got to pay the man $50,000. I said $50,000? $50,000? Look, what are we talking about here? So now he was stressing everybody out. His parents, them old people in the Ivory Coast, his dad is retired. He don't work anymore. That man was out there stressed out for something he didn't even do. Now you're dragging innocent people. You're dragging people who are retired, who should be out there aging. You should be buying them stuff. You should be sending them money. You should be sending your grandkids. Oh, go see your granddaddy. Go see your grandma. Go play with them. Go be nice to your grandparents. People work this hard so that when they get older, they can enjoy the fruit of their labor. And one of them things is peace of mind. Peace. The best thing you can do, you don't have to be the richest person. You don't have to be the richest person. You don't have to be the most intelligent. You don't have to be the most decorated. But we can all afford at a certain age to give our parents some kind of peace. We can all afford at a certain age to give our grandparents some type of peace. Like people got to have some shame about themselves. Your grandma is 60, 70, 80. She has no business. 50,000. I couldn't 50,000. 50, I'm like 50,000. Because it's a murder case. It's a murder case. And that's just the base. That's not even including. You guys, it's expensive to break the law. Like, I don't know how people think sometimes. It is expensive. It's expensive. Felony assault, armed robbery, murder. These things that people need to go look at the rates of criminal attorneys. You can't afford it. Stay your behind at home. You can't afford it. Go to work. Because if you clock in at your job the hours you're supposed to, you ain't gonna have no problems. You see, you don't have to be the richest, but you can definitely be wise. You don't need money to be a wise person. You don't need money to be a smart person. Because a smart person says, woo, can I afford this? No, I cannot. Let me go to work. Why would Master P help him? Why? And that's another thing too, right? That's my whole point. And this is the issue with Black people. This is the issue with Black people. Black people think if we have one family member that's rich, that person should take care of everybody. No, and no, and no, and no. And absolutely not. Oh, I can just do whatever I want with my life. And because my brother is rich, he should just come save me. Huh? No. Master P has his own plans. Do you know what kind of business deal he's in? Do you know how much money he needs also to secure his business deals? Master P has children. Do you stop to say, oh, brother, what are your plans for your kids? And how much they cost you? Master P has his life. He has dreams. He has business he works on. He has employees. He has children. He has a wife. He has people he has to pay. What makes people think that, oh, Master P has extra money to pay for foolishness? No. He gave this man a record label. People gotta, I swear, this is what happens to my mom all the time. One day I went on Facebook, I cussed out her entire family. It's so annoying, you guys, because I grew up in a family like that. It is so toxic. It is so toxic. And then people are so entitled. And then they want to make you out to be the bad person. Are you out your mind? Are you out your mind? You wake up, and that's why I said this, man, yo, people gonna follow me. It's okay. And that's why I truly believe Corey is jealous of Master P. I feel like where he is, the things that have happened to him in his life, where he has ended up in his life is because he's jealous of his brother. And God don't like ugly. Hey, Rachel, God doesn't like ugly. And me, Martin, I'm going to say it, I really do believe in it. The granddad, people die, but they're not really dead. The body dies. The spirit lives on. And I'm like, Master P, his granddad, he's not about that life. He's not, because I'm like, you're jealous of your brother. Because you guys, let's be serious, right? No, it's disgusting. It is so disgusting, you guys. This is what Black people do. This is what Black people do. We're not good people. God forgive, but it's the truth. Look at white people and then look at us. And he said white people. Yeah, we're going to talk about white people today also. You see, a white person in their family, if one person has an idea, everybody rallies behind the white person to make sure that person is as successful as possible. One person gonna have an idea. The parents will be like, oh, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know that. Even their friends and family, they're all gonna come lend their support. If they have money, they bring money. If they have skills, they bring skills. They'll come together and then they'll build it. They'll come and they'll build. Before you know it, that thing, it takes a life of its own. Look at Chick-fil-A, family business. Look at Hilton Hotels, family business. Look at the Marriott, family business. Look at Hobby Lobby, family business. Look at white people. Look at white people. They know how to come together and support one person and make them go phew out of nowhere because they understand. White people don't care who comes first as long as they eat something. They're not gonna come and be what's called a stumbling block for another family member. Black people, as soon as one person makes a little bit of money, Walmart, thank you, Mariah, white people. Walmart, white people. Chick-fil-A, white people. Hobby Lobby, white people. What is, you name it, white folks. Marriott, white folks. Hilton, white folks. They understand how to work as a collective, and they don't care who comes first. As long as the machine runs well and everybody's taken care of, they don't hurt the brand. You see, even Mackenzie Bezos, when she got her divorce, she exited stage left quietly because she's not going to mess up the brand. He gave her what she was worth. She said, I'm out of here. She went and got married to a school teacher. She cool. She's good. She gave up all his money in like 6 months. She don't care. But we, black people, as soon as one of us makes it, we was, oh, I need this, mama needs this, grandma needs this, auntie needs this, the kids, yo, I just started making money yesterday. Hey, Alexis, what is this? What is this? You're a black person, you start making money in the next 24 hours, your whole family will rob you blind. You don't even get to hold on to, you don't even get to see that money sit in your account for 25 minutes. Everybody has a problem. Everybody has an issue. And they don't think that you also need help. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Oh, so because Master P has, so me, hey Alexa, so because if Master P is my, let's say Shauna is my sister. So I see Shauna, I see Shauna on TV with Oprah. So now because I know that Shauna's next to Oprah, should I go shoot a police officer? Oh, well, my sister's rich. I can just go shoot people and then show up for my attorney fees. Idiot. Did Shauna tell you she has $50,000 or $500,000 to give to legal fees? Idiot. Witches. That's what I call witchcraft. That's what I call witchcraft. Because like if you love your sister, instead of her making her give a white attorney, because that's what you're gonna have to get. Instead of making your sister spend $500,000 on a criminal attorney, you be like, oh sis, here's how I think we can make the brand better. You come to Shauna with a marketing plan so we can take the brand to another level. Oh, Shauna, let's invest $500,000 this way so that by next year the company can grow fivefold. This right here. This is how you talk to people. Idiots. Like no, people are wicked. People are wicked. And when I say these things, people think, oh, I don't like black people. No, I know us very well. We are wicked. We would rather have our own family member throw money into a ditch. We would rather have our own family member throw money out the window because we don't want to see them succeed than to keep our tails in order and not bring shame to the family. Is it that hard? When you see that your older brother, and I'm not saying Master P is perfect, because you know, he probably toxic too, okay? I'm not saying Master P is perfect. But what I am saying is, Master P had a vision. He had a vision. And once the vision starts to gain traction, and we all got to come and say, let me say, nah. What does it cost you to just say, nah? What does it cost you? Your brother's giving you a big house. He's giving you your own label. What more do you want? No, I need to be real. I need to be with my niggas. I need to be in the project. For what? Idiot. For what? What's in the project? You think if you were still in the projects, these people will respect you? Idiot. It's because your brother has a name on TV now. It's because your brother is on MTV. That's why they want to be your friends? Idiot. Because you're a jealous idiot. That's why you're behind bars. He was jealous of it. Me, Marlene, I swear to y'all, if my brother makes it, even I'm the older, I have two little brothers. If any of my little brothers makes it on TV, I will go shine their shoes. Because your success is our success for us all. But can you imagine the shame for Master P? He's probably out here trying to secure deals. He's probably trying to do movies, go on MTV. Oh, Master P brother is wanted for murder. Master P's brother is wanted for murder. Like, do you have any idea? Do you have any idea? If somebody works really, really hard, because Master P was in the streets. Master P was in the streets. Master P was about that life. He was. There was a time when Master P also had no sense about himself. You know what I'm saying? But then you guys, the man drove. He drove from New Orleans to Richmond, California. Because when the granddad died, when Mr. Miller died, the way they split up the money, I think he got like 10,000. So he was like, he's tired of this stuff because this criminal stuff is not good for him. And I think he had Romeo in the car one time, and somebody shot the car, and Romeo was in the car. He's like, oh hell no, you're having to kill my child. You know what I'm saying? So I think that day he's like, this him for me, this him my life. Right, so he went out there and like he's had a record, like a little record store. Master B from the South. Everything he does is so ratchet, but whatever. Right, but I'm saying like once your brother has a movement, once your brother is building a brand, like now we really have a business. Like we have a chance. We can be somebody. Why do you want to attach this fuckery to your brother? You guys, I'm really sorry, you guys. I'm I just want you like put yourself in his shoes. Well, who's that? Who just left a comment? Imagine Dolly has like a cute kitchen line, or imagine like Dolly, like she always had a dream to start like a home good stuff, right? Like so she like does like home good stuff, whatever. And then one day, Dolly gets invited by Oprah. They're like, oh, Dolly Corner, Dolly's Corner. Oh my gosh, she's famous. Now also, Marlene Corner is wanted for double homicide. Jesus. She's like, Jesus. Jesus, Marlene. Did you really have to do this to me? I was broke all my life. You didn't go commit double homicide. All my life, in the words of Vic, all my life, I was broke. You didn't go commit double homicide. All my life, I was broke. You didn't go rob clothes from the store. So you wait for me to have my big break after how many years? And this is how you do me? Because that's what they will say. They're not going to be like, oh, Marlene Corner did it. No, they're going to be like Dolly's Corner sister. You don't know them people? Dolly's Corner sister. So now Dolly, her name, her brand, everything down the drain. Because she got one sister who couldn't stay in line and do what she's supposed to do. Don't mess up the brand. Is it that hard? But if she said, oh, Marlene, can you come help me with these orders? Oh, I can't, girl. I'm busy. But so you didn't help me build a business. But they're gonna attach my name and my brand to your stupidity and it's gonna be on the internet forever, and it's gonna be on the blogs forever. And every time I go somewhere, then your sister commit a double homicide, then your sister get life in prison. Like who wants that? Who wants this stuff? Like I swear, like when I tell you sometimes you wish you weren't black, but you're anti-black. No, it's not about being anti-black. It's that black people can be so careless and so selfish. But damn, like, what is wrong with you people? So no, Master B, and I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell y'all something. Money is like soldiers. You might not understand it, that's fine, because a lot of people got a bad relationship with money anyways, okay? Money is like having a soldiers. No, it's not just people, it is us. I'm telling you, white people move differently. White people, like, for example, take the Gucci clan, right? Take the Gucci clan, take the Louis Vuitton clan. They will have power struggles. But it's not to, like, divide the family. They have, like, who's going to take the throne type of issues. But the business will stay in the family. Like, the Gucci stuff, the Louis Vuitton stuff, like, this is what they do. White people have power struggles. Like, when it gets to a point that's super, super big, you will see siblings fight to be like, okay, who's going to be at the head? Then they're going to start playing games with the board. They're going to start playing games with, like, their shares and do all kinds of weird stuff like that. But it's because they want to have power. They ain't trying to destroy the business. They want to be at the top. We cut the business at the root before it even becomes a tree. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. But they do it in private. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Unless you're like the Hiltons, I'm sure they got family drama. But you ain't gonna know unless you marry into that family. But everybody's gonna show up at work. They're all gonna show up at work. If they have to take magazines, if they got to take interviews, if they got to go do the Oprah stuff, oh yes, father was a great man, but they'll feed you the PR crap. But within the family, they'll fight. But the brand, they preserve the brand because they understand legacy. You know what I'm trying to say? We as black people, we're going to cut this thing at the root. It won't even have a chance to grow anywhere. Like we black people, we take from the seeds. Like we don't even allow, if a black person makes money, we don't even allow our family member to multiply. We want their seeds. But I'm like, if they keep giving away their seeds like that, what are they going to plant? What are they going to multiply if they're always giving their seeds? You see what I'm saying? Because what kind of brother, what kind of sister will go find him or herself in a problem that costs 200,000, 300,000, 400,000? Whoa, where do we get this money from? And just because somebody is a millionaire, just because somebody is a multimillionaire, it does not mean the person is liquid. Somebody could be worth X amount of dollars. It doesn't mean they can just go to the bank and cash out 500,000. It does not always mean that, because they might have made investments. They might have made some placements, and they can't touch money for 6 months. They can't touch money for a year. Sometimes you might not even be able to touch money for 5 years. So you at this very moment, you're not liquid. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, literally, what are you doing? And that's something like, this is something my mom did her whole life. Catering to her toxic ass family. You guys, it is so sad to the point that like it angers you. I don't like her family at all. They're blood suckers. It's so like you feel bad for her. Like I don't know if it's I don't know what they did to her really, but I mean now she's a little better. But growing up though, you guys, it was like she was possessed. She was possessed. She would just give them everything. It was I don't know. They would just rob her blind, you guys. That's why I do not have mercy for toxic ass family members. I don't. Because you should not be a problem for other people. If you're not going to multiply what your family got, do not come here and take away. I don't like people who take money out the family. I don't like stuff like that. Because you got to be mindful. And it's not fair. If other people make their plans, if other people are diligent with their money, if other people save their money, and it is not fair for them to always have to take their savings and their this and their this and their that, right? Just because you don't care about how you live life. Then if you don't care about how you live life, then you should not care about the consequences. His own brother said to him, "Stop calling yourself C Murder. Do not call yourself that, because the things you say over your life, hey baby, the things you say over your life, the words you speak over your life, they will affect you. You guys, words are very powerful. There's energy in words. You keep calling yourself something, it's bound to happen in your life, good or bad. Good or bad. His brother says, stop calling yourself that. Your brother tells you, stop hanging around these people. They're not good people. How can you choose a bunch of strangers over your own brother who took you out of college, whatever, you left the military, you went AWOL. Your brother takes you, your brother fights, he puts you in the blueprint. Y'all saw Sick the Shocker. Like Master P included everybody in No Limit. He included everybody. How come Silk the Shocker is not out here in all kinds of trouble? Because he listened. He listened to his older brother. Silk the Shocker's out here, he's free. You don't see free Silk the Shocker. Nobody needs to free him. Nobody needs to free him. You don't see Silk the Shocker over here under a bridge somewhere. You don't see, even you look at him, he looks really good. When we were growing up, everybody had a feature with Silk the Shocker. Maya, he was everywhere. Silk the Shocker was everywhere. Okay? Master P made sure all his brothers, even Romeo, his kid, everybody is good. Even now, the little ones who play basketball, he's always there. I'm not saying he's perfect, but he does the best with what he knows. But he looks out for the family. Is it that hard to make his job easier? And that's why I say, but Silk the Shocker was everywhere, you guys. He used to wear them army fatigues. He was everywhere. You see, he listened to his older brother. And that's why one time I loved what Romeo said when he was like, in life, there's a chain of command. That is true. You have to learn to have, you got to have discipline about yourself. And you have to know to listen. You have to listen. And listen to your family. How can you listen to random people in the streets more than you listen to your family? Your brother's building a business. You also have a business. You have your own record label. What are you doing in the projects? What are you doing in the projects? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing in these weird ass ratchet apartments playing video games with people who have no future? They have no family like that. They don't have connections like that. Cut them off. It's not your place. It's not your place to babysit grown people. And you should not feel bad. You should not feel bad if your sister, your brother, your mother, whatever, if somebody in your family is able to open the door for you, you shouldn't feel bad. If somebody in your family is able to put you in a higher position, you shouldn't feel bad. Of course he cut him off. He tired. Because he was like, just tell the truth. You shouldn't feel bad. And if people loved you, if your friends truly loved you, they'd be like, yo, it's amazing what your brother is doing. It's amazing what you guys are doing. Don't come over here anymore. We'll come to you. Don't come to us. Because nothing good's going to happen here. There's nothing here for you. You have to be okay with elevating. That's what life is about. That's why I think it's always silly when people say things like, oh, I'm never going to change. You should change. Life is about change, you dummy. Everybody should change. We should all try to become a better version of ourselves. You should change. The girl you were yesterday, you shouldn't be her today. The woman you were like 2 years ago, you shouldn't be her today. Life is about progress. It's about changing. It's about opening up your mindset. It's about meeting new people, having new experiences, seeing the world in a different way. It's recognizing that you don't have all the right answers. We have to change, y'all. Every day we have to challenge ourselves to change, to look at the world differently, to look at ourselves differently, to look at our understanding, even our faith. If you're a Christian, you have to challenge yourself to go deeper and deeper into your faith. We all need to change. That is crazy. You have to evolve. And if people love you, they will allow you to evolve and not resent you because you're evolving. Because that's how life is supposed to be. That's why the Apostle Paul said, when I was young, I spoke like a child. And now that I'm older, I speak like an adult. We're supposed to grow. And it's only like around black people that people are made to feel bad for evolving. They act like, oh, if you are evolving, you're a traitor, you're treacherous. Go sit down somewhere. And this is why so many famous black people trying to prove, oh, I haven't changed. They go back to the neighborhood, bloop, 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 they get killed. Leave these people alone. You don't owe nobody anything. You don't have to justify your blackness to no one. They can say you're sold out. Yeah, at least I'm alive, bitch. Okay? At least I'm alive. At least I'm winning, okay? There's money in my account. My kids are taken care of. I have a peaceful life. Nobody's out here trying to hurt me. Don't ever feel bad about living the best version of yourself. Everybody deserves to live a life where you are the best version of yourself. And your real friends should, if they know that you have a business, they'll be like, no, you can't come sit on the couch with us. Go run your business. Because you have a chance that we don't have. But you think like real friends should never want you to skip on school. Like, yo, I know I'm dumb, but you're smart. You should go. You should go. You're real friends. And sometimes, if you love your friends, like, oh, Marlene, I love my friends. I don't want them to stay behind. Well, guess what? If you love your friends and you don't want them to stay behind, the best thing you can do sometimes is cut them from you. Because that way, if they really miss you, they'll try to don't meet your standard. That's how you help people you love sometimes. You cut them off. Yeah. You cut them off. And you go work on yourself. And you show them that it's possible. They're going to resent you. They're going to kick. They're going to scream. They're going to talk bad. But if they truly love you, though, they will humble themselves. And one day they'll come knock on the door. Like, you know what, though? You were right. Can you please show me how to do better with my life? Don't be afraid to be a standard amongst your friends. Don't be afraid to cut people off if necessary to show them like, no, I changed. We're not doing this anymore. We're not doing this. I'm not doing this with y'all. Absolutely not. Because it's toxic. It is toxic. It is so toxic. And we're not going to evolve as a people if we don't recognize toxic behavior and address it for what it is and call it toxic. It is very, very toxic. But Corey Miller, I mean, that's just me, Marlene. I don't know, but for me, Marlene, I truly feel like he was jealous of his brother. He was jealous. He was jealous of all the praises Master P was getting. He was jealous of all the success Master P was getting. He oh yes, he was jealous of his brother. That's why he had to be the real gangster. Oh, I ain't never gonna change. I'm gonna be real. Okay, now in prison you go. In prison you shall stay. In prison you is. It's jealousy that led him there. Because if he loved his brother like Silk the Shocker and them people over there, he would have been somewhere very safe. Hey, Shad, he didn't love his brother. Because when you love your brother, you die for your brother first before you die for random people. And on top of that, if your own brother does not put you in reckless situations, if your own brother rather have you as a CEO, that true thing, TRU, whatever he be putting on his forehead, that's the record label Master P gave him. The streets gave you a life sentence. The streets. But yet Master P should come clean up for the people that you gave your loyalty to. Can you imagine? You have like, no, I swear, black people be so entitled sometimes. But can you imagine the level of disrespect? You give your brother, you give your sister a job. You give your sister a business. You make your brother a CEO. You give them a blueprint. And the thank you get, your sister, your brother goes and works for your competition. Or your sister, your brother ends up in prison because he wanted to be loyal to the streets, as opposed to a brother that gave him a hook, a fishnet, a string, the little worms and the fish and the water and the pond and the business. Your brother gave you everything to succeed. You turn your back on him and you want to embrace the streets. Can you imagine how that must have hurt for Master P? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? No, people need to address. Yes, people gonna follow, but it's okay. People need to address the weird jealousy, the weird spirit of envy, the weird spirit of competition that exists in black families. Jacob and Esau. Let's talk about that part. Joseph against the rest of them, Reuben and them, right? Let's address that spirit that exists in a lot of black families, where you got siblings who would rather see you die than to ever work for you. They would rather even work for McDonald's at $7 an hour than to work their own siblings for free. Because, oh, she gonna make more than me. So they rather work out there and work for your competition. They rather they rather do all kinds of stuff than to do for their own blood. Let's talk about that spirit. Let's talk about that. You think the way Corey Miller is over there serving life because he for the government? Yeah. Okay. Remember that. You can go and give like what? It's been like 20 years now to the U.S. government, right? You think if Master P had asked him, you think if Master P had said, work for me for free for 20 years to help me build my dream, you think he would have done that stuff? You think if Master P had asked him to work for free for 20 years so that he could help the Miller family grow, you think he would have worked for free for 20 years? Like, who you think I am, man? Fuck you, nigga. I'm gonna get my own shit, right? Okay, that's exactly what he would have said. But he gonna give the U.S. government 20 years for free. For free. Not even complain. Oh, free me. He's just happy to have a little Instagram page, get a little visits from Monica, a little bit of booty calls there and there. He is happy to give 20 years plus. He gonna give his whole life to the U.S. government. But if his older brother had said, work for me for 20 years, you think he would have even came to work for 20 days straight, came in on time, came in first and left last if his brother had asked him? Never, never, never. But yet Master P supposed to be running out here paying for lawyers. Master P talked about one time when he went to the prison. He's like, when you go to visit, they treat you like an inmate. You got to squat, fart. They look you up and down. They look up your anus. He's like, hold up, wait a minute. And he was like, and only when you leave there, these people are still not happy. No, you guys, no. Because sometimes there's a point in your life. I'm like, I know some of y'all going to be hurt by what I'm saying because I understand. You're brainwashed. But later on, you're going to think about what I said and you're going to see that I don't come from a bad place because I tell the truth. And I, like in my heart, Marlene, like in my heart, I never speak to, I don't, hurting people. I have nothing. I gain nothing from that. Because I've grown up in that toxicity. Like, it's really horrible. It's really horrible. And a lot of people don't know how to stand up to toxic family members. You guys, I was on Facebook. I cussed out every single auntie and uncle on my mom's side. They've taken advantage of this woman, taken advantage of my mom. Like, you guys robbed her blind. But every time they have issues, they call her. And then she helps. Then they turn around, they rob her. You guys, it's disturbing. It is disturbing. How can people come out the same vagina? How can people come out the same woman? Be blood brothers, they come out the same gut, y'all. And they got so much hatred for their sister like this. Can you imagine? Can't even be bothered for everything, ever since I was born. All the things my mom has ever done for them. Can't even be bothered to call her on her birthday. No respect. My mom's going to her 60s and she still has to be disrespected by these punks. You guys, it was real on Facebook. And I said to them, if I hear something from y'all one more time, I sure will be back on Facebook. I haven't heard nothing since then. They are toxic. They are toxic. Like, I tell you, if my dad didn't love my mom, they probably would have gotten divorced years ago. They are so toxic. They are so toxic, you guys. You, oh my gosh, you've never seen this level of toxicity, you guys. It is so, like, oh my goodness. It is so toxic. Can you imagine? Hey, I can't, because you'll be upset if I put her business on the internet. But it's so toxic. And like Master P, he's like my mama, because he's a man. He knows when, like, no, we're going to stop this right here. Because if you don't, you guys, these people, you do not stop them. I mean, you will not even have $1 left to your name. These people, the white people say, you give them an inch, they want a mile. Non, mais ils sont pas sérieux. Ils sont malhonnêtes. They're so dishonest. And they will never, listen to me, they will never be the type to be like, you know what? When I had issues, Auntie Leo came through for me. Oh, never. They never give you credit. They never give you credit. They will never testify to how good you were. They will never testify. Never. Everything out their mouth. It's always insults. It's always complaints. It's always foolishness. They will never say, no, they don't. No, you cannot. You guys, I don't care. They are dangerous because you're thinking, oh, that's my sister, that's my brother. Let me pay her legal fees. And then you recognize that the more legal fees you pay, the more they want to change lawyers. I'm telling you, Corey Miller reminds me of my uncle. I said it. Corey Miller reminds me of my uncle. And when I look at Monica, I see my mom. I see my mom confused as hell. Confused as hell. When I look at Monica, I see my mother. This person does not love you. This is not what love is. And my mom and I, that's another reason why we had a very hard relationship. Yeah, my dad was a little shady too, I ain't gonna lie. But a huge part why me and my mom also had a hard time when I was growing up. Because the way she would do for her family, you guys, it didn't sit well in my spirit. It didn't sit well in my spirit. And I felt like my mom loved her siblings more than she loved us. Because this is not normal. It's because I got older. I got my own kids. I had the Jesus. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But I was very angry against her growing up. Because she didn't have boundaries with these people. She didn't have boundaries with them. And they just took advantage of her love. Because my mom, she really loves her family. She truly does. Because she loves her mom a lot and she loves her dad. And I think she grew up with a sense of like responsibility. Like, oh, these are my siblings. I have to take care of them, you know, because that's that African indoctrination. You know what I'm talking about? They make you feel like, oh, these are your siblings. You got to take care of them. You got to take care of them. But even soul ties, Bruna, your siblings can have soul ties. Like other siblings, listen to me very well. Other siblings know how to take advantage of their other siblings. You don't understand how soul ties go both ways. And the thing about siblings that make it even worse is that you guys do share blood. You have a blood covenant because you have the same mama, you got the same dad. Y'all share the same womb. You share the same umbilical cord pretty much. And then not just that, you were raised in a household where your mother told you, take care of your siblings, take care of your siblings. They're your siblings, they're your siblings, they're your siblings. But then my grandma never told her children, respect your older sister. Enough is enough. You can't go into your older sister's house and act a fool. My grandma never did that. She only had I know she's here somewhere in my room right now, but my grandma was very skewed. She was very quick to tell my mom what she should be doing as a sister, what her obligation should be as a sister. You're a sister, you're a sister, you're a sister, you're a sister. Rubbish. But she never told her children, especially her boys, respect your sister. Honor your older sister. Be loving towards your other sister. Don't bring shame to your older sister. Serve your little sister. Serve your older sister, sorry. Don't disrespect her. Don't argue with her. Do what she tells you. It needs to go both ways. It got to go both ways. People are quick. These Africans, like these black people, they're so quick to like traumatize you when you're the oldest of your family. You got to do all this stuff. And they're very slow, if not almost ghost-like, when it comes to telling the little siblings, don't do that. Respect. And that's why I tell baby Stefan. When baby Stefan tries to act funny with baby, I say, hey, you listen, you just moved in here. You just moved in here. Because James is 11, Stefan is 6, and sometimes he tries to boss his older brother. I say, hey, roommate, you just moved in here, and you are the least productive member of this household. You don't get to tell my son what to. I tell Stefan that. I said, Trey is my firstborn. Try him, see what happens. I'm going to tell him to sit on you. Because you're going to respect your older brother. Because you think you're smart, and, I mean, it's cute, but we're not impressed, okay? We is not impressed. Because it got to go both ways. It has to go both ways. You got to tell the younger siblings to respect their older siblings and to not bring shame to your older sibling. Listen to your older sibling. Now, older sibling, you shouldn't abuse the fact that you're older. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. But you have to honor your family. You got to honor your older brother. If older brother says, we soldiers, this is where we're going, this is where we go. Especially when he has proven that he's not going to put us in harm's way. Older brother says, we're going to be business people. Okay, let's be business people. I don't know how to be business people, but if you think you know, I'll follow you. He's not saying, let's take guns and start shooting up the neighborhood. So we can trust his leadership. We can trust his leadership. If your older brother says, we're not going to be business people, we're going to have an office, we're going to go to the U.S. corporation, we're going to have a paperwork, we're going to have EIN numbers, we're going to have bank accounts, we're going to hire people, we're going to start making moves and build a record label, that's very legitimate. Nobody's going to go to prison. It doesn't seem like I have to die young. So cool, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. And if your older brother says, okay, you go to law school, I'll pay for it. You go to law school. If your older brother says you go to business school, you go to business school. What's the problem? What's the problem? You're ready to catch bullets for foolishness, but you can't hit books for 3 years? That's not the point, Farron. That's not the point. I think at this point, everybody knows he didn't kill the person. But that's not the point, Farron. That is not the point. That's not even the point. Whether he did or not doesn't matter. Because obviously it doesn't matter. And that's what life is. And that's why, and this is something I want a lot of young people to understand. That's why I'm really upset at Monica. That's why I want a lot of young people to understand that in life sometimes you don't even have to do something to pay the price for it. That's real. You don't have to be somebody who actually pulled the trigger to get charged with murder. You don't have to. You don't even have to be you can just be in the car. You can be in the car. Your friends go into a grocery store and they steal. You don't even know because you're on your phone. You probably on TikTok like these people are crazy. Then you hear pop, 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 pop. You're like, what the heck? You're just in the car. And then boom, you also accessory to robbery. Like, what the freak? Young people got to understand how quick it is to catch a charge. And if they can't find the other two, they can't find the other people, poor you. Here you go. Because a criminal attorney, it starts at like $50,000. That's why so many young black people in prison. A lot of them didn't do it. A lot of them didn't do it. They just happened to hang around a bunch of knuckleheads. And what we have to understand, like what a lot of young black people need to understand, the office of the prosecutor, the DA's office, it's a very political office. Them people not even there to practice law. They're there to win. A win means conviction. Like this is the part that gets to me. Why people like Monica, like powerful, influential, very well known celebrities need to put black children on game. Like tell them the truth. The prosecutor's office is a very political office because the majority of them DA people want to become governors. They want to become governors. They want to become deputy governor. They want to become mayor. They want to become senators. So they have to be tough on crimes. They got to be tough. They got to win. They don't give a fuck. Did you do it? Then do it. It don't matter. They want a conviction. Everything else is boo, wah, wah, wah. It's just a bunch of blah, blah, blah. Don't nobody care. No one cares. So young people got to understand that. These people do not care. They don't even care about the law. They don't care about the law. They don't care about who did it. It does not matter. It's about what you can prove. It's about convincing a jury that your black ass potentially did that shit. That's it. Like people, life is not fair. Life is not fair. All you have to do is convince people like, yeah, it looks like he did that shit. You're like, yeah, it looks like, yeah, I think he could have done that shit. That's it. You don't have to actually do the shit. You just gotta look like you potentially could have done that shit. If the jury feels like, yeah, we reasonably think that you did that shit, it don't matter. That's why they say you're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When the jury goes back there and they have a deliberation, it's not to truly say that that person did that shit, like boom, boom, did that shit. No, it's more so like, do we believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did that shit? And it's like, yeah, I believe beyond a reasonable doubt, like you did that shit. Okay, so there was like 5 black people. Yeah, they jumped the kid died. I mean, it could have been any one of y'all. So yeah, maybe you did that shit. That's it. That's it. That's all the DA wants. They want convictions. So that way, when he runs, if he wants to be a judge, if he wants to run for governor, if he wants to run for deputy general, and things like that. Oh yeah, he had so many convictions. He was so glad. That's why Kamala Harris has the record that she has. You think that lady was there? She cared about the justice or who really did that shit? She didn't care. She wants to win. It's a very political office. What person you know? It like, and you do the same thing too, right? You do the same thing, Farron. You think about it. If you are district attorney of New Orleans, right? A 16-year-old is dead. Like imagine what that looks like in the media. You are district attorney in New Orleans. A 16-year-old black kid is dead because he went to a rap concert or whatever. Huh? Do you know how bad that looks on you? Do you have any idea how many times the mayor is going to call you? We need a conviction because we cannot have people thinking that in New Orleans we allow people to kill 16-year-olds. At that point, you want whoever you can get. Because you have to make citizens feel like we're tough on crimes in New Orleans. You can't kill 16-year-olds and walk off. That like you can't do this because perception is everything. And you don't want to be the mayor under which they're out here killing teenagers and nothing happens. And you definitely don't want to be a district attorney where there's a dead 16-year-old and you have no conviction because the family's asking questions. The church is asking questions. The mayor's asking questions. The news people asking questions. Someone needs to go to jail. Like, I don't understand how, like, sometimes I don't understand, like, how people don't understand certain things. So it doesn't matter. A kid is dead. Just like with my friend, too, right? Just like with my friend. It was just him and the wife. Like, look at the situation, y'all. That's why I don't even understand what he was saying to me because I was very confused. But I guess because, I don't know, I was very confused. That he was trying to use the Bible to mind F me. I said, boys, go sit down somewhere. You got 4 kids. It's you and your wife in the house. You, listen to me, Farron. Listen to me very well. There's four children. Most of them are like the oldest is like 4 years old. And the youngest is like 6 months. Okay. You got 4 babies in the house. It's you and your wife. The wife ends up dead. And you tell nobody broke the front door. Nobody broke the back door. Nobody busted windows. It doesn't seem like there was a forced entry. It doesn't seem like there was a robbery. You want people to think that somebody else who killed her, like she killed herself. Like, how does that even make sense? Then when they did the autopsy, it came as death by strangulation. What person you know who can self-strangle themselves? It's not possible. Either she hangs herself or somebody strangled her. But there's like, if it's death by strangulation, when they came, her body was not hanging from the door. So there's only one person who could have strangled her. Them little babies did not strangle their mothers. A 4-year-old cannot strangle a 30-something-year-old woman. What are we doing here? And when he recognized, and I said to her, and for me, I was like, you should take the plea. Because if you're a first-time offender, like, it's like, we got into a fight. It escalated. I choked her. Maybe I shouldn't have choked her. It went too far. I'm sorry. But at least, can I just, give me something nice so I can come out and raise my kids? They might have given him 16. They might have given him 20. This dude has the audacity to try to tell people he's innocent. Then if you're innocent, then who did it? I'm like, you truly think in Dallas, Texas, right? A woman, a mother of 4, is going to end up dead, and nobody's going to go to prison? Are you stupid? You think the police department wants that on the record? You think the DA wants all these white mothers out here to think that they could get killed in their home in front of their children and nothing's going to happen? You think the mayor wants that? That a mother of 4? He got 35 trying to be stupid. He got 35. And they sentenced him on his birthday, like a day or two, or on his birthday. Like, it was right around his birthday. He got sentenced to 35. I'm like, you have to just take the plea. But because, I guess he African, because he Christian, he trying to bamboozle people like, oh, he didn't do it, and it's the witches. Like, he was making all kinds of stuff like, oh, it's the witches in the village. His mother-in-law, one time she came, and she put like these, but like we have these calabashes, like bowls, like she put these bowls under their bed, and one time his cousins called his mother-in-law in the bedroom. I was like, boy, shut the fuck up. Just because she Muslim does not make her no demon, okay? You did that shit. You couldn't control yourself. You choked the sister girl for nothing. And that shit went too far and you killed her. Did you mean to kill her? No, but you definitely meant to choke her. Because you know what the fuck you was doing when you put your hand around her neck. He meant to choke her. He meant to do that shit. If you cannot put your hands on somebody's neck and be like, oh my gosh, you're dead? I'm surprised. No, you're not. You meant that shit. You wanted to do that shit to her. Did you think it was going to go that far? No. But then again, that's the chance you chose. You chose that risk. Okay, you got a lucky prize. She's dead. She's dead. Then I think he tried to smack her because I think when he was doing it, he passed out. Like, I think he blacked out. He didn't see it. He wasn't realizing that he was choking her for that long. So it just goes to show you how angry he was. That I guess when she collapsed, he started smacking the mess out of her because he thought she was playing. Which lets you know he did that shit before. He did that shit before. But before he did that shit before, when he was doing it, she wasn't dying. So he thought it was okay. Like, oh, she can sustain me choking her. Like, I guess that's how he would like scare her, was by choking her. Does that make sense? But this time it went too far because the story he told me, when I have what he told me plus what I read, I put it all together. That's what happened. He didn't mean to kill her. Like, he didn't want, oh, I'm going to kill you today. But he meant to scare her. He meant to intimidate her. So he put his hands around her neck. And that shit went too far. He didn't realize how long he was holding onto her neck. Then she passed out. And he thought she was playing. No, she wasn't. So he started smacking her. Because he told me he smacked her. Because he said to me he was downstairs. And all of a sudden, he heard boom. I said, you heard boom? Because I'm so confused by the story, by the way. Y'all should have seen me that day. Because he was like, oh, Marlene, she's gone. So I'm thinking he meant like she divorced him. I was like, what you mean she's gone? She's gone where? Like, my dumb ass, right? I'm like, where is she gone to? Like, where did she go? Like, what's going on? He's like, she's gone, Marlene. I'm like, but she's gone where? So we keep going back and forth about this word, she's gone. I'm like, what the heck? Where is she gone to? Like, where'd she go? Come up, he's like, no, Marlene, she's dead. I said, she's dead? What do you mean she's dead? So the way he told me, he was like, he was downstairs, she was upstairs because they had just done eating. He was downstairs, she was upstairs. She put the kids to bed. And all of a sudden he heard boom. I said, you heard boom? He's like, yes. So then he said he went upstairs. When he goes upstairs, he found her. She was collapsed like right in front of the dresser. So he started smacking her like, stop playing, stop playing, stop. So me, I'm freaking out. I'm crying. Because when I was pregnant with Stefan, she was pregnant too because she had triplets in her belly, right? Yeah. I never got to talk to her, but I was like, oh my gosh. So I started like, because I was thinking about the kids, like I was crying for him because I thought maybe she had an aneurysm. You know what I mean? I thought maybe she had an aneurysm, like, because it could happen. You could have an aneurysm, like just die. You know what I mean? So I was crying so much he hung up the phone because I was like devastated. Girl, it's not until one day, because I was really sad. Like I was devastated. I was confused. And I couldn't think. I never looked at my friend and thought he could do something. Murder didn't even cross my mind. Right? Murder didn't cross my mind. It's not until one day when they came to his office, the marshals, the sheriff, the marshals, them people, they went to the office with the warrant for his arrest for murder. I said murder. Because I was calling him, and he wasn't picking up. I was so confused. I was like, where is he? Calling for like 3 days straight, he didn't pick up. Then when he came back, that's when he told me, oh, Marlene, I was locked up. I said, you were locked up? I said, what do you mean? He said, because the sheriff people came to arrest him at the office. I said, the office? Like, you guys, I swear I was so gullible. Because I don't know. You know? Then I told Jimmy. Jimmy was like, no, Marley, he did that shit. I said, why would you say that, Jimmy? You don't even know him. He was like, because they wouldn't just come to your office like that with a warrant if they didn't have all their proof. Then the warrant, when they did because her parents, even though she's Muslim, her parents agreed to have an autopsy. So the autopsy they did revealed that it was death by strangulation. So she was strangled. I said, ooh. And then, child. So I'm like, it was just you two in the house. There was no armed robbery. There was no robbers. She can't self-strangle herself. You see what I mean? But he was trying to use the Bible, manipulate people, confuse the people, instead of being a man and be like, you know what? I didn't mean to kill my wife, but I killed her. She's dead. We got 4 kids. They'll never see their mom again. But at least maybe I can go in for a bit, and at least they can at least have a father. No. He wanted Ivorian people to think he was innocent. He didn't commit murder. He was being stupid, and he was wasting people's time. So they threw the book at his ass for being stupid. You see, if you don't have a record, you never killed nobody, you have no record, people could be like, okay, it's a domestic thing gone wrong. You shouldn't have killed the girl. So here, you get 16 years or you get like 15 or whatever because somebody did die. And the city, the mayor, the DA's office, the police department, they cannot let that slide. They cannot let it. People, y'all got to understand this. They cannot let these things slide. They can't allow people to feel like you can do these things and just nothing's going to happen to you, because then it becomes anarchy. Because you got to remember, you have more people than you have police officers. You have more people than you have judges. You have more people than you have like prosecutors. You have more people than you have police officers. So to some extent, you have to scare people enough that they practice their best behavior. You want people to police themselves. You want people to police themselves, because the more people police themselves, you don't need as many police officers because people police themselves. And one of the best ways to get people to police themselves is by showing people that when somebody breaks the law, we are going to be very, very harsh. You're like, oh, I don't want that to be me. Good. Then police yourself. So certain things like that, especially when you're famous, when your brother is famous, they cannot let it slide. You cannot be the district attorney, the mayor, anybody of power in politics in New Orleans, and have people think that if you are famous, if you are the brother of Master P, you can do whatever you want. That is very dangerous. And you might, oh, I like Corey. Yeah, that's good for you. Good for you. You like him. But what about the people he doesn't like? They cannot be safe. And the thing about laws, for as much as laws might be very biased and skewed or whatever, but the thing about laws is like they're supposed to create a sense of equality and equity for all people. Like, oh, whether you're rich or poor, whether you're famous or not, we all have to submit to the same laws. This is how you kind of keep a sense of, oh, we're all human, we're all equal. But if someone can just be like, oh, I'm rich and famous, I can just go and jump people and kill people and nothing happens to me. I don't even have to comply. And the thing people have to also realize, right? Because Corey didn't do the crime, but he knows who did it. By not even saying who did it, or not even trying to help police kind of like identify who did it, that is also obstruction of justice. That is a crime. That is a crime. Don't snitch, don't snitch. This whole don't snitch stuff is called obstruction of justice. That's also a crime. You cannot stop police officers. You cannot stop district attorneys. You cannot stop a judge. You cannot stop a jury from knowing, from being able to solve a crime. It's obstruction of justice. This is why little Kim went to prison. Not because she was guilty, but she obstructed justice by committing perjury. You will have like for you guys. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's like you have to understand this. When you are when you are a descendant of slaves, you have to understand the law that kept the whole system of slavery together. So you don't fall in, like you don't make mistakes that gonna cost you your life. You have to understand what you're getting yourself in. When you play this game with these people, you need to know their law. These are their laws. You need to know what the fines are. You need to also know, if I go and I do this, how much would it cost me to have a decent defense? And a lot of people cannot afford it. $50,000, $100,000. It is insane. Like, people don't have that kind of money. People don't have that kind of money. And so you're going to go there. You're going to get a public defender. And guess what? Guess what? Public defender also, he don't give a fuck about you. Because he also wants to win. A lot of times, many cases don't even go to trial, you guys. Like, listen to me. Like, and that's the thing about being poor. When you are poor, I'm not trying to be offensive, okay? I'm really not trying to be offensive, but people need to tell people the truth. When you're not a rich person, you don't mean shit to people. They get nothing from you. They get nothing by helping you. The fuck? You're not a rich person. Like, what can I get off of you? You go to jail, you don't go to jail, it does nothing for them. When somebody is a public defender, when you work as a public defender, you're probably doing it because you want to pay off your loans. Like, listen, I got student loans from the law school. I ain't trying to pay the motherfuckers back. So guess what? I'm just do them little 5 years and be debt free. They're not even doing it because they want to do it. They're doing it because they have financial obligations they're trying to meet. Another thing is also, if you are a public defender, you're not even getting paid that much money anyways. So why would you fight hard against the prosecution? Why would I go hard against the DA? I ain't even getting paid for this. So what you do is you negotiate with the DA. Do you want to win this case? He'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. Cool. It's okay. But when I have a case that really interests me, you going to let me slide. Like, okay, cool. That's how they do it. Then people don't even go to court, y'all. People don't even go to court. It's like, out of all the cases, it's not that many cases that make it to court. These people they meet, they talk, they settle out of court, they find, like, they negotiate stuff. Give her, okay, I'll take this. Sometimes the deal that you might get from a DA, like if you have a public defender, they most likely have a horrible deal. But because he's thinking about himself, he will say it to you in a way to force you to take it. Well, this is the best they're going to do. It's not really the best they're going to do, but you're just not worth his time. Like, why does he care? And that's what people have to understand. That's really how life is out here. If you're black, if you're a young black person, you don't come from much, you don't have much, they know you can't afford this. So the most he might give you is like 3 weeks. And even that is probably too much. Because the first thing he sees when you get somebody's case, like that, you're a public defender, you look at them, you're like, yeah, they ain't got shit. Okay, we gonna take a plea. Then you call the DA, what's the best you can give him? All right, cool. This is what they're offering you, take that shit. You don't want to? Cool. You want to go to trial? He won't even try. Because he's not trying to waste his time. Like, these cases have to go. It's like mass production in China. Come on, push them cases through. They don't care. Now, if you are a high profile client, like you have $1 million, like let's say you can afford 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, you can afford $1 million in legal fees. Oh, hell yeah. Now they're going to fight for you. Because now you have money to pay them. But when people work based on incentives. If people have no incentives, you're going to die. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, because it's like, what's the point? Tomorrow, I'll get 10 more cases like that. 10 more black boys who got involved in a murder. Like, okay, shit, who the fuck cares? What do you want? And then you'll see, everybody get the same deal. They don't care. Public defenders do not care. And when it comes to a private criminal attorney, he's going to ask y'all for 50,000. Who has 50,000, y'all? Who has 50,000? 50,000. And that's just the basic. That's just like enough for him to take the case, start doing some research. So you got to pay the 25 up front, right? And then before your trial start, you got to give another 25. But sometimes a trial, like your case, somebody's case can go for a year. It can go for 2 years. Like, huh? Like whose family has like 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 to keep fighting a case for 2, 3 years? You will have to take the plea. You'll have to take it. And that's why a lot of young black guys have horrible deals. Horrible. Because they black and they broke. So you see, they couldn't even afford crime in the first place. Right? Like even when you want to look at, not trying to defend him or anything like that, but when you look at Kenneth Petty, for example, right? You know, it could really be that he assaulted that girl. You know what I'm saying? It could also be that he didn't assault that girl. You know, only they know what truly happened, right? So he could have assaulted her, could have not assaulted her. But one thing is for sure, being young, black, doesn't have a great school record, does not come from a rich family, most likely they give him a horrible deal. So either way, he's going to be fucked. Okay? Either way, he was going to be fucked. You know what I'm saying? If he had better representation, certain terms in his convictions probably would have been included. Other terms would have been removed. But nobody cares. Nobody cares. And this is what young black people have to understand. When you listen to that music, you look up to that lifestyle and you look up to these people, be very careful. Be very careful. A song only lasts for 3 to 4 minutes. But being in the wrong place at the wrong time, with the wrong kind of people, being involved in the wrong kind of crimes can rob you of your entire human life, completely ruin your reputation, have you out here registering as a murderer, registering as a sex offender. You don't want them kinds of problems. You do not want those kinds of problems. And that's how they look at black people in the system. You're just another case. No one cares. You did it, you didn't do it. It don't matter. The mayor wants a conviction. The DA wants a conviction. They're going to get their conviction. They're going to get their conviction. And then you also have judges also who are very pro DA. Okay, we locking him up? Okay, cool. Let's lock his ass up. That's it. They don't care. You think when these judges send people to prison for 20 years, for life, you think they lose sleep over that shit? You truly think the judge cries? Like when they got to give somebody a 35-year conviction, you think the judge really cries about that? Oh my God, they don't cry. They do this every day. People get convicted back to back to back to back to back. Just like if you ever go to custody court, people lose their kids back to back to back to back. The judge doesn't even flinch, you guys. It's like these people don't even have feelings. They're like machines. They just hand out convictions. Your mama gonna cry, but nobody else gonna cry for you. They do not care. They're like, okay, take her kid. Boom, boom. As soon as they knock the gavel, it's over. You be like, but your honor, what? It doesn't work here like that. They don't care. You can have a whole judge. He might have like 4 or 5 dockets the whole day. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, life. Okay, fuck. Tomorrow he comes back again. Okay, what you getting? 6 years? Boom, 6 years. You? Okay, 15 years. Boom, you? 15. They don't care. They do not care. They're not your family. They're not your family. And I want a lot of young black people to understand me. These people are not your family. The judge, not your kinfolk. The DA's office, not your kinfolk. Your public defender ain't your kinfolk. The sheriffs, they're not your family. They don't know you. These people don't know you. The law, like the entire practice of law, it's a very non-emotional. The people, they don't have emotions. Like lawyers do not care. Like they don't have emotions. They will snatch your kid out your hands. Play with these people. They don't care. They do not care. You'll be the one crying, oh, your honor, I feel sorry. They look at you like, what? Take this idiot. Next case. They don't care. So please be very careful. They don't care. You be like, but is there anything we can do? No. No. You have judges, and sometimes they just look at you like, yeah, he did that shit. So the whole time, everything your lawyer says, he's like, nope, 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 nope. Because in his head, he's already made up his mind about your ass. You have judges like this. They're like this with the prosecutor's office. You have judges who love to send people to prison. They're not your family. The same thing goes for family court. That's why when you go to family court, you got to be very mindful how you conduct yourself, because the way the judge reads you, if you don't look like what he wants you to look like, Hey, boo boo, you've lost already. Family court is it's very sensitive. When you go there to fight for custody, you better be on your best behavior. You better go in there look like, oh my gosh, Denzel in distress. Look innocent. You better look likable. You better look friendly. You better be friendly because as soon as the judge has made up his or her mind about you, good luck. Good luck. Whatever your lawyer said, be like, nope, nope, extension, nope, this, nope, oh, nope, oh, nope, oh, nope. No. Court lawyers do not care. If you ever sit here and you watch, like, what's his name? The lead attorney, you'll see he does the same thing. They don't have feelings. They do not care. They want to win. So that's the thing with him. Like, I think a lot of people by now know that Corey did not kill the boy. But that conversation is long and gone because somebody needs to be in prison. Somebody has to pay. So since you don't want to say who did it, then you'll just go for that person. It's very, very simple. And I think that's another thing that Master P was trying to say is like, you could help yourself. I don't need to spend money on lawyers. Now, if you want to go do a plea deal, if you have now changed your mind and you are now willing to tell the truth, because now you recognize that you got to save yourself. You have 3 daughters that also need you. You seem that you're in love with Monica, so I don't know, but I guess you love Monica. So there are enough reasons now, right, for you to tell the truth. Like, you know what? Maybe then I was young, I was silly, I was foolish, but now I'm in my 50s, about to be 60, and I honestly do not want to be in prison a day longer. He's in there for us not snitching. Yes. That's it. Because before he goes in, he was already out on bond for another violent crime with the gun. Okay, then this boy, the 16-year-old boy, dies at his concert. I think it was like in the club, but I don't know if it was like his concert or he was invited there. But anyways, it was like it's because of him. The young boy went because he wanted to meet him. Somehow, the young boy gets jumped by his crew. I think Corey jumped in there too. How the gun goes off and kills that boy, we don't know. He knows. He knows, and he chose not to tell the truth. Like he chose not to save himself. Right? Which is like, and that's my issue with Monica. It's like, you cannot come over here and tell us that this man loves you because he doesn't love you. Because if he loved you, he would have told. Because he was like, if y'all see, like, I don't know, he loves his boys. He loves the streets. He loves his street reputation. Like, he cares more about his street credibility than he cares about loving you. Because somebody who loves you will never say to you, like, oh, I love you, but only after I'm done loving X, Y, and Z. Then that's not love, that's convenience, right? He needs you. Corey Miller needs you, right? Just so that people don't forget his name, right? Corey Miller needs you because, I mean, he's in prison the whole time. What else does he have to do? What else does he have to do, right? Like, if he was free out here, because he was free before, right? He was free before. He wasn't with her. He was free before. He wasn't out here chasing her, right? And me, Marlene, for as much as, right? I know, what's his name? Shannon Brown, right? Shannon Brown cheated. Okay, that's bad, whatever. But it's like, at least Shannon Brown, he at least married you. He at least married you. Like, the thing about people like Monica that really kills me about girls like that, they love to be like, oh, that's my first love. But your first love never even proposed to you. Your first love never even married you. Like, your first love never even made it to the altar with you. And it's quite possible that maybe she was pregnant by him, right? Then what happened to those pregnancies? So it's like, stop with this distorted sense of love. Like, this is not what love is. Because to me, Marlene, I also feel like with love comes a sense of duty and honor, right? If a man loves you, he honors you, right? If a man loves you, he understands the duties that come with being your man. Like, if I said, that's my woman, what are your duties? And I think one of those duties also should be to protect. If a woman is, if that's your woman, you should protect her. You should be there to protect her. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's like, how can you protect somebody when you're in prison? You know what I'm saying? Because now she got to protect herself. So she don't have no man. She don't have nobody who loves her. Because when you have somebody who loves you, he is there to protect you. He provides. He protects. How can somebody provide for you? He can't even afford to buy her a bag. He can't even afford to take her out to a regular restaurant. He don't work. He in prison. So how does he love you? I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Because love is an active verb. Love is an active verb. Love, it has action in it. It's not a passive, it's an active verb. When you say I love somebody, it means like you are in the act of showcasing X, Y, and Z. You're actively in the act of protecting. You're actively in the act of being faithful. You're actively in the act of providing protection and security. You're actively in the act of, being present, being there, loving people. When you say I love you, there's actions behind it. There's proof behind it. There are your acts, there are receipts behind it. But a man does not get to not fulfill certain obligations, be a warden of the state, and be like, oh, I love you, I hold you down. How do you hold me down? I'm so confused. You have other people telling you what time you go to bed. The U.S. government sets your bedtime. The U.S. government provides food for you and bed for you and a house. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you hold anybody down when you are a warden of a state? Like, that does not make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. That's just toxic conditioning. That is just toxic grooming. It is toxic grooming. And the part that also hurts me the most is that a lot of young girls who are being preyed upon, because a lot of these convict dudes are predators. They are predators. They are down on their last. They're very lonely in prison. You know what I mean? They're very lonely in prison. They don't have a lot of money because everything in there is super, super, super expensive. Everything is super expensive. You know what I mean? They're really struggling. They're struggling to to stay positive. They are struggling to remain optimistic. They are struggling to not even be suicidal because that place is not meant for people. So they prey on other people. Oh, yo, I'm gonna tell you whatever I need to say to you so that at least I have somebody to hold me down as I go through this. No, that's a crime you did by yourself. You don't get to ruin other people's lives because you ruined your life. And that's what a lot of these inmates do. They're a bunch of jihadists. They're terrorists. They are emotional terrorists. They are emotional scammers because they need a support system. They need a support system, which is fine, I guess. But you have to understand that because in life, everybody protects their interest. And I think we as Black people, especially Black women, have a hard time understanding that. People move according to their interest. People move according to what's beneficial for them. And if your presence is beneficial for them, they'll say whatever they need to say to keep you around. They don't love you. They love themselves. People love themselves. And that is one trait about most people who are convicted. Most criminals, that's one thing about them. They are dangerous sociopaths. They are sociopaths. They're all of them, they're all in prison lying to themselves. Oh, I'm innocent. Oh, I didn't do this. Oh, it's the system. Oh, it's this. These are not people who take accountability. They blame everybody but themselves. And most of them have that mindset. They don't have programs in prison to help people see how they played a part in their own demise. They don't have programs and therapy and psychologists in prison to help these people to see how dangerous they are to their own family members. And maybe it's a blessing to their family members that they're locked up away. I don't even think some people should come home. I don't even think some people should come home. Because there are people, they come home, they rob everybody. They rob everyone in the house. They rob grandma, they rob mama, they rob everyone. There are people you bring them into, like you guys, some people, I know it sounds hard for me to say that, but some people, it's best for one person to be locked away and then everybody has peace in the house. It's better that way. It's better that way. A lot of times, many more families are safe when one family member is locked away. You might not believe me, but I'm telling you. You might believe me, but I'm telling you. That's why I don't even know how some ladies like allow people who were just released from prison to live in their homes, to live in their apartments around their children. One time I went to this guy. It was New Orleans too. I went to this guy's house to learn some hairstyle, and his uncle had just came out of prison. As soon as that man came into the house, the energy was so different. The energy was just so different. You could tell everybody was scared of him in that house. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, and once again, it's a sister trying to take care of her brother. But it's like, no, when you have children, I know it sounds harsh. You're gonna be okay. When you have children, your children come first. The safety of your children comes first. It is not fair to put little children, it is not fair to put teenagers around people who've been locked up for years. Because civilians might have a reaction to something. Civilians might, respond to something. We civilians, like, you know what I mean? Like, you might not think it's a big deal, right? But the person who's been locked up, they might not read your actions as being, oh, that's not a big deal, because they haven't been civilians in like 10 years and 20 years, right? So your son might do something and he might go crazy and forget that, yo, that's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? Because he had to live a certain way. So it's not safe. It is not safe. Up in morning, he has nowhere to go. I don't know what to tell you. Or maybe when he comes into the house, that should be when your kids are in school. But that person should not share a living space with your children. It is not safe. It is not safe because that person can black out on your kid, black out on your teenage son. Because you got a man from prison in the house and you have a young guy becoming a little man out here. One day these people gonna clash and it's not gonna be well for your kid. It is not safe. You can put money together as a family. Go find this person another place to stay. They need to stay on their own for a while until they learn how to be a civilian again. You have to give them time. You have to watch them. You have to watch how they come back into society to see if they're fit to be around your children. Oh, that's your uncle. Okay, but he's an inmate first before he's my uncle. Don't bring this fool around us. This is not safe. And I'm speaking from experience. It is not safe. You don't have your children around people who just got released from prison. You don't do stuff like that. But that's my brother. Yeah, sure, whatever. That person changed. They went somewhere. They had a certain experience. It is not safe. It's not safe. Because you have no idea what this person had to go through. You had no idea how the person had to condition themselves to survive behind bars. You have no idea. You have no idea. So if you don't know, don't put your children in that situation. Because it's not safe. It's not safe. And too many families have people who just got released from prison around children. It's not safe. It's not safe. It's like saying like, oh, thank you. It's like saying like, oh, but he looks okay, Marlene. He still looks like the same person. Yeah, of course he looked like the same person. Of course he looks okay. But you have no idea the wiring of his mind. You have none. And your little kid can do something small, something like it's not even a big deal. But in prison, doing something like that could have been a big deal. So now he gonna have a weird reaction against your children. Do not put kids in that situation. It is not safe. And there comes a point you got to understand. And I know it sounds harsh, but whatever. But there comes a point where you have to recognize that, yes, somebody might be your brother, somebody might be your sister, but these are adults. They are adults and they've made their decision. They've made their decision. You can help people, but help them from afar. And if it becomes too much, and if it becomes too draining, if it sucks the life out of you, you have the right to also choose yourself the same way they've chose themselves. And they have to understand that. It might be hard for them at first because they're entitled, but they'll overcome that. They will overcome that. And if they don't overcome that, then oh well. But he's an adult. You're an adult. And you have the right to choose yourself. They chose themselves. They chose their friends. They chose their actions. You don't owe people anything. And I think if we made that more clear to a lot more Black people, they would think really, really hard before doing some foolishness. Because, oh, if I do this, Yeah, it's because it's not fair. It's not fair because you see your sister who has like your sister who has special needs. That's how we see it, right? Your sister who has special needs, she might spill something. She might say something. You don't know. She has special needs. Like she's not aware. And not just that, it's her house. Okay? She's a child in the situation. She's a child. She was born with special needs. She didn't ask to be born this way. She was born that way. So that's not a crime. That's just how she was born. You understand what I'm trying to say? And she's a child in the situation. Why should she have to change her behavior, change her schedule, change the way she moves, change the way she talks because of an adult who made bad choices? And that's the thing, like you guys, like, and that's the thing. Sometimes, like we do as Black people, like we want to be so loyal to Blackness. We want to be so loyal to being Black, and oh, they try to take the Black man down. But what we don't realize that we are enabling people. We enable people, and we stop people from growing. We enable people, and sometimes we are the reason why some people don't get to know Jesus. I'm being serious. A lot of times, we are the reasons why people don't have a breakthrough because we always want to intervene. We always want to come rescue. Stop doing the stuff. Sometimes you have to let people hit rock bottom. And I know it's really hard if you love somebody. Like, oh my gosh, like you feel like you have to do something. No, no. You have to let people hit rock bottom, and you have to trust God. He's going to let them hit rock bottom, but he's not going to kill them. You have to trust God. And it might look very brutal, like, oh my gosh, it's okay. Because a lot of us, we have been groomed or trained or whatever you want to say it to feel like, oh, God is so good that he would never let bad things happen to us. Well, this whole thing about something being bad, it really is subjective, right? If you have to hit rock bottom to become the best version of yourself, is it really bad? No, that good, bad. All that stuff is subjective. It's subjective. We instead of calling something good or bad, we should look at the end result. If you hitting rock bottom will cause you to mature, to make better decisions, to learn to prioritize yourself, to know how to cut toxic people out your life, then yeah, you should hit rock bottom because then it's not bad. It's actually good. It's actually good. Because the more you keep protecting people, the more you keep sheltering people, the more you keep providing a mattress so that they don't hit rock bottom. Oh, let me just put this mattress down, Marlene, so that when he jumps off the building, he gonna be okay. Okay, but they'll never learn. They will never learn because they know there's always gonna be somebody who mitigates the fall. Don't do that. Sometimes you have to let people go through what they go through so they can learn from that. And not just that, too. You know, I believe in reincarnation. I do. I believe in reincarnation. And so I feel like if you don't allow somebody to fully take accountability in this lifetime for how they've hurt other people, how they've hurt themselves also, when they die, they will come back and pay for the same crimes. So you might as well pay now so that if you do come back, you don't have to pay for this again. A lot of people go through bad luck in this life because they are reincarnated and they have baggage from other lives, and they still don't want to learn. Like, you don't believe me? Look at Emmett Till. Like, Emmett Till keeps coming back. You put Emmett Till, you put Tamir Rice, it's like the same person. It's the same person at the same age. That person keeps dying the same way at the same age. Like, people have to see, like, open your eyes and see what's happening here. Reincarnation is real. And when you see people go through things like that, you got to tell yourself, like, yo, there is a lesson. This soul keeps coming back in human form because he or she has a lesson to learn. And until the person does not learn this lesson, they will keep coming back and go through the same cycles. So if you love them, let them go through their pain so the cycle can stop and they can truly be set free. Because it's not random. Life is not that random, you guys. Life is very karmic. Life is full of karma. But because people are so drunk, they fail to recognize what is truly going on. Like, life is super karmic. A lot of things that you go through, experience in this life, it's your karma. It might not be from this lifetime, but it's from another lifetime. You are experiencing your karmic load. Some people have a very, very heavy karmic load, and some people have a very light karmic load. And sometimes you have to step out and let God, let nature, let the universe do what it do. Don't interfere. Don't interfere. Like I have another friend. I know it's gonna start kind of like sound kind of weird. Like Marlon, you're so weird. I know it's okay, but you gonna get used to me. But I had a friend, right? Well, I don't have a friend. I don't have. She's my friend. Okay, cool. So she called me, right? She called me, and she said, "Oh, Marlon, I want to talk to you." I said, "Cool, whatever." So I called her, and she want to talk about some guy that she was like she likes or whatever, and the stuff he was going through. You guys, just her telling me about this dude. I'm like, damn, his life is heavy. Like he has like really hard situations. Like he has really, really hard situations. And I said to her friend, his karmic load is heavy. She's like, oh, what is that, Marlene? I said, what's so I said, give me his birthday. Baby, we started adding up his numbers. It came out to 11. So he is a master number. He's a master number 11. I said, sis, you can't handle that. Especially being an Aquarius, you don't have it in you. And the thing about Aquarius people too, that you if you're an Aquarius, you have to realize that too, because by default, we tend to be very empathetic people. We tend to be humanitarian people. So Aquariuses have a tendency of attracting narcissists. Aquariuses have a tendency of attracting sociopaths. We like to attract deranged people because we always want to fix somebody because we naturally feel bad for people. Gotta be very careful, right? And I said, so she was like, what is that? So I gave her what the master number 11 was for, and I had her read it. She's like, oh my gosh, that's him, Marlene. How did you know? I was like, mm-hmm. I was like, yeah. I was like, you might want to step out. And you should all, because he was traveling somewhere to go on some spiritual retreat because he was trying to find out like why his life was so heavy. You guys, when she talked about the dude, like I was just drained. I was just drained. I was like, whoa, his karmic load is too much. Like, there is no way a person can have this much karma in one life. And I was like, I wonder who he was before he came back, right? I wonder what kind of life he lived. That now he has to pay for all the stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? Then right after we hung up the phone, I think like a day or two, he did something weird. And she was like, yeah, Marlon, you were kind of right because I can't. It's like, I told you. You know what I mean? You really have to study people. You know, and some people, like, I know it's hard because it makes me sound like I'm a mean person with no heart. I kid you not, I'm not, right? Some people, you have to let them suffer. I know it's really hard. You're like, but Marlene, you have to. It's their karma. And if you love them, you let them suffer. So that way, when they come back, they have a much easier life. A lot of people were people before they, like, you're looking at the person you see today, and I get it because that's all you know. Like that's how you were trained, that's how you were groomed to understand life. You think life is brand new. Oh, here's a baby, here's a person, right? But I want you to expand your understanding of life and the human experience. I truly do, because you have to understand that people are, the body dies. Like there are many, many bodies. But a lot of the spirits are familiar. A lot of the spirits are familiar. And that's why it seems as though we are in 2021, but we are still living in 1960. Because a lot of the people, the spirits came back. We live amongst familiar spirits, and many of them are wicked. We live amongst many, many familiar spirits. And that breath, the breath you take when a woman pushes out a baby, that breath you take is a soul. It's a soul that now takes over that body. The baby's body is taken over by this. Woo, that's the soul. Just like when you die, you take your last breath, the soul leaves the body. The body dies. The soul goes somewhere. People come back. And a lot of people, it's their karmic load. It is their karmic load. And you need to have nothing to do with that before they drag you down too. And now you become co-inheritor in their karmic load. Do you guys hear me? When you guys get quiet, I get scared. But I'm being very serious. I'm being very serious. Because it's not good karma. Not getting back to Monica also. One thing I wanted to share with you guys as well, right? No, it's very spooky. But a lot of people, it's their karma. It's their karma. Like you have people like, You have people, even just like Farron said earlier, like you have people, even when they're innocent, they always catch the bad slack. It's their karma. It's their karma. The same way, and I want my young people to understand this very well, because you guys, you're too trusting. Because you're young. You're very, very trusting, right? But I'm gonna be your big sis. I'm gonna be the big sis you never had. What you have to understand, young people, especially young black people, in this life, you the same way you have destiny helpers. So a destiny helper, I don't want to say if it's an angel. I guess it could be an angel, but it's like a spirit that comes in human form to help you. Like you have a situation, you'll meet somebody one time, and then that person would like the person will unlock a situation for you, and then you'll never meet them again. Right? That's called a destiny helper. You'll meet people like that in your life. They're going to help you towards your destiny. Like sometimes you can be super, super sad, and out of nowhere, somebody might call you and encourage you. Like, there are people that God sends to you at a time when you are at your lowest to make sure, right? To make sure that you continue, that you trust that little voice that's in there, right? Those are destiny helpers. You also have destiny destroyers. You'll have people who will come into your life to send you in the wrong direction. You'll have people who come into your life pretending to be friends to send you in the wrong direction, to give you wrong advice. And unfortunately, you have more destiny destroyers than you actually have destiny helpers. And then for a lot of you guys, as I'm talking, God is going to start bringing names and faces in front of you so you can see what I'm talking about. You will meet way more destiny destroyers than you'll meet destiny helpers. Be very careful. And one of the things that you have to do in this life is have a strong spirit of discernment to recognize who is truly for you and who truly is against you. Be very careful, because destiny destroyers are out there. They will send you in the wrong direction, and somehow you're the only person who gets caught, and they're all gone living a good life. They were sent. They were sent. And that's the thing about karma. It's like a bomb. It's like a ticking time bomb. And some people are sent at a divine time in your life to destroy you. Some people are appointed to your life to destroy your life. Some people are appointed to come into your life at a specific season to drag you down. Listen to me, and listen to me very well. And this is why it's very important to have a spirit of discernment. The person can come as a friend. The person can come as a lover. It don't matter. But the way you recognize that this person is here to destroy me is when they leave. How much chaos is now in your life? Look at you have to look at your balance sheet before the person came, after the person came. If after that person leaves your life, you are surrounded by chaos, baby, that was a destiny destroyer. That was your karma. That person was appointed to you. Look at how much chaos is in your life after that person leaves. Look at how much chaos that person brought into your life. That was a destiny destroyer. They were sent this, like, let me tell you this. And that's gonna sound even more creepier. But it's okay. You're old enough. You can take it. I want you to know, as soon as you're born, the person meant to help you is born too. And the person meant to destroy you is born too. As you take your first breath, your enemy somewhere is also taking their first breath. And somehow the way life works, you're gonna meet. Your paths will cross. The same way God has given life to you, the devil also gives life to his people. Have a lot of discernment out here, y'all. Have a strong spirit of discernment. It could be guys, it could be men, it could be. I had a young sister who got proposed to the other day. And so she sent me a picture of the ring. I said, "Oh, it's nice. Like, what is it?" And so she said to me, she said, "Oh, Marlene, it's whatever." She said it was I guess it was an engagement. I said, "Well, it's kind of crazy to me, because what is he engaging? What are we getting engaged to? Like, he's giving you this ring. He's in school. He's a PhD student. You don't know his family. You've never met his family. You don't know who he is." She's like, "Oh, he told me everything about them." I'm like, I'm confused. He told you what exactly? Because whatever he says, who can check? Who can double check? If I tell y'all my mom was the Queen of England or like the Queen of the Ivory Coast, how can you check? The fuck? You know what I mean? How can you check? And what person do you know will tell you every no. You don't know this dude. You know his representative. You don't know him. You don't know him. You haven't journeyed through life long enough to know this person. You never know his family. I'm like, you cannot take an engagement from somebody. You don't know his family. You have to meet his family. And he needs to do things in or she's like, oh, my family talked to his family over the phone. I was like, that's not knowing people. That's talking to them over the phone. You don't know them people. And I'm African, right? She's African too. My culture, you don't marry somebody without having set foot into their house, into their village. Who are you people again? You have to know his people. You have to look at them in the eyes. You got to see where they live. You got to sit in their house. You got to sit in their environment. You have to sit in their energy and see what the hell you're getting yourself into. See what the hell your soul, your spirit, your body. You have to be in that house and see what you're setting yourself into. Ask questions. How many of them went to school? How many of them, when they start something, they finish or don't finish it? How many of them in that bloodline are married? How long have they been married for? You need to ask people questions. So you know what spirit presides over that family. It is, you guys, life is very mystical. Life is super, super mystical. Because there are a lot of dudes who come out here with knight shining armor. This, you guys, I'm not trying to be mean, huh? Because I gain nothing by that. Listen to me carefully. A young man could look at you with his eyes, goo, 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 bunch of hearts everywhere like Looney Tunes, like, the hearts be poking out in 3D out their eyes. You can feel like, oh my gosh, he loves me so much, he will do anything for me. And 2 years later, you catch a pregnancy, he will look at you like you're a piece of trash. Listen to me very well. I know what I am talking about. There are many guys who've done that to girls. They were like obsessed with them. As soon as she got pregnant, the fact that she even told him she's pregnant, he wants to kill her. As soon as she gets pregnant, it's like he sees like trash. It's like you smell. I don't even know how to explain that stuff. He can't even stand you. A guy could be obsessed with you today. Then 2 years from now, he will rebuke you like he never met you. Me, Marlene, I'm from Africa, y'all. I have uncles who were struggling out here. They were in love with their wives. As soon as they became rich, they threw her out the house. What you talking about? Threw her out the house. Treat her like a peasant, like an animal. I don't trust men. And I don't trust the stuff that comes out their mouth also. I don't trust people. I have trust issues. Like, you need to know him. You have to go meet his family. And if it's like, oh, but they live far in Nigeria. Like, well, far you shall go then. This love thing is not a convenience thing. If his family lives far, then you have to go far. And if they fetch water, you will go fetch water with them too. So you will understand these people because you need to know where he comes from. You need to know where he comes from, who he truly is, not what he wants you to believe in. You need to know who he truly is. Look at his mother. Look into her eyes and see the kind of woman she was. Then you'll know what kind of woman, what kind of man she married. Because once you understand his mother, you'll understand him because you'll understand his father. Yes, baby. Because the way the mother handles her son tells you a lot about the man she married. And it tells you a lot. And the man she married is most likely how she raised her son to be. Got to go meet these people. Before I'm like, but now, enjoying the ring for now, enjoy it. I mean, it's a nice ring. It's not ugly, right? But this is not something we take lightly. Somebody cannot propose to you and you've never met their family. You've never met his mother face to face. Hey, Val, what's up, my love? You cannot do stuff like this, y'all. You have to go into somebody's house. You have to go. If you can even meet the grandparents, go meet the grandparents. But you need to sit in that energy and understand exactly what you're getting yourself into. Like me, when I decided to get married to James, I told you, we prayed like crazy people, y'all. And my cousin, he's a prophet. So he told me a lot of things and he wasn't lying. So I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. And he was telling the truth. He truly was telling the truth. Because you got to sit in people's energy. You have to sit in people's energy and let that energy marinate with your energy so you know what kind of family you're getting yourself into. because there's a spirit. I'm not trying to scare you guys. I'm talking to you like in a very honest way. There is a spirit that presides over every household. There is a spirit that presides over every household. So before you go into a house, before you marry into a house, before you carry kids into a house, you need to know what you're getting yourself into. Exactly. You need to know what you're getting yourself into. Like, mm. So tomorrow, if he does wrong by you in front of God, you can say, God, I did all my research. I did all the research I could do. Then I prayed on it. So now you have to save me because this dude's trying to shame me. And in that moment, God will come to your rescue. But if you're quick to take a ring like you never seen jewelry in your life, if this man deceives you, you can't go crying to God because God be like, you idiot. You allow rocks and stones to bamboozle you. Failure. Some households have a spirit of failure. Some households have a spirit of failure. They don't succeed. The whole bloodline, nobody succeeds in that bloodline. So not only is he not going to succeed, but if you have kids with him too, they're not going to succeed unless you go to church all day, every day. But most people don't have the discipline for that, right? Some people also, it's prison. There's a spirit of prison over that bloodline. Everybody goes in and out of jail. Everybody goes to prison. So if you have kids in that bloodline, most likely your poor babies will end up also going to the prison. You know what I mean? Some people, it's divorce. It dominates the household. Like most everybody in the house has been divorced. So you guys might get married for 2, 3 years, 5 years, but eventually you too will also go through a divorce. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like you have to take your time to really know the family and like know what spirit is attached to that bloodline, right? Some people also, their bloodline is success. People are very successful. Some people, their bloodline, they're very loving, they're very supportive. You know, you just have to take your time to know. Yeah, some people it's teen pregnancy. You step into the house, everybody got kid at 16, 15. You're like, damn. So most likely you step into the house, your daughter probably will have a kid at 16 because that's just how their bloodline works, right? So it's really important for you to know that, right? And also like, and the thing about it too, because for her, she claims she's Nigerian, but I mean she is Nigerian technically, but she grew up in America, right? So she's not fully aware of growing up back home. She's not fully aware of the pressure and the expectation, of when you're from Africa and the whole family puts money together and sends you abroad. You're pretty much responsible for taking care of everybody. Like, he's going to have to take care of everyone. That's just how it goes, right? He's going to have to send money to his mom. He's going to have to pay for his siblings' school fees because, especially if the dad is dead, he has to do it. You know what I mean? That's just the culture. He has to do it. And for him not to do it would be a curse. Like, it's not good. So it's like, she needs to understand, like, if she wants to marry him too, she's going to have to understand that the whole marriage, unless he becomes a multimillionaire, but even that too, a lot of money is going to be Western Union. And she's also going to be expected to send money to the Western Union because if the father is dead and there's no other male figure, he is the dad of the whole family. And I don't think that's something that you know what I mean? Because the thing, a lot of times with young ladies, they want what they want and they completely disregard culture. They completely disregard the truth. It is the truth. You see what I'm saying? Like, like that's just how it goes. Because he can't just turn his backs on them because if he does, they're all going to be poor. You see what I mean? But he's going to have to do that. And she has to see if she's okay with that. So that's the thing. She needs to go into his household to see if she loves him enough also because if you don't love him that much, if you don't love him that much and he sends a lot of money back home, it's going to piss you off. And then also you're going to be expected to help out because now that's your family too. If you love him enough and if you love him more than enough, you will gladly help his family out because you love them because you've met them. So you have to know that it's very important. Culture is real. Culture is real. And a lot of times, like you have a lot of young African girls who grew up in America and they think they're built for relationships with people that are straight out of Africa. And they're not. They are not. But people love to lie to themselves though. People love to lie to themselves and people love to deceive themselves. Oh, it's just going to be him and I. It cannot be just you and I. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You see what I'm saying? If you just want to have a you and I situation, you need to marry somebody from here, because here that's the culture. And not just that, in America and most Western countries, there is welfare. There's welfare, there's food stamp, there's a lot of things that the government in America, in Western countries, the government helps the poor. In Africa, we don't have a welfare system. The children are the welfare system. Your family that's abroad, that's the welfare system. There is no Social Security. There's no Medicare, Medicaid. There's no food stamps in Africa. You ain't got no money, you're dying, okay? So in Africa, the children are the welfare system. In America and Europe, the government provides welfare. That's how it goes. You know what I mean? And if you tell a man to not send money to his mother, he will resent you. He will resent you. And your house, well, you're not going to be able to be in that house, because you're going to suffocate in the house, because it's a horrible thing. And you don't want to be the person to tell somebody, don't send money to your mom. You know what I mean? You don't want to be in that position. You don't want to be the person to tell someone, oh, don't send money to your little sister, because somebody might love you. But as soon as you're trying to tell people how to go about having relationships with their family, they'll quickly remind you, like, girl, you're replaceable. I ain't got to put up with this. And that's the truth, right? Most African marriages, a lot of the ladies know to not even talk about that. When the man sends money back home and does whatever, they don't say anything, because they don't want no smoke, because it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. And you even have situations like, if the family back home feels like it's the wife that is telling the man not to send money home, they start taking your name places. Weird things will start happening to you. So it's not necessary. Like, it's not necessary. So you need to know this before you get into it. And if you truly can't take it, do not marry this person. Right? Just like if you're Black American, for example, right? You have no business marrying somebody from Africa, especially somebody that's from Africa and it's Muslim, because you were not trained you're not trained in that culture. And it's going to be a lot for you, and you're going to be overwhelmed. Like, even me, I'm African and I'm Christian. I could never really marry somebody that's African and Muslim, because the culture is a lot. It is a lot. I don't have it in me. You know what I'm saying? You have to be honest with yourself, right? So it's very, very important to know what you get yourself into, right? And it takes time to know what you get yourself into. So it's okay. Move with caution, but know what you're getting yourself into. Don't let a ring and your emotions and some tears and some champagne confuse you, because it's a lifetime. It's a very, very serious decision. It is a lifetime decision. And the hope is, if you get married, you're not going to divorce. So you truly, truly have to be sober minded when you make those decisions. But you cannot marry somebody and not know his family. I even think you shouldn't even marry somebody without even doing a blood test, because a lot of times too, your blood types might not even be compatible. I had a cousin like that. One of her, I think it was like her auntie or like her cousin, was trying to marry some guy and they fell in love. Didn't even realize their blood types were not compatible, because I think she was like A. One of them was A, and the other person was B. So I think A and B are not supposed to have children, because the baby will die. Y'all, like, A and B cannot marry each other. Like, A can marry O, B can marry O can marry anybody, but A and B are not supposed to mix. Yeah, they'll take your name. It's some mothers. Did I not tell you about the egg? When somebody got upset, one of the grandmas got upset at the daughter-in-law, and she came to the house and she started breaking eggs in front of the house, and the lady went into early labor. They put the baby in the how you call that thing, that plastic crib. Yeah, comment de la couveuse. Like, how you say it? Like, the oh my gosh, the what's the plastic crib for babies? Yes, and the baby caught on fire. Did I not tell you this? It was about money. Okay, because the grandma was not happy. The incubator. They came and started busting eggs. They started cracking eggs in front of the house. Yeah, the grandma started breaking eggs. That thing, it became a huge deal. Like, oh, this witchcraft is this witchcraft. Started busting eggs, like pop, 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 breaking eggs. The auntie went into early labor. She had the baby. It was a preemie. They put the baby in They put the baby in what? They put the baby in what's the thingy called? Put the baby in the incubator. The power went out. The power went back, came back in. When the power came back, it was that only incubator that went up in flames, and the baby was dead. Poor baby was dead. You hear me? Poor baby was dead. They're dead. Okay. So yeah. So you have to be very careful what you get yourself into. You know what I mean? Because you cannot. Yeah, certain blood types cannot be together because A and B don't mix. Because if you're A, he's B, you're A. You cannot have children because the baby will die. Like these kids will be born with like the feet have a kind of deformation. It's really weird. But they were so in love with each other, they never even thought that their bloods were not compatible. Come to find out, she was A, he was B, or vice versa. So they couldn't be together. So it's crazy like that. So you have to know. You have to know. Is marriage should not be an emotional decision. Marriage should not be for other people. Marriage should not be because somebody gave you a ring. No. You decide to marry someone. It has to be a rational, well thought out decision. Like you need to know enough about this person, know enough about their family, the good and the bad. And then you like, okay, I'm comfortable with that. I can deal with this. You know what I mean? I can deal with this, whatever, whatever. Cool. No problem. You know what I'm saying? So you have to know. You have to know. You have to know what you're getting yourself into. But let me get back to my Monica girl because we're here for Monica, right? So to me, that's the thing, right? I'm like, for you, like being this huge celebrity like this, like being, I like, what message is this sending to the girls and to the boys, right? Because imagine if you're a young black boy right now and you look at Monica, somebody that beautiful, like beautiful, rich, famous, talented, like she has pretty much like everything. She's gonna put her life on hold. Like, do you know how many eligible bachelors are out there? Do you know how many quality men are out there? Like, do you know how many people she could potentially meet and find someone that is available for her? Find somebody, um, find someone that is available for her. Find somebody that is good for her, great for her. Find somebody who would love to be around her kids, right? It could even be like a blended family. Like, I'm like, there are so many available guys out there. Taj, like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But you gonna put your life on hold. I don't for someone with I'm not trying to be offensive, but what the because they love to say this, like Kevin Samuels and then people love to say this. But what does Corey Miller bring to the table? I ain't even trying to be disrespectful, but I'm honest. I'm asking an honest question because I'm 36 years old, and it's like growing up, even to this day. To me, Monica's like a big sis. I'm 36, she's 40, and I am very confused. Like big sis, like what are you doing? What is this guy bringing to the table? What is he bring? And I'm not saying you should not be his friend. If she wants to be his friend, more power to her. If she wants to fight for him to be released, you can't tell people what crusade to go on. So I guess go on that crusade. But as far as him, it becomes him being your man, or you attaching yourself to his image romantically, or you attaching like what I'm saying? I don't know. Master P's not giving him no money. Nope. Master P made it clear. He said he washing his hands out of it. He got way too much disrespect. Master P's done with that. And Master P is focused on his sons. Those two boys, he's focusing on them. He already did Romeo. Romeo got a lot of money. Romeo rich. Now he's focusing on those two boys and his own businesses. So I don't see Master P giving nobody no money for doing nothing. Okay. But as the black man in America would say, as the black manosphere would say, what are you bringing to the table? What does someone like Corey Miller bring to the table in any romantic relationship with someone like Monica Denise? I am so confused because if the shoe was on the other foot, broop, broop, like broop, broop, If the roles were reversed, bloop, do you think Diddy, do you think Diddy will be waiting for Monica if she was in prison? Do you think Sean Carter will be waiting for Beyonce if she was serving life in the prison? Oh, perfect example. Perfect example. Because with Jay-Z, Foxy went to prison. He didn't even put money on her books. He didn't even check on her. And she wasn't even in prison for that long. She was just, it was assault. Like she attacked the girl at the nail salon, whatever it was, right? Right? But Foxy went to prison. What did Jay-Z do for her? Did he even put money on her books? Have you seen her recently? Does it even look like he sends her money every month to be like, you know what, for what we had? And have you seen Foxy Brown? She didn't even show her face on Instagram because she's embarrassed. Okay, look at Diddy and Kim. Did he even put money on her books when she went to prison for obstruction of justice, trying to protect Junior Mafia? She lied under oath, trying to protect Junior Mafia and Little C's. Little C's got up there, told the truth because he didn't want to go to jail. He's like, oh, they subpoenaed me, so I didn't have a choice. She lied for you. Why could you lie for her? Because you would think, being that Kim is the biggest star, Little C should have lied for Kim, so he would have gone to prison because he's a man. And then he's not famous, okay? He's not famous. He does not bring money. Nobody knows him, and he's little. So he should have gone to prison for her. He should have lied for Kim so that Kim could have kept going, do the music thing, keep making money, and she would have taken care of him in the prison, and then she would have put money, and then once he came out of prison, she would have taken care of him. No. He still valued his own broke ass, short ass, dark ass life. And he sent Kim to prison. When have you, besides Papoose, I think besides him, I don't know who else is out here, right? But even Papoose too, it could be the fact that he knew, okay, it's 7 years. It's not like she's not in there forever. It's 7 years. Cool. But I'm saying, like, what black man, what black American man, what black famous millionaire American man will wait for a black woman to be in the prison for life and would even post her picture, rep her? Huh? What are we talking about here? Like, it's so pathetic. Like, her behavior is so pathetic. It is so pathetic. And I don't know why. I don't get it. I don't know why Monica is so attracted to low vibrational people. Like, all her friends seem low vibrational to me because I don't understand. I really don't get it. Why somebody who is so popular, so famous? I understand. I guess I see why her and Corey they like each other, because I don't understand why somebody who is so like, first of all, she comes from a very good family. She comes from a very good family. Then she was raised in the church. I think her mom loves the church. So she comes from a very good family, good people, good stock. But it's like she is attracted to low ass, vibrational ass people who she dates and who she's friends with. Like, you look at her friends, you're like, y'all have nothing in common. It's like, I've always felt like, I hope she sees this video too though. I always felt like Monica, it's like she resents her gift. You know how, like, she has a beautiful voice, like her voice is beautiful. I feel like this young lady resents the fact that she's gifted. I feel like she hates the fact that she's special. Because the way she does self-sabotage, like, I don't know if you see it in her. Me, I see it in her. The way Monica self-sabotaged herself, she's been doing this for years. And she acts like Brandy is the issue. No, she's the issue. Because if Monica wanted to be a bigger star than Brandy, she definitely could have been. Because she got, no time to be offensive, but Monica has better vocal cords than Brandy. But she loves to self-sabotage herself. She loves to be around people that can't even, like, touch her pinky toe in terms of talent. I don't know what it is. It's like, I don't, because it's not humility. Because that's not what humility is. Humility is not about, you don't put yourself in a gutter to prove to people that you rat stock. I'm very sorry. You can be humble and still know, yeah, I'm that bitch. Like, don't play with me. But it's like Monica is always in some stuff that's not good for her brand, That's all she did when we were growing up with people that were gangsters and shooters. Her boyfriends were out here shooting themselves in the head. It's like, girl, like it was always so much violence around her. So it's like she didn't have an image that was safe for children. Brandy did. Monica loves to self-sabotage herself. You guys, I don't know. Maybe it's her karma. I don't know. But it's very, very concerning. Because the people she's friends with is like, what can you gain from these people? What can they do for you? Like, what conversations could you possibly have with hood people? Like, what can they do for you? But this is what happens when you're black and you think there's something wrong with you for being special. So you keep looking for low vibrational ass people to destroy you, and you call that loyalty. Or they're real. They're not real. Because if these people were real, they'll tell you, people like us, we're not good for you. We're not good for you. And if you keep hanging around with us, eventually you're gonna lose your magic. Because we ain't got nothing to give. What child, what gifted person you know continuously wants to go in the dark, be in the dark, surrounded by darkness? Make it make sense. Like if Kim Kardashian had Monica's talent, the way she would have Monica, you like do you see how Lamar Odom? Hold on. Let me scratch my thing. Like, do you see how Lamar Odom is always begging Chloe to take him back? Does Chloe even feature this boy? He's not good for her brand. What does he bring to the table? There was a time when he was with the Lakers and they were winning. He was very good for the brand. But now, no, he's a drug addict. Nobody wants him. He has no career. He has no friends. He has no money. What does Khloe Kardashian look like? Aligning her successful brand to that of an addict. Excuse me? And it's like, it sounds really callous, but this is something that I do. But the same thing goes for Monica's mom. But it's here at the same time. For as much as Miss Norwood might not play those games, but Brandy was also listening to her mother. She listened. Because there's only so much that a parent can do. At some, you're not going to put chains on a child. You also have to have a child that's willing to listen. You also have to have a child that wants to honor the mother. Like, that's my mother. I have to honor her. And you see the way Brandy treats her mom versus the way Ray J treats her mom. You can see that Brandy has way more respect and honor for Miss Norwood than Ray J. He doesn't care. But it's like it gets to a point like you're 40 years old and you ask yourself, like, why would this lady want to associate herself with this? So a bunch of young boys out there who don't want to go to school, who are out here being a menace to society, doing all kinds of foolishness, hanging out in the streets, hanging out in the projects, hanging out with, doing all kinds of random things. They now can say, wow, I ain't got to do shit. I don't have to be an upstanding citizen. I don't have to tell the truth. I don't have to be a good person. I could bring chaos. I can bring chaos. I can surround myself with shooters. I can uphold a street code. And I'm going to get a woman like Monica waiting for me. Do you understand how dangerous that is as a message? Because anybody who's going to prison for life should definitely know nobody's waiting for you. Because if more and more people get that message, a lot more and more young people be like, oh, I don't want to go to prison for life. Because if I go, nobody's going to wait for me. Women have a lot of power. You know, I told you guys that one time in Liberia when the men were acting a fool and being very violent. So the ladies were like, okay, if y'all not going to stop being violent, we're not going to have sex with you. They thought the ladies were playing, right? The ladies truly, I think they stopped having sex for a whole year. When I tell you these men got their acts in order because they wanted the punani. So it goes to show you, right? If you are a convict, if you're an inmate, you're a felon, and you feel like you can still come home and get with a celebrity, Jesus. You can be like Kenneth Petty and end up like with Nicki Minaj. You don't have to work. You can go straight from prison to being with Nicki Minaj. You can go straight from prison to being with Monica. Why should you try? Why should you try? Why should you try? What's the end? Because a lot of the things that men do, right? Y'all listen to me. We're having a real conversation. A lot of the things that men do is because they want access to the kitty cat, right? The reason why men go to school, the reason why men put muscles on, they go to the gym, they go to school, they make money, they have nice cars, they put money. The reason why men do what they do is for nothing more than sex. I hope y'all know this, right? If sex wasn't in it, hey Bola, what's up, Bola? Did you get your stuff, Bola? You got your palette? If sex wasn't in it, most men wouldn't be doing it. Okay? Sex is a great incentive for men. And that's why women should not be out here giving out sex super, super fast. Because if you give out the most important incentive right away, what are they going to come back for? Hmm? And the same thing goes for a business, right? If you have a business and you're always doing 50% off, 60% off, 70% off, 80%, why would they ever pay full price? They'll just wait for the sale. They'll just wait for the sale. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, right? But I do believe that in America, in Black America, Black women in America have a tendency of giving the sex way too fast, way too soon, and to some of the most undeserving people in the universe. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a big fan of the Kardashians. If you know me, you know this. I know I'm not a big fan. I'm not even impressed. But, I'm honest. I am honest. And my honesty allows me to respect how they manage their vagina. You see, you don't get to be around them. You don't get to claim them. You don't get to impregnate them until you have about 8, 9, 10 zeros in your bank account. Like to the Kardashians, you know what I mean? To the Kardashians, it's not just about them finding you attractive. They don't really care about that too much. It's not about them finding you attractive. Oh, he's funny. He got a sense of humor. No. To the Kardashians, who do other men say you are? So they want to go for the guy that most men are impressed by. And that's what Kevin Samuel talks about when he defines what a high value man is, right? A high value man is not just the fact that he makes six figures. One of the tenets of being a high value man is the fact that other men who are also high value say that you're high value. It means other people have to vouch for you. You have to be part of some honor society. Like you have to be part of a very prestigious brotherhood, right? And that's what the Kardashians go for. And you have to respect that. Because the way they manage their vagina and who gets access to the vagina, who gets access to the house, who gets access to the family pictures, it's very, very strict. They treat their vagina like it's Harvard. Admission to their vagina is like applying to Harvard. It's like applying to Stanford. It's very strict. It's very competitive. And it's not based on emotion. It's based on stats. What's your net worth? When was the last time you had a number one hit? When was the last time you had a number one album? How many people can you pack in an auditorium? What is your net worth? Who are you friends with? Can you call Jay-Z and get him on the phone? Can you get him? Can you call the president? Like these girls they have very, very, very high standards before you are admitted into the vagina. And then if you want them to have your children, the price goes up. That's why Kanye was never going to have children with Tiger. Who is he? Who is he? Compare Tiger to Travis Scott. Girl. You see what I mean? But it's like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I'm Black too. So if I disrespect Black people, I disrespect myself. So I am very Black. Okay. Plus, I'm from Africa. So I'm the most Black out here. But my thing is, though, notice how in America, Black women, who is with Kim, right? Notice how, right? Notice how, right? Notice how Black America, for example, right? Notice how Black America, for example, will do what? Notice how Black America, for example, Black women in America, for example, will quickly give access to their privacy, right? To some people who are some of like the lowest denominators of people that you will ever meet, right? And it's like, that doesn't make any sense, right? That doesn't make any sense. And it's like, why doesn't that make any sense? Because it's like, you should not be out here just giving it to just anybody. Because you look at Monica and everything she has accomplished, and even at the age of 40, right? Assuming she truly loves him, whatever that's supposed to mean, right? Assuming she truly loves him, whatever love is supposed to mean, though. But when you're 40 years old, your definition, when you're 40, if you're a 40-year-old woman, right? Oh, I don't think she's with Pete Davidson. I don't think she's with him. I just that's just for pictures. They just like to mess with people like that. He's not her type. He's too broke for her. But when you are someone like Monica, for example, right? When you look, for example, to what was I gonna say? When you look to what you have, your career, your money, your reputation, your beauty, the fact that after even having 3 kids, right, she kept her body's very beautiful. You look at your accomplishments, you look at your net worth. 40 years old now, you're 40, you have children, you've accomplished a lot of great things. And as you look to your future, you have to think about, what does love mean to me at 40? Right? Because what a 40-year-old woman needs at the age of 40, when she has accomplished so much, right? Versus what you would when you were 15 or 25 or 35, it's very different. Because for now you're like, what is love at 40? It's partnership, right? It's respect, it's honesty, it's traveling, right? It's making sure we can get these kids to college and getting these kids to be good people, right? It's companionship, it's about being there for each other. So when you define love like that, and you look at somebody who's in prison for life, he can't provide any of those. So how can you say you love him? Am I making sense, you guys? Am I making sense? Because you have to be able to, like, just like it's a job and like somebody's applying for a job, right? Like, it's a job description. So it's like, what does it mean? Right? What does it mean? What does it mean for someone to say, I'm in love with this guy, or this guy loves me, or this guy holds me down? Like, what does it mean to hold down a woman at 40 who has everything? Right? How exactly are you holding her down? Does my question make sense? Right? Just like if you're in your 30s, like, okay, I'm 30 years old now. How would you define love? Like, how would you define somebody loving you? Like, with a partner, if you had like a man or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? How would you define love at 30? How would you define love at 25? What does it mean to love you? Like, what are the things that somebody's supposed to do that makes you feel loved? It can't be a collect call from prison. Because if all you want is somebody to call you on the phone and tell you a bunch of bullshit, you can find a whole lot of men who are free who can do that, right? But I would definitely say at 40, right, one of the main requirements for feeling loved and feeling like somebody holds you down is accessibility. You need to be here. It's proximity. You need to be here. You need to be present. You need to like be part of my life. You need to be here. Somebody cannot be here for you if they're locked up for life. So this ain't love. It's some weird trauma bonding. It's some weird dependency stuff. It is not love. Do you know what I'm saying? And you also got to sit down and even like, the way I love you, or the way I'm required to love you, or the way I would want you to love me at 40, especially if I have children, especially if I have a daughter, it can't go against what I would teach my daughter. It can't go against what I would want for my daughter. Monica has a beautiful daughter. Would she really want this princess to wait by the phone for the rest of her life for a man who's never coming home? Or would she rather have baby girl go out there, meet people, and find someone who is available for her in terms of his time? Like, he don't belong to the U.S. government. Okay? His mind is available for her. The heart is available for her. His time is available for her. His space is available for her. Availability. Would you want your daughter to look at this and be like, wow, I can't wait to be like mommy one day and find me a convict? Because our children are looking at us. They're looking at us. Or do you show your daughters like, yes, sometimes we love people, but it doesn't work out. But guess what? If you give yourself something else to love, if you give your heart something else to love, your heart will learn to love it. There's nothing that special about Corey Miller that you cannot find in hundreds of thousands of other black men. Especially if you don't need them to work, you can find a whole lot of people. Especially if you don't mind being head of household, you can find a whole lot of people. There are so many other men out there who are available spiritually, mentally, physically, financially, emotionally. There are so many different type of dudes out here. So why would you punish yourself and call that love? You know what I mean? Why would you punish yourself? Why would you broadcast to the world, I'm a rich, successful, beautiful black woman at 40 with 3 gorgeous children, but I'm going to willingly take myself off the market and I'm going to attach my brand to a person who is convicted of murder of a 16-year-old who is never coming home. Who like her thought process, like in her mind, like I want to know the mechanics of her brain. How does that make sense to you as an individual? And who are these friends and people, entourage that surround you that allow you to think that it's okay for you to carry yourself like that? And it's okay for you to be so immature and so much, I don't know, deleterious, is that the word? Like you are completely deleterious in your mindset. Like your thinking process is completely obstruct. Like there's obstruction of intelligence in her head. It is not possible. You're making a fool out of yourself. When he was free, he wasn't thinking about you. When he was in the, I don't even think he was thinking about you until thinking about you became beneficial. Because I'm sure he used up a lot of people, a lot of favors, and you that he said, oh, who else can we call? Oh, call Monica. Call Monica. Let's make her feel special. Be very, very careful of people who only call you when they're in trouble. And they try to make it, oh, yeah, I thought I knew you would do this for me. I knew you would never let me down. What's that supposed to mean? I look like an idiot? Am I boo boo the fool? Be very careful with people who never call you when times are good. They don't call you to pop champagne. Be very careful with people who don't call you when they free and about, run the streets, like, hey girl, want to catch a rag. Be very careful of people who were free to marry you and chose not to marry you. Okay? Be very careful of people like that. I had a friend, he made a whole bunch of money. He never called me once. Then he lost it all, got arrested, all kinds of said, oh, Marlene, can you send me some money? I said, friend, you never gave me money though. Why didn't you call me when you was, it was stolen money, but still, you could have called me nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? You sure didn't call me when you stole all the money, when you stole all the millions. You didn't call me. But now you want me to send you a Western Union. Friend, I don't have it, friend. I don't have it. You see, you gave me some money. Maybe I would have saved some money for you, but I don't have it, friend. Be very careful with people who only call you when they're down. Yeah, I mean, be very careful. Be very, very careful, right? Because it doesn't work like that. You understand me? So you got to think about that part. You got to think about that part. You got to think about that part. Like I feel like a lot of people are very, very, very careless, right? A lot of people are very careless when it comes to what's it called? They're very careless when it comes to how they manage their social media, how they manage their reputation, right? How they manage how they're being perceived. A lot of people are very reckless. They are very reckless. And you don't want to be that kind of reckless. You hear me? You don't want to be that kind of reckless. Because this is not what love is. That all this rant, I talked for almost 3 hours. But I hope I made some sense though. But that's not what love is. That's not what love is. And if you are a black woman and you're in something similar to Monica, okay, just like they do in the church, I want you to know Jesus loves you for real, for real. And I want you to know that if you want to break that soul tie, God can help you. You know what I mean? Maybe you never heard that this was toxic, because maybe that's all you know. You know, and somehow you stumbled on this video and now it got you thinking. You know what I'm saying? But I truly hope that like this video speaks to you and that you recognize that this is not love. It's some weird dependency stuff. It's some weird trauma bonding. People who only love you when they have no other choice but to love you to survive don't love you. They are protecting their interest. And you have to be honest enough with yourself to say, if this person was free, would I truly be his first choice? If this person was free, if this had never happened, would this person even think of me? Would this person even remember my birthday? Absolutely not. They would not. They would not. But today, they are stuck. They're put in a corner. They're watching their days go by. They have to wrestle with the truth, and the truth is not good at all. It is not in their favor, right? So what do they have to do? They have to prey on gullible black women and tell them lies. And the thing about it too, especially for Monica, because I'm sure she talks to him on the phone a lot, right? So the more you talk to somebody, the more they talk to you every day and every day, it's a lot easier for them to continue to control you. And once they're done talking to you, say, oh, call my cousin, call my friends. So they want you to call more and more people who are going to be like, oh, yeah, you know, he loves you. Girl, you know, he's always asking about you. Girl, but all that stuff is part of the scam. Have you ever watched the love scams on the internet? Have you ever watched how people get scammed through the email? How they get into these weird relationships with weird people? They talk to those people every day. Those scammers will call them every day. I watched that yesterday too. This dude was from the Ivory Coast. He stole some guy's picture. Yeah, from my country. He stole some guy's picture on Facebook. Some white guy with blue eyes. He stole the man's picture, created a fake Facebook account, started like, you know, doing bird calls out there. And so he caught this white woman. She got married at 17. You guys, it's very sad. The lady got married at 17. She was very young when she got married. I think she's been married for like 20, I don't know, something crazy. But for the past 17 years, the lady had not had sex with the husband in 17 years. So she was at a very low point. She's very insecure. She has low self-esteem. She has abandonment issues. The husband's not checking for her. The husband don't care for her. She doesn't get no attention from men. Nobody looks at her. So for her to have this profile, this picture of this white guy with blue eyes who looks rich, talk to her, she lost it. So then he says to her, oh, I'm stuck in the Ivory Coast. I would love to come to you, but I'm stuck here. I need some money. And every week he's asking for money. But the guy calls her every day. He applies pressure, pressure, pressure. So he was like, yeah, so far he got 7,000 euros out of her. So that's almost like $8,000, like something like that. So far he got about like $8,000 out of the white woman. And he was like, if I keep going like this, I might be able to get 17,000 euros. So he knows he can suck her up for like, you know, another like, you know, he's like, you know, $10,000 more. He knows he can. Because of how desperate she is. How lonely she is. He knows she has low self-esteem. He knows all her secrets. She don't even know this dude. She just saw a profile on that Facebook, y'all. She don't told this little boy all her business. He knows all her secrets. He knows all her dark secrets, her light secrets, her in-between secrets. He knows everything about her. And it goes to show you how vulnerable You know what I mean? It goes to show you how vulnerable women are. That's all women, not just black women. There it goes to show you how vulnerable we are as women. It goes to show you how easy targets we are. Because we go based off of what we hear. Like she was on the phone because he was asking her for money. She's like, promise you love me. Like she was begging a random person to tell her he loved her. Like, promise this is real. Promise that you want to be with me. He's like, yes, of course. I love you. He was like, and so he told the journalist, he was like, by nature, I'm a sensitive guy. I love women by nature. So I'm like, what the heck? What the heck? You know what I mean? And this is why. This is really why. This is why. I'm gonna be honest. This is why, as women, but especially as black women, we have to be a lot nicer to each other, right? We have to be a bit more friendly with each other. We have to be more supportive with each other. We have to be a bit more understanding. Even if we don't agree with a sister's choice, you should tell her, sis, I don't agree with your choice. I love you though, but I don't agree. Right. And then based on people's temperament, you have to encourage them. You don't give, it's not, you don't always give tough love right away because some people are very sensitive like that. And if you do, they're going to shut down and be scammed even more. So you have to read people's temperament to decide how you going to move with them, right? But we really have to talk about these things. Like me, like I said, I love Monica. I'm not going to sit here and insult her like that. I've always thought she was beautiful. I've always looked up to her. You know what I mean? And that's why it hurts me so much because I'm like, you're being scammed. You're being scammed. Like Shannon might not have been the best husband. He might not have been the most faithful husband, but at least he stepped up and made you a wife. He stepped up. Like when has Corey Miller ever felt a sense of obligation or duty towards you? Now he's crying he loves you behind bars. What else will he do? You're the most famous woman he knows. And right now, because his brother don't want to help him financially, so it's like, who else has that kind of money but you? Like, let's think about it for what it is. She has like 4, 5, 6 million followers. She's friends with a lot of famous people. She's friends with Kim Kardashian. She gets to the blogs. Her music trends. She's still relevant. You think if Monica had fell off, you think if Monica had not been able to keep herself and keep her image, you think this dude would be claiming her from the prison house? He gains more from being attached to her than she does being attached to him. Can his name open doors for her? Can his name get her a gig in Vegas? Can he get her a record deal? Did he help her to get on Versus? Can he get her to the MTV Awards? What doors can his name open for her? Where can she go and be like, oh, I'm Corey Miller sent me, and they're going to open the doors? Where? 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 Where does his name hold any weight? He, like, the U.S. government tells him when to go to bed. Like, what can he do for anybody? What can he do for anybody? If it wasn't for her, his name will be forgotten. People will be like, oh, who? What? What happened? And that's a shameful thing. That's a shameful thing. Men who hide behind females to keep their legacy or to keep their name alive. That's pathetic. That's not a man. That's not a man. Because you should be out here fighting for your woman. She'd be like, yeah, my husband is so-and-so. Like, no, you're like, my woman is so-and-so. Aren't you not embarrassed? Are you not embarrassed? Are you not embarrassed? You got men out here in prison. Girls be spending thousands of dollars between the J-Pal, the J Write Me, the J Collect Calls. These girls spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, not even including the time spent waiting on their phone call to talk about nothing. What can you possibly talk about? You're in prison. Like, what changes about your daily life? Like, nothing. But they're going to send you flowers. The hell? Oh, look. What's his name? Fugazi. I don't know. That girl, she looks like Lotto. I forgot her name. She's really cute, though. She was nice. I texted her. She responded. What's her name? She looks like Lotto. She is on Hip Hop Atlanta. She's super like Rennie Rucci. Is that her name? Rennie Rucci. That pretty girl like this. You see how pretty she is? Her too. She's waiting for an inmate. I'm like, but why? But why? But why? But why? Please tell me why. I'm like, me, Marlene, if I look like this, I'll be up in these streets, y'all. I'll try to get me a billionaire. You're in prison. You're on timeout. Like, I mean, I don't know. I feel bad for you, boo, but that's it. And I'm like, all these girls spend thousands, like the time. Time is so precious, y'all. And I felt like that's why I'm like, black women don't value their lives because time is so precious. You never get all this time back. You're going to sit here for years waiting on somebody instead of living your life. Oh, that's good, Jenny. You going to sit here for years, wait for someone with your fine self instead of living your life and seeing what's out there for you. He chose what was out there for him. He chose prison. Somebody, I mean, he's in timeout. She's very pretty, Renny Rucci. Very, very pretty girl. And she's like 22, 23. I'm like, why are you waiting for him? I can, if you're 50, like if you're 65, 70, and you want to wait for somebody, well, you're a granny anyways. Like, what you gonna do? You might as well wait. But you're like at your prime years as a girl. Like the best years of your life is like your 20s, 25, whatever. You are the best time of your life. Like, look at Lori Harvey. You think Lori Harvey would be waiting for somebody in the jailhouse, in the prison, over Marjorie Harvey's dead body? You think Marjorie Harvey gonna let her daughter wait for some inmate from D block, whatever, 005566? Huh? You think Marjorie Harvey is gonna want her number to be in the system? You have a call from inmate at Marjorie Harvey, God forbid, over her dead body. And her daughter knows not to bring that mess to her mother. What the freak? I worked this hard so that your stepfather can be worth $150 million. And you gonna bring me somebody. We have to send him money. He don't send us money. No. Marjorie Harvey would not stand for that. And you gotta act like Marjorie Harvey is your mother. If you're young and you're out there and you're dating, you'll be like, will Mama Marjorie approve of this? And if it's no, then it's a no for me also. Okay? It's a no. You think Marjorie Harvey will sit here and people swear, oh, because she's like, it's not just because she's light skinned. Like her mom raised her a certain way. You're beautiful. Don't let no man waste your time. Either he steps up or he gets out the way. Period. You step up or you get out my way. Don't come over here and distract me. Like, what are you going to do with flowers from an inmate? I need you to be here. I don't need your flowers. Can you, like, you 22, 23. You beautiful like this. You can't even go to the restaurant. Like, what you gonna do? You gonna call him you gonna wait for him to call you on JPal, and then you gonna pretend like he's with you in the restaurant? Like, are you kidding me right now? You're 22, you're 23, you're 20. There are so many eligible young guys out there. Go live your life. And oh well, you weren't there to pick up his phone. He needs to go play nice with his prison buddies. You're like, you are in two different worlds. He's in prison. You are free. Why should you live a prison sentence when you didn't do nothing? I didn't do anything, so I can enjoy my freedom. You go play nice with your prison buddies. Be nice with them. Go share blocks. Go share Legos with these people. I don't know, whatever y'all do in prison. Go, I don't know, go get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you want me to do for you? They buy these girls flowers. Like, okay, how much money is she spending on your collect calls? What is she gonna do with your flowers? You know what I'm saying? Are you paying the rent from the prison? No, he not. Doing the very basic. They gonna do dance challenges and go on my TikTok real quick. Is this a joke? Like, are we really doing this? Can you imagine? You're a grown woman, like you're working, you're paying bills, you look good, you smell good, your house is nice, and somebody is in prison telling you to go watch his videos on TikTok? Huh? Meanwhile, his friends are out here buying properties and investing in real estate. They're going back to school for their second masters. They're getting promotions. They're getting nominated. They're looking good in their... Whoa. I'm supposed... What? Me, Marlene. Even that pretty girl too. The guy who got arrested recently because he chose to go on Vlad TV. He went on Vlad TV and he started running his mouth, y'all. He's from New York. The dark-skinned guy. He is dark-skinned. He's always with Fabulous. I can see his face, but I forgot his name. And he went on Vlad TV and they picked him up. The feds picked him up. What's his name? His girl's light skin like that. Like, oh my gosh. Me, Marlene. Hey, they lock you up. I'm gone. I'm not waiting for you. Idiot. Like, who sent you to go to Vlad TV and run your mouth? He went to Vlad TV, you guys. Nobody asked him. Nobody asked him for nothing. He sat there on Vlad TV. They act like they don't know that Vlad is the feds. Like, he sat there on Vlad TV and He was telling Vlad about the crimes he was doing when he was locked up the first time. Casanova, yes, K, me, Marlene, go. You wake up unprovoked. You wake up unprovoked. You go to Vlad TV for free. Vlad does not even pay these people. You woke up that day and said, let me fuck up my life. Okay, then fuck up your life and shall be. Boom, boom. Okay. Vlad is the feds. He woke up that morning unprovoked. He went to do a Vlad TV interview for free. For free. Then he's trying to be cool like they always do. They talk too damn much. And these are people who go, oh, I'm a gangster. I went to prison. They talked. If you really a gangster like that, you shouldn't even do interviews for Vlad. Yes, girl, that's what happened, Kay. He went on the Vlad interview and then I remember because it's on YouTube. You can watch it. That he was talking about the crimes that he was doing while he was locked up the first time. And I think at that time he's also on parole or something like that. So they're like, oh, shoot. Well, let's lock him up again. So the feds caught the Vlad interview. These people swear like law enforcement is not on social media also. Like, it's so confusing to me. They be running their mouth, talking too damn much. Too damn much. Like, they don't know. Like, you don't think they have internet in law enforcement offices? So the people watched the video. He told on himself. He said what he was doing in the prison, how he was doing it in the prison. It's, oh, bet. And I think he was still out on parole. Bet. They rolled up an indictment. And I think he was mixed up with some other stuff too. So it was perfect to apply pressure on him. Me, Marlene. You wake up and you decide that you want to go back to prison, I will let you go in peace. But wait for you, that ain't happening. I play the game. Oh, I'm going to miss you, Daddy. Yes, Daddy, I sure will miss you. Got it. Like, look at me. I barely moved with my husband to Virginia. Okay. I'm in New Orleans. He's in Virginia. Okay. I could barely move because of my business. Imagine you getting locked up. Oh, you're in for a crazy surprise. You're going to really wonder if I loved you. I do love you, but not that much. I didn't send you. I didn't send you. And the thing is, like, you did this for free. Like, he didn't even pay you. And you look at Casanova. I don't know if that's his wife or girlfriend. I don't know what she is, but the girl he's with and he has the children with, she is very pretty. She is very pretty. And I'm like, so I'm sorry here, sis. You're gonna wait for him? I know you're lying. Me, Marlene, I would change everything under my name. I sure would change everything under my name. And I sure will get me another man. I probably will go white this time. Like, let me try something different. Let me get me a white husband. Yes, girl. You listen, you've made your choice. She is too young. She is too young. She is too beautiful to wait for him. Because guess what? Even if he comes back out, he gonna do it again. What, like this? Like, I'm so sorry. You cannot be married to be with somebody, and every 3 years he has to go to prison for 7 years. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't have that much time. I don't have that much time. And as a woman, you don't have that much time. So, yeah, he was good to me. And yeah, I liked him, but he don't want to keep his mouth shut. So I got to move on, because he can't give you stability. Okay, nobody asked him. Y'all need to look up Marjorie Harvey. She let them dudes rot in prison. She don't care. It's not her problem. Marjorie Harvey does not care. I don't want her to be mad at me, so I'm not going to talk about her too much. She let them 2 people rot in the prison. That's not her business. That is not her business. One of the men came out recently. She's like, oh, I don't know him. I do not know this person. I don't know this person. You don't wait for people like that. You know what I'm saying? Because if their shoe was on the other foot, they would not wait for you. You didn't watch Empire on Fox? Okay. Lucius moved on. He let Cookie rot in prison for 16 years. And when she was coming out of prison, he was getting ready to marry that girl because he had moved on with his life. He had moved on. A man's going to move on so quickly. But the woman wants to hold on, be loyal, be a ride or die. Be loyal to yourself. Protect your own interests, your heart, your mind, your youth, your good days. Be loyal to yourself. Protect your own interests. If he loves you enough and he don't want to lose you, he'll make sure to not break the law. He'll make sure to snitch and come home to you. I don't care what you do, but you better know this. If they clink, 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 I'm not waiting. I'm not waiting by the phone. I got plus I do my lives last like for 3 hours. Like, do you think I have time to for you to call my mess up my YouTube channel? Like I'm doing a live and you're calling me? No, I'll talk to you. I don't know, but it is what like I have a life. I have a life. I don't see how I'm gonna like, I don't see how I'm gonna, change my life like that just to please you. Like, I don't see how that's supposed to work. I really don't see how that's supposed to work. Does that make sense? So it's like you really, really have to think about things like that, right? You have to think about things like that. So it's like if it's not beneficial to you, then it's like, I don't know. I do not know. But it's very yeah, she said my best friend and my cousin were dating and my cousin went to prison for 6 years. When my cousin finally came home, surprise, my best friend had given birth to a little boy. Well, duh. Yes, you should definitely think of Marjorie. Like, you should have Marjorie Harvey in your head as your other mom. Because Marjorie, she's not about emotions, she's about practical stuff. She knows the kind of life she wants. She knows who she wants to be. She knows what kind of friends she wants. Like, she knows what she wants. And she does not feel bad about wanting what she wants because you only have one life. And so Marjorie Harvey, she lives life for her. She makes herself a priority. And that's very shocking to Black people, but it's the truth. And when you live life like that, you're going to win out here in these streets, right? Oh, Chloe, please. They're not even going to, the men not even going to, there are girls who just, did I tell y'all last time when I tell you about this guy I used to like and he told me that dumb story and I was done with him then and there, that the girl he was dating, she was a nurse and she had to go out for training for a week. I think it was just like a week or two. It wasn't even that long. And he said to her that while she's out there training, he's going to have another girl come by the crib. And so homegirl had the bright idea to go buy groceries and to stock up his refrigerator. I said, excuse me? Excuse me? And it was that day I was so disgusted by him. Because I'm like, this dude has no respect for women whatsoever. He has no regards. Like, it's one thing, even if you're going to cheat, do you have to tell her? And you gladly take her food. You gladly let her go grocery shopping for you when you know dang well you don't care about that girl. And now here we are. Years later, he's messing with escorts. I'm like, I'm not surprised. Because he ain't got no respect for women. He ain't got no respect. You see what I mean? He ain't got no, like, even when the girl, the wife found out, she's like, oh, I can't tell nobody. Yeah, you can't tell nobody, but you ain't got to stay also. I'd be damned. Me, money, you gonna get escorts on my Black ass for 2 years. I don't care how good you look. I sure will cry. But I'm going to get over it. Because the heart, you give your heart something to love, it will learn to love again. Okay? A heartbreak is no different than a wound. It heals itself. Okay? It heals itself. You're not going to have a wound from when you were 6 years old and now you're 36. That thing's still open 30 years later. It impossible. Okay? The body knows how to heal itself. A wound knows how to close itself because God put all that stuff in there. It does it automatically. You're not going to cry of a broken heart for 25,000 years. It is not possible. One day you're going to stop crying because you're going to get tired of crying because your head's going to hurt. You're going to stop crying. I know that's right. And then you're going to go out there and see what's out there. And then you're going to move on. And you're going to look at it like, oh, it doesn't hurt as much as it used to. And then one day you're going to completely forget what that pain is. Okay? You don't move on because you chose not to move on. You haven't let that boy go because you don't want to let that boy go. Okay? But otherwise, you can. It had never been that deep. It had never been that deep. Me, I was dating somebody. He got somebody pregnant. I cried. Yo, I cried so much I had seizures. Then one time, I think he wanted me to come over. I didn't come over. So he came to my house and then he hit me. I said, bitch, your mama. Don't ever hit me again. I was done that day. Oh, girl, I was done so quick. I was done so quick. And then I found my Jimmy and here I am. You think I'm mad? No, I'm glad. Thank you, Jesus. You saved me. Okay? So you recognize that a broken heart ain't no different than an open wound. You're going to heal from it. Yes, it hurts. When you hurt yourself, it hurts at first. But I'm saying with time, if you give it time, it gets better. And eventually you forget about it. There are other people out there. There are other people. That's why I'm like, it's so pathetic for someone like Monica. Monica can travel, y'all. Like, we might not be able to do things Monica can get over a heartache way quicker than the rest of us because she got money. Okay? She can travel. She can go to nice restaurants. She can travel first class. Like she can be exposed to some of like the richest black men in America if she wanted to. She don't want to because she want to be hood so bad because she worried about the project, the project chick. You 40 years old. You 40 years old and you want to be known as a hood chick, a hood rat, a project chick. Like, are you not embarrassed? Are you not embarrassed? Like if somebody like Lotto, is even City Girls, even I'm like, look at Young Miami compared to Monica. Monica not even from the ghetto like that. Monica not even from the hood like that. She just perpetrating, okay? Like when you look at Carisha, Carisha really grew up with nothing. Like Carisha really is from like the hood, the project. Like your mama and your daddy in prison, okay? Carisha has like nothing. Her mom was locked up. She had to take care of her siblings. And she made bad decisions with men or whatever, right? Because they're all suspect, right? But it's like now that she's seeing that she has a chance with the Puff Daddy, with the Diddy, okay? She be wearing gowns and stuff like that. Like you look at Carisha, that's your little sister. And she's trying to go for the biggest sugar daddy in the game, okay? Exactly. And Monica's like, oh no, let me commit career suicide. Let me do image. I'm like, are you insane? Are you insane? Even Carisha not even trying to be down by a prison maid. Like, what the heck? Carisha trying to be corporate. Carisha's trying to get that J-Lo special, like, for her career. Okay? Every time she's around Diddy, she wears gowns. And you, Monica, you trying to go to the prison where they make you squat and they look up your anus to see if you don't have contrabands in your booty hole. Like, are you serious right now? Are you serious? Like, is she really serious? No, Monica is lost. Like, she's so goofy to me. Like, she is so goofy to me. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's how you get people to lose respect for you. So all your friends, you got Lala. Even if Lala is divorced now, she's divorced from Carmelo Anthony, right? Kim might be going through divorce, but she divorcing Kanye West. Like all your friends, like, Sierra, she might have had a bad relationship with Future, but now she's with freaking Russell Wilson. Russell has a $180 million contract. Like all your friends, whether they married or divorced, they like the people they were married to or getting divorced from, these people are solid. And here you are. When you come around your girlfriends, you talk about your prison chronicles. And oh yeah, so Corey called me last night from the prison. Me, I would be so embarrassed. I would be so embarrassed, you guys. I would be so embarrassed. What? No. Oh. Lala gonna talk about, Mello was with Michael Jordan yesterday and they were working on the new shoe for Air Jordan. Oh yes, Kanye told me he has a new concert out for Donda. And here you are. Oh, Corey is still trying to see if the prosecutor can let him out, instead of him doing life in prison. Huh? Me, Marlene, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. If all my friends, if you like, all your friends can brag on their exes. All your friends can brag on their exes. My ex-husband this, my ex-husband that, my new husband this. And you gonna come with the prison chronicles? The JP Hood Diaries? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Eve went from the strip club and Eve had a sex tape. Y'all must not remember this. Eve had a sex tape with Stevie J. Eve went from the strip club, a toxic relationship with Stevie J, a sex tape with Stevie J, to now she's carrying the child of a billionaire, a whole billionaire, baby. She lives in London, baby. What is you talking about? What are you talking about? You look at Kimora Lee Simmons. All her baby daddies are rich people. Kimora don't give children to no broke ass dude. Kimora Lee, all her baby daddies are rich folks, man. What is this? And you all come and talk about, oh, I'm in love with Corey Miller, the inmate, the C murder, the who? The who? Is that a character from Sesame Street? Sounds violent to me. Okay, Big Elmo looking ass. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't know. No. Yeah, Eva's pregnant. Her belly's so big now. Are you kidding me? Even Meghan Markle, a nobody. She was out here trying to be an influencer, doing weird things on YouTube and Instagram. Meghan Markle was out here trying to make it. Even Meghan Markle, she finessed. She finessed her way into Buckingham Palace. It doesn't matter if he has money or not. We don't care because she does not need his money. We're not just talking about the money of the C murder. We don't care about what money he got. Like what money he got. Whatever he got, Monica probably has that in her closet with the furs that she got in the closet. It's not about that. We're talking about legacy. We're talking about prestige. We're talking about resume. We're talking about your significance. Like, what is your relevance to today's culture? How are you moving the culture? How are you impacting the world? You ain't doing that from the prison for murder of a 16-year-old. Who wants to be attached to that? Who? Who in their right mind wants to be attached to that? They're dating rich men. Rich. $1 million doesn't make you rich. It might make you even functioning. It might make you functioning. Yes, Shauna, she was here, Shauna. Meghan Markle has YouTube videos. Have you ever seen them? You could even find her old Instagram page. Girl, she was out here doing all kinds of weird stuff. She was trying to be an actress. Girl, she wanted to make it. Okay. She went in front of Buckingham Palace, started manifesting, praying in tongues. Okay. She found her way around like some of the most elite guys of the London town. And somehow she finessed the prince. Talking about, oh, I didn't know who he was. Bitch, I wanted to smack her when she said that. You don't know who Prince Harry is? Shut up. Yes, you did. It was all intentional. I'm saying, like, so like, imagine who Monica could meet if she really wanted to meet somebody. Imagine who Monica could meet. Like, y'all, we have regular people money. Monica doesn't just have money. She has like a career. She has a name. She has reputation. She has access. Monica's like, it's like if you're Mary J. Blige, like, it's not just the fact that you have money. It's like your career, it's your status, it's your name, it's your aura, it's your catalog, it's your resume. Like, you can go places the rest of us don't even know exist. Like, oh, this is a place? Oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. They can go to restaurant. We don't even know. You know, there are restaurants out there you don't even know exist because we're too poor to go there. Like, there are restaurants. Have y'all ever seen those restaurants in LA? Unless somebody gives you a code, you can't even get in. Like, it looks like there's nothing. It looks like a wall, but it's not really a wall. Like, you have to walk up to a wall and give a code, and somehow the door opens, y'all. There are secret restaurants out there we don't even know about. They have, like, secret, ultra expensive lounges that we don't know because we ain't got that kind of money. Because you don't publicize those places. It's who you know. Like, you go there by recommendation, like the bougie places, like, you know what I'm saying? The kind of people Monica can meet. Jesus. And you gonna stop living your best life at 40 years old. You gonna stop having sex at 40 because he's in the prison. Or you gonna go meet him and have sex with him in the prison. You guys, I swear I cannot. I swear to God, I cannot do this. I could not see myself being a Grammy award-winning artist and get like and be set in a little room somewhere, and I'm gonna get smashed on prison mattress. I just, guys, I swear to y'all, I could not do it. Prison mattress. Can you imagine, like, if someone like Monica, like, maybe your mattress is like $20,000, like maybe your mattress is like $40,000, your whole bed is probably like $200 million. I don't know. And you gonna go get smashed in the prison house on the prison mattress, and there's a guard outside who only makes $30,000 a year, and he gonna have to hear you moan. I swear, it's nope. I can't do that kind of life. I don't have it in me. Nah. Brother man, I'll see you in another lifetime, and I hope in the next lifetime you make better choices. A prison mattress. A whole prison mattress. With the bed bugs. The bed bugs are also convicts. Convict music? What? Oh, I cannot. He gonna put you, girl, I swear, Shauna, I cannot do this. I will just die. I will kill myself. In the penitentiary. Can you imagine? Like, you 40 years old. So you're not gonna have sex for the rest of your life? Huh? At 40? For what? Like, I'm 36, so I'm 36 though. I'm like 3 years away. I'm about to be 37. Like, I'm only 3 years away from being 40. I can imagine. Like, what if I die at like 100? I'm not gonna have sex for the next 60 years. 60 years. Like, no, you guys, I swear, like sometimes I sit here and I think about these things. I'm like, is she dumb? You're not gonna have sex for the rest of your natural life, or he's gonna put you down for conjugal visits. You know what I mean? He's gonna what? Excuse me. They gonna put you. Oh gosh, y'all. No, this is some goofy shit. And I mean this with all the love I have for her. This is really goofy, and she needs to stop because it's not a good look. It's not cute. It's not giving. She thought she ate. No, and I think in her head, Hey, Abigail. I think in Monica's head, she really thinks that like it solidifies her as like a bona fide ride or die chick. I'm like, no, you are a bona fide. You're like your girl. That's really goofy behavior. That is truly, truly goofy behavior. You cannot have Young Miami trying to get with Diddy. Like Young Miami she really thinks she has a chance. Like she really thinks she could be the first black girl that Diddy's gonna date officially. Like she really thinks she's gonna be the first black girl that Diddy marries. Like she truly thinks she has a chance. More power to her. You know what I mean? More power to her. There's always some woman who thinks she can do what some people haven't done. But it's like, and you, Monica, instead of like being a standard, you're like going all the like you're going a whole you need to bust a U-turn, girl, because you're making a whole like this way you thinking, you gotta make a whole U-turn because that is just crazy to me. That is just so crazy to me. You know what I'm trying to say? Like that is just so crazy to me. I'm like, why? Why? Go find your forever like go find someone that you can be with. Let that go. There comes an age where you just have to take your L, count your losses, take your L, accept life for what it is, accept the cards that have been dealt, make the best out of the situation. Like, I love you, I got love for you, I'll hold you down, but I gotta go live my life. You know what I mean? You should see her. This guy named Jason. It's so pathetic. It is so pathetic. This guy named Jason is now the DA for New Orleans, right? Jason something. He's on Instagram. Like, she's always, always, always. Is the high waisted clothes?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Marlene, I saw the end of civilization today.
Really? How so?
It took me 45 minutes to check out the grocery store.
Why? People were panicking like that?
No milk. People were stocking up like it was the apocalypse. This road out here is the only road that's like clear. I parked on a
Wow.
glacier.
Baby, you always like to sound like you're doing something incredible. He parked on a glacier. James, this is not Antarctica. I parked on a
I
glacier.
had to park on an ice sheet.
You like to impress my ladies, don't you, James?
Hey, I'm just saying I parked on an ice sheet. That's
So
all.
what do you want him to do, Jimmy? You want him to clap for you?
Yeah,
Ladies, can you please clap for this black man? Their
just saying.
egos need to always be
I risked
stroked.
it all for
You
you
risked it
and your
all.
needs.
And my
Yeah,
knees. Oh
yeah,
Lord have the mercy.
yeah.
He risked it
Go
all.
ahead.
You parked on
Mm-hmm.
a glacier.
I did. I was slipping and sliding the whole way back
Jesus Christ,
for
Lord.
your needs.
Like he was slipping and sliding. That sounds like some Uncle Luke type of shit, though. You were slipping and sliding. They're clapping for you, James. Everybody's clapping for you.
I'm just letting
Abigail's
you know
clapping.
it was a
Jimmy,
struggle.
yeah, they say clap for Uncle. You're like, yes, go ahead,
I'm
black
saying it was
man.
a struggle. I
Oh,
almost didn't make it back.
thank you, black man.
Just telling you.
I know that's right.
So you're gonna be stuck here for a few days.
I'll be stuck here for a few
Yeah.
days. Oh, poor B. Sheba's clapping. Everybody's clapping. Sean is. They're all clapping for you, James.
My highway's still shut down.
Because you parked on the glacier. You would think Jimmy went out to
Marlene, why do you
Antarctica.
bring this New Orleans fuckery with you?
What's the new one's fucking read, Johnny?
People not being prepared for storms and craziness and apocalyptic events.
Oh,
This is
I.
you. Yeah.
I
You're an
was
influence on. Yeah. We gotta get you out of here. This is bad.
you are stupid. He said, well, hopefully I have this influence.
I
Like,
left New Orleans to leave this. You know that?
well,
I want to be in
hopefully,
civilization.
I can bring this on my competition. Let me pray that I bring the structure to my competition.
There's people that haven't had power since yesterday morning.
Mm mm mm
9
mm mm
a.m. in this.
mm mm mm. We're gonna be all right, Daddy, because you're here. You're gonna risk it all.
Not again. I got my provisions.
Oh, not again.
Yeah, not again.
Oh, you just risked it all one time.
Yeah, one time. I'm
Oh,
not going out for a few days. I got my wine. I'm good.
you got your wine. You're good.
Yeah.
No, okay, good. That sounds great.
Yep.
Well, we are glad.
Yep. I'm good till what's today?
Mm.
Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Daddy, would you wait for me if I was locked up in life? If I was serving life in the penitentiary?
No.
You wouldn't wait?
No.
Really? We're about to be 40 though. Like, it's not
Why?
that
That's
bad.
the rest of my life. What do you mean?
But
You're asking me would I give up sex for you? Pretty much. For the rest of my life.
but you could get conjugal visits though because we're married.
No. That's not how it works in the United States.
Which
You
means
better get locked up in like Mexico or something. We could bribe people or something.
no, here they do give you conjugal
It depends
visits.
on what you do.
But okay, so I want to do something
If you
that
do
bad.
federal time, they're not giving you nothing.
No, I think you probably get the little smashing when you the
Marvin.
federal.
Marvin.
Mm.
No.
Federal prison, you
No.
don't get to
I'll
smash.
send you letters.
And what the letter's gonna say?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
You're not gonna say you miss me.
Yeah, sure, they can say that too.
Oh, then one day you gonna send me wedding pictures?
Yeah, I can send you those too.
I send a hit squad to come shoot up your wedding.
You don't have to worry about that. I ain't getting married again. So
Oh, but you be smashing,
yeah, I'll be smashing.
Daddy. I'm gonna send the ninjas to your house
We
to
don't even
start.
have to get divorced, you know? It's easy that way.
But that's why. But you're away from me in the spirit, but not in the flesh.
Spirit, not in the flesh. There you go.
Ah, well, Daddy. I guess that's fair because I probably do the same too. So this is why we both don't break the law, huh?
I was gonna say, were you thinking of committing any crimes? Anything I
No,
didn't know about?
I don't. I don't. I'm not built for that stuff. No, we're talking. I'm talking about the whole Monica situation. I'm like, she's 40 years old and declaring her love for somebody who's never making it home. So I'm like,
Yeah, well,
why not go? Like, so you're not going to try to go look for
she's
some?
confused.
She's
She's
confused.
been confused. So
But do you think because like do you think she always felt bad about being so gifted? So she's like she does like self-sabotage things?
maybe
You
that's
think
what
she
she is.
resents the
Chick
fact
from Atlanta that grew up however she grew up and has a mentality based on her experiences.
but
So
what experience could Monica possibly have though? She didn't come from like the deranged
Atlanta was bad when she was a little kid. So I mean, it was, she probably saw things and was exposed to stuff and violence and crime and things.
That's fine. But today she's 40 years old. She's
I
traveled the
understand that
world.
stuff changed. That
She's
stuff
made
changed too,
money.
Marlene.
Yeah, but all
Like New
the
Orleans, New Orleans. If you grew up in New Orleans, and you thought a lot of that stuff was normal. You wouldn't know any different.
no, that's fine. That's fine. But my thing is like when you start making money, you start to travel, you start to go places, you experience different cultures. Like Monica is also it's not like she just stayed in Atlanta all her life. She has other experiences too. But that's a choice too. That's a mentality that you hold on to.
No, this was how she was raised.
But no, because there are other things her mom put in her.
If I
She's
raised you to be that way and have that
but
mentality,
no mother
you might be
raised
seated
no.
nose
But
shoe.
that's the thing. Though, no mother raises her daughter to be that way. You choose.
But at your core, that's what she is.
No, but that's who you choose to
She
be.
just overshot her potential. I mean, there's a lot of women out there that would be perfectly happy in that situation.
What happened? In what situation?
It's just that she's able to sing and she's had a good career, so people ask, "Oh, why would she be that way?" But she's just, I guess that's always been her image is that she's a normal person.
So that's the thing. She wants people to think she's a normal person.
She obviously is. She dealing with normal people, or
But she's not dealing with normal people. She's dealing with people who break the law. Those are not normal people. Normal people tend to be law-abiding citizens.
I'm saying,
Because normal people are afraid. They don't want no problem because they can't afford it.
just saying.
See what I was like, oh, that's the way I was raised. But you're not raised
And
like
you
that.
knocked her off her feet, Marlene.
Child.
Marlene, in 2009, if I had done some terrible thing, you would have waited for me.
Don't
Because I
even
knocked
know.
you off your feet.
No.
Yes. I leave on that note. Yes.
No.
Yes, Marlene.
For the
Yes.
sake of your ego,
No,
you can leave on
yes.
that note.
No, Marlene.
But
you know
for
it's the truth.
oh
You
no,
would have
absolutely
waited for
not.
me.
No.
You would have waited for
You
me.
can James
would have
out
handled conjugal visits, and you would have
no.
waited for me.
No,
Yes.
James, no.
Yes.
No.
Because guess what? You were
No.
knocked off your feet.
What the knocked off my feet, but you can still get back up, Daddy. That's why
Maybe.
yeah, exactly.
You knocked her off her feet, Marlene. You remember that feeling? Yep. You remember.
What feeling?
Uh-huh.
What feeling?
It's in the pit of your tummy.
A pit of what tummy, James?
Your
The
tummy.
pit. What's the pit of my tummy is the hunger I'm feeling right now.
No.
I need food. I need some wine. But
You
you cannot.
lying.
Nobody can say to somebody, "Oh, because I swept you off your feet, you owe me the rest of your
Marlene,
natural
but the
life."
fact of the matter is they never had like a long term relationship.
So
So all
she's
that
the
stuff, she just thinks that's what it's gonna always be.
B
Right.
exactly because she
It's
never
not
got
real.
because she
But I'm
never
just
got to
saying.
explore it to
But
the
I'm just
end.
saying, if that had happened back then, you would have been conflicted too. Like, oh, I always wondered what would
Mm,
have happened. You would have if
no,
something happened to me. That's what I'm saying. Not
no.
in
But
all
the thing is, like the
seriousness.
thing, the thing is, and you got to be honest too, right? If you meet somebody for a week and it's a, oh, I caught a charge, I'm going. I mean, I guess I'll tell you bye bye, right? If you meet somebody for 6 months and they tell you, oh, I caught a charge, you're like, okay, what kind of charge did you get, right? If you meet somebody you know them for a year, they caught a charge, like the time you've known the person also plays into how much you're going to wait for someone. But you get to a place, if you only know somebody for a week, for 3 months, or for 6 months, and they're going to jail they're going to prison for murder, no, James.
What would you like to do? What you want me to say?
Because for me, like, to me, that's crazy. Murder of
Okay.
a 16-year-old.
Nobody said she was rational.
Well, then don't pay me out to be irrational too, James, because that's
Oh, he was
crazy.
irrationally in love with me for sure.
No, but I
Oh
was, but
yeah,
yeah, but
yeah,
with
you
somebody that was
were.
pursuing a math degree,
Yep.
not in the
Just
streets.
saying.
But because if you were out here beating up 16-year-old James, no, I fear God. You say you're saying if you want to. Exactly. It's like you saying, like, it's like me. So, oh, so if I was in the streets, like, oh yeah, James, I'm out here robbing the elderly. I said, oh Jimmy, I caught a case. Would you be like, oh yeah, I would take it off my feet, so I'll wait for you, Martin. If I was out here robbing the elderly, that's kind of sick.
Robbing the elderly.
Yeah, if I was robbing elderly people, or if I was harming like young people, would you find that to be
You gotta
normal?
pick up on people if that's the stuff they're into. You know.
Exactly. But that's like there's some stuff that's kind of weird. I have two younger siblings. If you're the kind of guy who can beat up 16, 17-year-olds, what would you have done to Kevin or Chris?
We don't.
Especially Kevin. Exactly. I'm not about to have you like put hands on my siblings. Because if you can do it to somebody else's brother, you might do it to my brother. Like, no. People are crazy. But it's like it's life. Now I can understand because I have friends who there
She's
has
probably still thinks he's gonna get out. So
well, good for her. But because I have friends whose husbands went to prison. I mean, like, I have friends whose husbands went to like immigration jail and they waited because they had like immigration issues. But like that's not like a violent crime.
what's food and wine upstairs?
Oh, okay, but I can get some wine, you know. But you saw what my other friend did, like choking his wife. Like you're not gonna wait for somebody that got 35 years for choking the wife and killing the wife with 4 kids.
So since it is his wife, what was he gonna
Exactly,
do?
like that's very scary.
Yeah, a little different.
And he didn't even apologize. Like he was like, "Oh, it's nothing." Like he tried to make it seem like he was innocent. Like it's only 2 adults in the house and 4 kids. The lady is dead by strangulation. How did she get strangled? And he strangled her. It's not even like, oh, he pushed her by mistake. She died. Like he literally what? But yeah, Jimmy did tell me. Jimmy was like, yeah, he did that. And I was like, no, he didn't, because I didn't want to believe that my friend could do something like that. Mm-hmm. Don't listen to James, Joe. He crazy. Mm-mm. No, there's level to this. Like I have a friend, like her husband went to
He did that shit. Guilty as fuck.
yeah, you told me I really was I had a hard time with it. I really thought I was like, no, maybe it's a mistake. But then it was like homicide by strangulation. I was like, she can't people can't strangle themselves. So how exactly was she strangled? And I was like, oh my gosh, he did it. That he like then I think once he realized I knew he was full of shit, then he was like our friendship became kind of weird. And I was like, well, then his cousin was like, oh Marlene, if you have to like if I had to like register with JPay and do all those things so I could talk to him. And I was like, I don't want my name in the system. I have a business. Like I don't want to be associated with that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, but I still love him though, but I don't love him enough to put my name in that. Because I'm like, what if one day I run for senator? You know what I mean? Like, what if one day I become somebody really, really famous? Like, oh, Marlene, you were having a conversation with somebody who strangled their wife. Like, no, I'm not doing that. So he called her, and then she called me. But I was like, I don't want my name in that system. I don't want to be on no JPay. I don't want to be on no prison pay. I don't want to be in the prison because, like, even when you write letters and stuff like that, like they take your stuff. Yo, I don't want no smoke. Like, I really don't want no smoke. I don't want no problems. Then that somehow it opens the door to the government spying on you. I mean, they already do, but still, like, I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want no problem. I don't want no issues, my people. Does that make sense, my people? So yeah, but ladies like you, we all have to be very careful. Like women have to be very, very careful, especially if you're by yourself, if you're single, if you've been single for a very long time. Maybe you've had like your father wasn't in your life. Maybe you didn't have that many successful relationships and things like that. Please be very, very careful. Please be very careful. Because we're meant to carry children, we are. We are I don't know, we are predisposed for falling in love, right? We are predisposed for being very nurturing. We are predisposed for caring a little bit too much about people. We are predisposed for trying to fix everybody. We are predisposed, like, we sacrifice because it's all that is tied into childbirth and stuff like that. So you kind of have to fight your own nature because your own nature sometimes can work against you. Okay. Your own nature, your biology can work against you. And you have to be very careful because men are very dangerous. Men are very dangerous. Men lie. They lie like no other. Guys will look at you in the face. Yeah. Men will look at you in the face and tell you, like, they will tell you things with so much conviction. You think he means it. Like, oh, wow, look, he means that stuff. Girl, the whole time he lying. Okay. People are dangerous. Men are very dangerous. Even me, look at me, I'm married to a Gemini. Sometimes I don't even know who I'm talking to. And I survived in the past 12 years, so keep praying for me. But you know what I'm saying? Like, dead ass. Like, being married to a Gemini is like you're married to two people. Sometimes I wonder how I'm still lucid in my head up there. But, God has mercy on my soul. But it's like being a woman, though, you are very vulnerable. We are all very vulnerable to being lied to, manipulated, bamboozled, scammed. So please be very, very careful and understand people who are on their last dollar, people who don't have their freedom, people, they will tell you whatever they think they have to say to make sure that you take care of them, to make sure that you send them money, to how you gonna send me the wine you drank the wine before you open the door? Did you have a sip of my wine?
No, I've already drank plenty of wine.
Oh wow. So you just gave me what you don't want.
I'll take it. I mean, you don't want it.
I do want it. I just don't want you to take a sip of what you're giving me. Because I think a lot. I think like some guys should make videos also like and teach ladies like how to be careful.
Do I hear?
Huh? Oh, de rien.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, what? You've messed me up.
I know.
Oh, you see, Maria said that a Gemini is trying to date her now. Well, girl, be scared.
I'll be having that effect on you. Messing you up.
James, what did he said? I'd be having that effect on you. You see, Maria trying to date a Gemini. What's his what's his day? What's his birthday, Maria? Run. You're not stable. Then I remember when Jimmy told me he was a Gemini, I was like, oh shit. We're about to get into trouble. And I wasn't wrong.
You've been smitten ever since.
Smitten. I've been traumatized I've been traumatized ever since. Traumatized.
Smitten.
Traumatized.
Tell the ladies you're smitten. Say it.
Tell the ladies I am traumatized.
Smitten. Say it.
Traumatized.
No, say it. You're smitten. They don't get to hear me often, so you should tell them how smitten you are with me.
They don't get to hear you often.
Since,
Wow, you want to be you want to be a social media husband daddy?
No.
Exactly. So why would they hear you often?
I'm just saying we don't live in the same place anymore.
Maybe when we live in New Orleans, you were barely talking.
Oh.
She said, "Oh, I'm a Virgo." Oh yeah. Oh no, my mom is a Virgo. Jimmy and my mom get along very well. Jimmy and my mom get along very well. But you should be very careful though, because they will. Yeah, my mom, her little brother is a Gemini. Like he runs circles around her. Aquarius, I got time for these Gemini people. I sure will drink you.
I risk my neck for.
Oh, Daddy, you and your glacier.
Unappreciative,
You and your glacier. See, a black man gives you one glass of wine. Acts like you act like you saved me from the bondage. You act like you saved me from the bondage of the plantation.
Act all unruly and stuff.
Daddy, would you have died for me on the plantation? No. You said no. All jokes aside, Daddy.
No.
The white man that's coming trying to kill me. You'd let the white man snatch me up, Daddy?
I'm just saying, one of us gotta make it to tell your story, you know?
So I should make it and tell my story, and I'll
I'm
tell the
just
sons how
saying.
brave you were.
I'll tell them about how, you were brave in death.
So you will watch me get you will watch me get dragged by the white
I'm
man.
just saying, one of us gotta make it.
Yeah, so you should go first
Why?
because you're the
If they're
man.
coming after you,
Yeah, but you
you
should
obviously
you
did
should
something.
no. Maybe I didn't do anything, James. That's the whole point of slavery.
Marley, I know you. You probably did something.
Like I did what? Like I did what?
Yeah, you probably did something.
So you even trying to negotiate with the white man? Just let me snatch me up,
Marlene, one of us gotta make it to tell your story. I mean,
and it should be me
why would it be you?
because it's my story to
You
tell.
should be the martyr.
No,
You should be the martyr.
no, you can be the hero, Daddy. You get to be the hero.
No. It's
Yes.
your story, not mine.
No, it's my story to
No.
tell, but you get to be the hero, Daddy.
That's okay.
You get to be the hero.
That's okay.
And the black boys will be like, oh,
That's
look at
okay.
James. Look at our father. Look
That's
at her
okay.
granddaddy.
I'll cry and my wife.
No, because if you let your wife die in the hands of a white man, like, Daddy, that's not a good look.
Back then?
Heck yeah, back then. And today, too.
So what are you supposed to do? Have like a rebellion of the whole plantation or something?
No, but you're supposed to intervene. Like, don't kill my black woman. That's what Malcolm X said.
That's very idealistic, Marlene.
Well, Malcolm X, he believes in it.
He wasn't a slave either, though.
Jeez, you ain't shit. Did you just say he was a slave? Also, why are you built like this? He wasn't a slave, but he went through his own form of oppression, James. Malcolm X, he stood by that stuff, man. You think he would let Betty Shabazz get grabbed, James? You see what I go through, y'all? You see what I go through? That's what I tell y'all. Everybody out here for themselves, baby. Everybody out here is for themselves. Everybody out here is for everybody out here is for themselves. So you really, really you gotta protect yourself, ladies. We're too nice. We're just too nice. We're too nice, y'all. I'm like, when it comes to love, I just feel like we're just too nice. We're too nice. Like, we're too nice. We're too accommodating. We're too forgiving. We give too many chances. Oh, there's a rainbow here. We give too many chances. We're too accommodating. We're too forgiving. We're just way too nice, y'all. And guess what? Good people always finish last. They really do. I was saying that to somebody. I'm like, men love females that traumatize them. Men love crazy people. They love crazy women. They love women that traumatize them. I've come to realize that. Like they love people who traumatize them. Like, we're just too nice. And when you're too nice in a relationship, when you're too accommodating, you're too understanding, you get taken advantage of. It's not even a challenge anymore being with you because you're just too easy to bamboozle. You're like me, Marlene, like that thing with Marjorie Harvey and Steve Harvey, it stayed in my head. Like, this lady told this man he was too broke for her. And he worked so hard so he could be worth $150 million so he could eventually go get that lady. Marjorie Harvey, she understands life. She really does understand life. People might call her, she's materialistic. No, she has a budget. I mean, I guess she doesn't have a budget. So she's like, I don't believe in a budget. So I need a man that can give me a life with no budget. I'm telling you, Auntie Marjorie, we will have to get her one day to do a seminar because she don't have mercy for people. And I'm telling you, ladies who are crazy like that, they get respect. They get respect. The ladies who are too accommodating, the ladies that are just too nice, too sweet, too humble, too submissive, they always get played. They always get played. They always get played. And the crazy ones, they get the marriage. The crazy one, it's always the crazy ones. It's always the crazy ones who get what they want out of this life. And that's some crazy stuff, y'all. So, friends, I hope y'all love this conversation today. I'm gonna say it again. I don't dislike Monica. I don't hate Monica. I love her. I just think she's confused. She's confused. And I think it's very important for other people to talk about this topic. Like, what she's doing is not good. She might be a great singer, But do not take dating advice from this lady. Do not look at how she dates. Don't even look at her thought process. We have to rescue as many black girls as we can from this fake, toxic ass, one sided loyalty that puts black women at risk. Not even trying to be funny. You know, like in like I think it was like the late 90s, whatever. Like it was in the 90s, something like that. Like in DC, they were doing like experiments on inmate population in DC. So they were infecting black men with syphilis. They were infecting black men with syphilis and all kinds of STDs to see how their immune system would respond if they could self heal. And then they would release these black men would get released from prison, and they would go right back into the neighborhoods they came from, the beds of black women, unprotected sex. You can only imagine what happened, right? The infection rate. And it's like, even for black women, hey Erica, what's up, my love? Even for a black woman, like, not trying to be disrespectful at all, not at all. But I'm thinking about you when I say this. But when you mess around with a felon, first of all, when you keep a relationship with somebody who's incarcerated, you can't tell what goes on in the prison. Now, I'm not gonna say like everybody that goes to prison gets sexually assaulted by men. That's crazy to say that, right? But some people even willingly, especially if they're gonna be there for a very, very long time, some people willingly enter into same-sex relationships when they're incarcerated for a very, very long time. Um, some people also have relations with their the CEOs, like correctional officers. Could be men, could be women. But some also do have relations with the female staff. Okay. There's a lot of things people have access to in prison. I'm telling you. There are a lot of things, even the drugs. You think they in prison, they in prison. The same way cell phones get in there, the same way Facebook, Instagram, TikTok gets in there, the same way them fancy shoes get in there. There's a lot of stuff people have access to in prison. It's a parallel world with the parallel economy. Okay. So when you entertain somebody that's in prison, even sexually, you expose yourself to greater harm. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna do things they'll never tell you. Oh, I was loyal to you. Da, da, da. Yeah, right. Okay. You have a penis. So you must have been doing things in the prison. Okay. Um, so you expose yourself, right? You expose yourself. And you don't really know what that person was in there doing. And a lot of them don't even come home. They don't even come home and take tests to make sure that they're clean. We don't even know what's in those people, right? You even have guys also who have multiple dates in prison. And sometimes the ladies find out because they look at the visitor's log and they see that, oh, this girl came, that girl came. They be over there. They got multiple females coming in there too. Like, it's a lot. Like these people they are on survival mode. You cannot commit to somebody that's on survival mode, because when people are on survival mode, they're no longer human. They start behaving like animals. I don't use the word animal to be disrespectful, but that's what animals do. They survive by any means necessary, right? And if you're not in that situation, you're not going to understand it, nor should you even try to understand it. But you really expose yourself to a lot of foolishness. So you have to think about that. And is it fair to you? And is it fair to your life? Is it fair to your health? Is it fair to your mind? Like, is it fair to your mental health? Is it fair to your pockets? And it really isn't. You know what I'm saying? It truly, truly, truly is not. You have to be very careful. You know what I mean? Like when you listen to conversations from these dudes, I don't know if it's like red pill, blue pill. I don't know what pill it is. I think it's the red pill, right? The Kevin Samuels and all these other people now who are taking examples from Kevin Samuels. So in order to have an audience, in order to make money, it's like, let's attack black women, let's attack black women. And sometimes, for as painful as it might be to hear some of the stuff they say, listen to it. Let it marinate in your head and decide to make better decisions. Because if people have the audacity to ask you, okay, what you bring to the table, it might hurt you. But then you need to feel free as F to turn around and tell a man, what do you bring to the table? You see, me, Marlene, I have no problem with reciprocity. Sometimes some stuff people say, it does shock me. Like, what the heck? How you say that to me? Who you talking to? You know what I mean? But that's just an initial, it's a knee-jerk reaction. Because we all have some pride about ourselves. So it's like, who are you talking to? But then you got to recognize that people have the right to feel how they feel. And you also have the right to match people's energy. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you say, oh, that's my friend. Oh, that girl, my friend, she my friend, she my friend. Cool. If you go to her house and she doesn't give you nothing to drink, sis, you might be shocked. Like, girl, I thought that was my friend. I was there for 4 hours. She didn't even offer me a drink. Yeah, you shocked. But remember, she has the right to not give you a drink. Is it right? I don't know. It's subjective. If she comes to your house, don't give her no water. But Marlene, what? Girl, when I was at your house last time, you didn't give me no water, girl. Don't be mad. If you go to see one of your other girlfriends and she's so happy to see you, she pops champagne and she cooks for you, know that she really loves you. If she comes to your house next time, you pop double champagnes and you double cook and you get dessert. Match energy. Don't get offended. I don't even get offended more. You just gotta match people's energy. You understand? So when you see how strict black men are with black women, I just say don't get offended, match their energy. But what do you bring to the table? What do you bring to the table? What can you do for me? What can you do for me? That's it. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. If there's something you need to work on, if you're offended, like if something hurts you, because deep down inside, you know you could do better. That's why you hurt. Because if you look at a situation and you know that you did your very best and you gave it your all, and I like, you know what I'm saying? When something hurts you or offends you, because you know deep down inside, you need to work on it, right? Work on it. That's why I said life, the older you get, take your L's in peace and graciously. It is cool. But once you fix that thing, you don't get to be nice to other people. Because like, no, 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 no. Y'all told me I was fat, right? I'm overweight. I'm a 6 at best. And a problem. Now I worked out. I'm an 8. So now I'm not going to lay under no man with a gut too. Because if I was able to fix my gut, you going to fix your gut. That's it. Don't get mad. Match my energy. We gonna match each other's energy. It ain't no problem. If a man said, oh, I'm not gonna date you because you have bad credit, he has a right to say he don't want to date you because you got bad credit. Because he feels like you might take him down. That's cool. Fix your credit. But once your credit is fixed, you also cannot date somebody with bad credit. Match the energy. The same way you were treated, treat them the same way too. Oh, you nice and all, but I got a 700 credit score. You got 500 credit score. So we can't be together until you fix that shit. And if you can, cool. If you don't want to, that's fine. I don't have time for you. Match people's energy. That's it. Then it's fair. You know what I'm saying? Like then it's fair. It's like, okay, cool. I'm not gonna be upset about it. And that's how I feel. Right? Match the energy. If we say, oh, this is the rule. So if you don't, like, this is the standard. This is the standard. If you right here, you don't get in. That's no problem. As long as that's the rule you apply to everyone, I don't have an issue. If you say, oh, no, this is the rule. However, Marlene, however, I need you to, what is it called? I need you to pass the standard. If I pass the standard and I'm in, I'm not lowering the bar also. So you got to match people's energy, right? But my thing is like what I want you guys to understand, what I want you ladies to understand, because I'm talking to ladies. What I want y'all ladies to understand is that we don't get this grace. Like we don't get the grace to mess up and to be redeemed. Like black women don't get that grace, right? Once people consider you damaged goods, it sticks to you. Like we don't get saving grace. Like we don't get a redeeming grace. Like once something sticks to you as a black woman, it sticks to you. Period. Right? So I don't understand why you never get mercy. You barely, not never, but you barely get mercy. You barely get support. You barely get commitment. You barely get marriage. You barely get fidelity. You barely get like, you always just get by. But yet you're so generous. Why? I don't understand that part. Why? 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 That's some weird insecurity stuff. Like that's out of insecurity. That's how like that's imposter syndrome. That's not confidence because no. If you recognize that people barely have tolerance for you, people barely have mercy for you, people barely have compassion for you, you need to match your energy. You need to match your energy. It's not your job to take care of a grown man. It's not your job to raise a grown man. It's not your job to pray him through his mess. It's not your job to clean him through his addiction. It's not your job to wash the vomit off of him. It's not your job to do what his mother didn't do. It's not your job to be there for him when his homeboys let him down. You're a woman. Stay in your place. They love to tell you to be in your place. Gladly go to your place. That's the thing. All y'all, you guys, some of y'all, you always be out of order. You stay in your lane. Like, oh, I'm a woman. I can't watch no grown man. Stay in your place. Always trying to do too much for nothing, for free. Always trying to prove that I got you. I'm ride or die. And it's like people say, is there compensation? No. Okay. Is there elevation? No. Oh, is there respect that comes with this? No. Then what are you doing? What are you doing all this for? Oh, I just believe that he deserves. Nobody cares. No one cares. You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares. Focus on yourself. Like a lot of the ladies also who cater to these men who are in prison, I can only imagine like if they saved their money, like all these collect calls, if you saved that money and you didn't pick up collect calls anymore, how much money would you have saved in the bank? How much money would you have saved right now? You probably have your car paid off right now if you wasn't spending so much money taking care of this person that's in prison. It's not your place. He can learn to eat what they give him in the prison and be satisfied by it, or he can get out on good behavior. It's not your place. I know it sounds very mean what I'm saying, but I'm being very honest because life is a competition. Life is a competition. So it's like you can't be at this level. Like most people are here. You're here, right? And you're trying to add on extra weight. You see, my hand is right here, right? Look, you see where my hand is? Just me putting the wine glass on my hand, it brought my hand down. Because why? Because it's weight. So you could even have some kind of advantage. But as soon as you start packing weight, other people's drama, other people's issues, you're right back to ground zero. And these other people, they're still here because they don't have any weight on them. The more people you try to help, the more people you try to save, the more people you try to rescue, you're taking yourself down. Unless you're doing it for your children, because they're your children, so that's an obligation, right? Unless you're doing it for your parents or your grandparents, that's an obligation. That's understandable, right? But other people who can do for themselves, oh, they're gonna be all right. I've changed a whole lot, you guys. I'm become a real savage now. I know sometimes you guys are like shocked, like what's wrong with Marlene? I changed. I have changed. Cause I'm not all this being generous, nice, stupid, dumb. Like what how did it profit me? It doesn't profit you at all. And as long as people can see a sucker in you, they sure will take advantage. They sure will take advantage. As long as people can see a sucker in you, they will take advantage. I don't want you to be a sucker for love. They love to give black women struggle love. They love to give you, oh, if you stick by me for 7 years, for 10 years, for 20 years, one day I'm going to give you a ring. Bitch, I could buy a ring my damn self. In 20 years, sis, you can save enough money to buy yourself a damn ring, okay? Even in 5 years of life, you can save enough money in 5 years to buy yourself a ring, okay? You don't need anybody to buy your ring. You can buy yourself a ring your freaking self. You don't need help from anybody. You see what I'm saying? If you don't pick up somebody's collect calls for a year, you could probably save enough money to buy yourself a vlogging camera and start vlogging and start growing your business. I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. I promise you. I am truly not trying to be mean, right? But you can save enough money. You can save enough money to take care of yourself. Exactly. Does that make sense? So, no, no, boo boo. Absolutely not. You deserve better. And I want you to know that. And that's what, and I think that's another thing that hurts me about Monica too. Is like being as famous as she is, as pretty as she is, as rich as she is, as successful as she is, Monica has an obligation. Yes, because black people made her rich. Her money mostly comes from black people. Her success mostly comes from black women. Her money mostly comes from black women. Her support mostly comes from black women. So, yes, I will say it. Monica has an obligation to black women to show them the best of the best. She has an obligation to hold herself to a certain standard to show black women that she deserves the best of the best. We deserve the best of the best. You know what I mean? Me, Marlene, like I couldn't imagine like having her level of fame and showing people, my people, the wrong direction. I could not. Even if that's how I felt. Even if deep down inside I was so in love with the felon, I would never allow myself publicly to legitimize this kind of love because it sends the wrong message. It sends the wrong message. And she can afford them calls and she can afford that foolishness because black women have made her very, very rich. But the average black woman cannot afford to give her heart to the wrong person, you guys. All jokes aside, you know what I mean? Like, look at me. I'm married, I am married. I've been married for 12 years, right? I could be like, well, I'm married. This does not concern me. I'm happy. I found the one for me. But life is not that simple. Life is not that simple because if you consider yourself to be part of a community, that's why I was like, this whole black community thing is not even real, but in my head it's real, but whatever. But if you consider yourself to be part of a community, right? If you consider yourself to be a black woman, if you think you belong, you're part of a community, you have an obligation to your community. You have to be of service to your community. And that the part where you are in service to your community is been like, you know what? I have the privilege because of my money, because of my fame to experience certain things. So I have to show my people how we need to change our mindset. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I have to show my people like we deserve better. We have to think better, right? You might not be able to give everybody money because you don't have you know, you might not have all this money at your disposal. But one thing that we do have that we can give all people, we can share our experiences with people. We can share our wins and our losses with people because advice, um, encouraging people, sharing your story with people, sometimes it's even more meaningful to people than money. Because they'll be like, wow, I never knew this. Wow, I didn't see it that way. Oh wow, I didn't think about this, right? And that advice will stay with people. Money, you can spend money. You can give somebody money, but they'll spend it and it might forget, right? But you might give people advice and it can change their lives forever. Forever and ever. It'd be like, oh wow, this is crazy. So you have an obligation. You have an obligation if you're a black woman, like you have an obligation. When you see all the violence that happens to ooh, I forgot my things, but I need to charge my phone. When you see like all the where's the charger? When you see all the violence, that is perpetrated against black women, when you see the poverty that black women live in, when you see the attack, assault, like you go on the blogs every day, it's something crazy. Like a black woman got slashed in the face. Black woman was pregnant and shot in the head. Like, hey Lily, yeah, we're still here. When you see all the violence that is perpetrated against black women on a daily basis, as a black famous woman, as a rich, successful, beautiful black woman that a lot of black women look up to, you have to teach the sisters to err on the side of caution, right? You have to teach your black sister, like, sis, yeah, We used to be young and we used to be attracted to the bad boys, you know. But now that we got kids, we got to think about what examples we are for our daughters. We got to think about what example we are for the little sisters, right? It's one thing to do dumb stuff for yourself, but when you see a lot of young people look up to you like, dang, you know what I mean? Do I truly want this heartache for all my little sisters? And it's like, no. You know what I mean? We should teach young girls to be very, very careful who they give their heart to because it hurts to go to a heartbreak, right? It hurts to, it truly hurts to love somebody and to feel like the whole time you were the only person that was in love and that you were like, that person didn't even care. They were just taking advantage, right? So you have to, like, you have to teach young people. You got even old women, even grown women, they might be grown in age, but very lost in their heads. You know what I mean? Because just because you're grown on paper, doesn't mean you're grown spiritually. I'm just not trying to be offensive, but you know, so we got to teach them that, right? We got to teach Black women that no matter how many mistakes you've made in relationships, you have to demand more of yourself. You could have dated five bums. Now, should you have dated five? No. Should you have learned your lesson number two, number three? Yes. But it's okay. Now we're down to five. So now that the fifth one left, number six has to be the right one. You know, for as much as I don't agree, I personally don't agree that Sarah Jakes should be a pastor. I don't think, I think if you've been divorced multiple times, you shouldn't be pastor to nobody. I think you could be a motivational speaker, but I don't think you should occupy leadership in the church like that. That's just me. Um, but one thing I do like about the Sarah Jakes story is, like, you know, for as much as she made a whole lot of mistakes that I think could have been avoided with a bit more wisdom, nobody need three husbands to get it right. Okay. But, you know, with Toure, she's still trying to build something meaningful, right? Still this notion of like, yeah, you might have had one, two. I think two divorces is too much. I think one divorce should traumatize you enough to really, really go into the second one with a lot of caution and care. But nonetheless, let's look at the good side. But the good side with her story with Toure is that, you know, they're divorced people trying to build better, I guess. Right? She's not dating some hood dude or something crazy. Like, they're trying to date, they're trying to do better. They're trying to build the ministry. They're trying to reach out to more people. So there is some redemption into that story, which is beautiful to some extent, right? So it's like, and that's what that's what you would want at 40. Like, I think at 40 years old, you would look at your life, the life that you lived so far, and be like, now it's time for me to be serious and be with somebody who's also serious. Not to say at 40, you're going to have your fair share of mistakes. It's life. You're going to have your fair share of mistakes. But people can look at your choices at 40 and be like, here is a woman who has learned. She has learned. She was young at one point. She was foolish at one point. You know, she might have been careless at one point, but now she's fully aware of who she is as a woman. She's fully aware of how far her voice extends. She's fully aware of how far her influence goes, and she understands that she has to carry herself in a way that shows Black women that they are deserving of the best possible kind of love. And to me, Marlene, I think the best possible kind of love is the love that's available, the love that's there, the love that is not passive, but that fights hard to be present. And that's why I said to you earlier, like, love is not, it's an active verb. It requires action. Love requires people to be intentional and intentionally good. Love requires people to intentionally put their best effort, right? Love requires people to intentionally be selfish with how much they want to be around you. Like, no, I love her so much, I have to be there for her, right? Love forces people to grow the hell up and to man up and to woman up. When a man feels like, if you're a man and you find like, and you feel like you found a good woman, you should be okay with separating yourself from the boys to be there for her, because you say, wow, he who has found a wife has found the good things. And you might love your friends, but you understand that my homeboys can never do for me what she does for me. And I am very selfish about how much I love her. I am very selfish about my time with her. I am very selfish about what I enjoy with her. So I can part myself from my boys to be with her. You understand what I'm saying? Right? That's what love that's what love should do for people. Right? And this is what we have to show to our black women. I remember like when I was like, when we were going through, like, you see, like, if I didn't tell you we were going through a divorce thing, you wouldn't believe me, right? But I remember, like, the first time we were going through the divorce thing, like, one thing that really was heavily on my mind, like I knew that one day I wanted to preach. I don't know how I want to preach, but I know one day I'm going to, like, preach full time. What capacity, I don't really know. But I said to myself, like, as a woman, what do I want to represent to other women? And that's just me, not coming for other people. That's just me. I didn't want to be a divorced woman. I didn't. Because I wanted to show other women that love is not passive. It's a very active thing, right? You have to fight for it. So I made the decision that I had to make because I thought about what do I represent to people, right? Even to this day, it might not seem like it, but I could do a lot of foolishness, right? I could just focus on just money and do a whole lot of foolishness, but it's like, is life really just about money, or is life also about taking people on a journey and showing people that look like you what they could also have if they have more faith, if they have more confidence, if they have more self-belief, right? And that's something I truly live for. That's something I live more for, showing people the right way than making money. You understand what I'm saying? Because that matters a lot, because a lot of people didn't have a lot of things growing up. And the older I get, the more apparent it becomes. I told you about molestation. I didn't even think black people were getting molested. That shows you how protected I was growing up. Like, I didn't even know about people getting molested. I thought it was only white people molesting children because, they did enslave people. So, but I always felt like black people were just such a God fearing people. I always felt like that. I always felt like black people had a certain level of God fear, like a fear of God in them that would keep them from doing heinous things. Lo and behold, no. A lot of black people get molested. A lot of black girls get molested. And that was very, very shocking to me. And so when you make videos, when you make content, when you post your content on the internet, like, you never truly know who's watching. And your voice affects people. Your words affect people. Your behavior affects people. Your marriage, it affects people. Like, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. And it's very easy to say, well, I don't owe these people shit. I'm not your role model. But that's just being a coward, right? That's just being a coward, because you know that some people naturally would gravitate towards you, because a lot of people don't have a tribe. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't have family. A lot of people are very lonely. Oh my God, I'm about to cry. Maybe it's the wine. You know, I realized growing up, as much as I did have issues with my mom, but I realized that I have a very loving and encouraging mom. Some people don't even have moms that care. You know, you have girls that have had many, many abortions. Their moms don't even know, and nor do they even care. And you start to see, like, wow, a lot of girls didn't grow up love. A lot of girls, they don't have a mom they can call, and their mom is going to encourage them and be like, yes, girl, go ahead and start a makeup brand, right? A lot of girls are very alone. Like, they're really by themselves. They don't even know what it is to have self-confidence, because nobody ever told them they mattered. And that's really sad. You know what I mean? Like, you sit back and you think about this stuff, and it's really, really sad. It's so sad. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, it's really, really sad. I never grew up in a house where we had to lock the doors because, oh, daddy's gonna come drunk trying to rape people. You know what I mean? We didn't grow up like that. You know, but I ain't gonna do nothing to nobody, like, for real. Because some girls, they had to lock their doors or be afraid or go on sleepovers just so they don't have to face their dads because the dad is a drunk and a rapist. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is crazy. And so you realize that we're not just here just to make money, do whatever, like, but we are truly here to live in a way that inspires other girls, other black girls to feel like, wow, I'm someone special, right? I don't have to put up with this foolishness. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to be mistreated. I don't have to wait for an inmate to love me. I can just go find people. I can find my own tribe, right? I can find my own friends. Marlene will be my big sister. I'm a mean big sister, but I love you though, right? I'm very strict, but it's for your good. You recognize the older you get, you'll realize this. Like, people, if people don't have expectations from you because they don't expect you to be anything. When people just let you live life like you're a wild animal, like you are some guinea fowl, like you're some random African chicken going from one house to the next, they don't have much expectations from you. Be very careful of people who just let you do whatever you want to do. It says a lot. And it says, I don't think you're going to be much. So why should I invest myself in raising you? Why should I have expectations for you? When someone has expectations from you in American culture, in white culture, it's going to make you feel like, oh, she's mean. Marlene is so mean. Marlene is so mean. Yeah, that's always how they do it. They teach you to resent discipline. They do that a lot. I was teaching at a school too. That's how that white woman had the school running. She made those children resent discipline. But you recognize that people who love you, people who have expectations from you, people who see something special in you will be very tough on you because they see something in you. They're not being mean. And the day when they're no longer there, you'll be like, wow, I understand why she used to talk to us this way. Because she saw something in us, right? And you'll see it a lot. You'll see a lot of parents who don't discipline kids and just let it, because they don't care. They don't really care what happens to these kids. I don't want to say white people, but a lot of them tend to be white. Look at that white kid who ended up shooting his friends. And I'm so glad that the parents are also facing charges because he's a child. Like, no child thinks about shooting his friends. It's not normal. Somebody put that in his head. And that little white kid was innocent. He might have learning disabilities, right? He might be awkward. He might be socially awkward. That does not necessarily mean he wants to kill people. He might be struggling in his body. He might be struggling in his mind. He might be struggling to make friends, but we can help him with that. And the parents, they've recognized that their child was socially awkward. They recognized that their child had a hard time fitting in. And instead of being good parents who would go to the school, talk to the counselors, right? Sometimes even when you, like, at one point, baby James was getting bullied at school, like early on. He had a friend, Mario. Mario used to bully baby James. Yeah. Mario was black, right? So he would come to the house and he would talk about Mario, and Mario was not being nice to him. You know me, I'm a black woman, so black kids are my kids no matter what it is. So one time I went to the school and I met Mario, and I was very nice to Mario. And I think Mario was surprised because he probably knew Baby James told him what he was doing to Baby James, right? But he's a kid. I'm like 30 something. Well, I look like being mad to a 5-year-old. Like, that's crazy. And I was very nice to Mario. And then when I started teaching at Baby James's school, I was even nicer to Mario. Do you know Mario stopped bullying my kid? Because he liked me. He's that, like, they became friends. Right? He stopped bullying baby James because he liked me because I was very nice to him. Because he's a kid. I'm not going to threaten a kid. I'm not going to, because he's a kid. Like, if a child is bullying friends at school, he's probably being bullied at home. Children are not aggressive by nature. They're kids. Like, they're very silly. They are very, very silly. Right? And the one year when I was teaching there, after that, it stopped. Because I was very nice. I was always saying hi. Hi, Mario. I was always saying nice to the kid. Like, I was saying hi to him. Because I didn't take their issues and like make it my issue because I understood this is a black kid. He's a black boy. right? And I don't think it's nice that he's not being nice to my son, but he must be going through something because this is not normal. And it was very peaceful. He stopped bullying baby James after that. Then they actually became friends, right? So what most normal, sane, mature, wise parents would do, you can go to the school, you can talk, you can be nice to other kids, you can even have the child celebrate his birthday at school, you can do pizza party for the class, you can do things to make your child seem cool. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all kids. They're all very silly people. Like their frontal cortex is not even developed. So there's no point in taking stock in the situation, right? But there are things you can do. You can have a pizza party. You can have a cupcake party. Sometimes they have like parents come into the classroom and talk to the kids. You can also have a birthday party. And you can invite all the kids. Invite all the kids. Right? There are ways. But these parents, they saw that their child had a hard time fitting in because he probably is socially awkward. He's probably has learning issues. He has probably learning development. And they exploited that for their sick, twisted, terrorist fantasy. And they turned that baby into a killer. They put ideas in his head. They bought him a gun. They showed him how to shoot. Like what? Like who does this stuff? And so I'm so glad they're facing charges. And if I was the little boy and I was the lawyer of the little boy, I would also sue the parents. First of all, I would sue them for independence so I could be my own person. And number two, I would sue them for them to pay me child support for the rest of my life until I turn 18. I sure would. Me, I'm crazy, so I don't really care anyways. But I surely will sue because they failed you, and they took advantage of my learning disability. They took advantage of my social disability. You know what I mean? And they put me in a situation. So I was sue the parents. I was sue my own parents to be free. I didn't be my own person. I didn't have my own independence. And number two, they need to pay me child support until I'm an adult. And if because he's in prison, it should go into a trust. So by the time he's 18, he has his money. So you the older you get, you recognize that, like, yo, if people don't have expectations for me because they don't think much of me. They don't think I'm gonna be somebody, so they don't care. Right? Like look at Prince William. Prince William grew up with a lot of expectations because one day he truly could be King of England. So there are expectations for him because one day he could be the King of Great Britain. That's a huge responsibility, right? But if Will was just gonna be a regular Will, who cares what happens to his life? He'd be most like kids in Britain stabbing people, right? So you recognize that. If people don't feel like you're going to be somebody special, they don't care what you do with your life. They don't care because they don't think you're going to be somebody anyways. You know what I'm saying? When people feel like you have potential and you could be someone, they will have expectations from you because they see something in you. But when you're young, you appreciate the freedom of not having expectations. And then you get up one day, now you're old, now you're an adult. You don't have discipline, you don't have a routine, you don't know how to work, you don't know how to show up. You're like, oh shit, I never learned this. Yes, because nobody ever even thought you'd make it this far. And that's the truth. And it sucks, but it's true. You know what I mean? That's how they make you feel. They make you feel like people who have expectations from you are mean, they're oppressive, they're judgmental. Shut the hell up. But the reality is they don't want you to be shit. They don't want you to be shit. That like the reality for most black children, the world wants you to fail. So that way they can have a working class. That's the thing. They need a working class. They need people to take low wages. So hopefully it'll be your black ass. That's what it is. And that's the truth about it. Right? They need you to make bad decisions. They need you to have a bunch of kids out of wedlock so they can keep having people in the prison system to work for 5 cents an hour. They need you to not be married and have kids out of wedlock so that most likely your kids will drop out of high school and work at McDonald's. Do you not understand? Like there's a blueprint for this. All this chaos, all this chaos. Somebody makes money off the chaos. The more chaotic we are as black people, the more broken we are as black people, the more we keep bringing children into chaotic situations, somebody makes money from that chaos. Do you not understand this? Like, do you not see this? You know what I'm trying to say? Because you most likely you have a child, you have a black child in a two-parent household. That child gonna try to be a CEO. That's not what they want. They want a black child that's gonna work at the shoe store. They want a black child that's gonna work at McDonald's. They want a black child that's gonna drop out of school to go start working super early. They need a working class. So in order to create a working class, a certain group of people had to experience lifetime chaos, generational chaos. So that way they can keep feeding their supply chain like little chicken nuggets. You know what I'm saying? That's how this stuff works. So it's like for me, when you become rich, when you make money, when you're exposed to things as a black person, you have an obligation. You have an obligation to show black people the promised land. You have an obligation to show black people the promised land. Because to me, it don't matter how you start, but it matters how you finish. You could have been all crazy, jacked up, confused, lost, and abused. Okay, cool. But there comes a time, especially when you are in your 40s, that you have to be able to reflect on your life and be mindful of the message that you are sending to black women that look just like you. You have to be your sister's keeper. And part of, and you know what, something people don't understand a lot of times is part of being an adult is doing hard things. Part of being an adult also involves sacrifice, and it involves putting away childish things, right? Like you might want to be in love with the felon, and you have your reasons. I can tell you why not to be in love with the felon, right? You have your reasons for wanting to be in love with the felon. That's fine. But the adult in you should never forget the price of your obligation. You have a position in life. You are a woman of influence. And you can never allow childish things to come in your way of your position. You have a position of influence. You influence people. And when you respect that position, you will clearly say to yourself, cannot afford to do this to my people. And it's no. And sometimes in your life, you will have to say no to things that you truly want for the greater good. That's part of being an adult. You don't get to have whatever you want. You don't get to do whatever you want to do because you are an adult and there are people looking up to you. There are children looking up to you. You got little sisters looking up to you. You have nieces and nephews looking up to you. You have an audience looking up to you. You have to lead. And leaders have to make tough decisions. Yes, y'all. But that's, oh my gosh, I know that sounds like crazy. Oh, you mean I have to sacrifice? Yes, you have to sacrifice. Because people look up to you. You know what I'm saying? People look up to you. And that's how you make your money. Yeah, so people look up to you. You can come out here and act a fool because people look up to you. And you put yourself in a position where people would look up to you so you would get to make some money. So therefore, you have a fiduciary duty to those people. People look up to you. And you can't mishandle your influence. That's a sin. That's a serious sin. Because you have the money to get, if something goes left, you have the money to get yourself out. But all these young ladies that you're sending in that direction, if something happens, they're on their own. Do you know how many black women get convicted off of shit they didn't even do? Trying to carry contrabands into a jailhouse for an inmate, lying for an inmate. Do you have any idea how many black women get their paperwork involved in stuff that has nothing to do with them? Their address involved, going and signing up for bonds for people that you ain't got no business being involved in? How many black women lose their jobs messing around no good men? Your social involved in foolishness now. Your home address involved in foolishness now. Your car is involved in foolishness now. You can't afford all this trouble because you got bills to pay. You're not famous. You're not a star. You're not a celebrity. You have children. You can't afford this. Do you have any idea how many black women lose their good jobs messing around foolish people like that? There are black women, based on their jobs, they should not even be in contact with inmates. They should have nothing to do with felons because of their jobs, because of their security clearance, because of their kids, because of their custody agreement. They shouldn't have nothing to do with that world. They can't afford it. And when you're famous, you're beautiful, you got money, you look this freaking good. And you say, "Oh, look at me. I'm 40, act like a 15-year-old." Well, if Monica can do it, you start glamorizing these things. You start legitimizing this type of behavior. You start, becoming the devil advocate, like in people's minds. Like, what the heck? And I say this to you all. Some men need to be shamed. I never watch After Marriage to Luck, though. I don't watch these things. I don't want weird things in my head. Because all these shows are conditioning. It's to condition people. It's to condition a specific group of people, mostly black people and brown people, like so black people and Latinas, right? La negras y la latinas, okay? A lot of these shows are meant to condition you. It's a there's a lot of conditioning going on. They want to condition you by making things that are actually not acceptable. They want to confuse you. Oh, they seem like they're doing okay. Well, look, he eventually got a car. Oh, look, he eventually. And before you know it, you become an eventually type of person. Well, I think eventually it's going to work out. I think eventually he's going to make it. You don't even have to experience all of this. Girl, there are a bunch of dudes out here who don't have none of this baggage. Like, a lot of this stuff is conditioning. Look at the network these shows are on. Love After Lockup. It's not going to be on NBC, right? It's not going to be on ABC. It's not going to be on TV networks that mostly cater to white women, right? What channel is Love After Lockup? Pay close attention to the networks that show you a certain thing. But shows like ABC, NBC, those CBS networks that mostly cater to white women, they show them like The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, right? Like they go on these, they people, pretty people, the bachelor pretty, the bachelorettes are pretty. They somewhere in some fancy house somewhere. They have these incredible dates and helicopters, and you know what I mean? You see it for yourself, right? You see the kind, like, look at the kind of show that's on ABC. Look at the kind of shows that's on NBC. Look at the kind of stuff that's on CBS, right? Look at the kind of shows that are on Bravo, right? There's a reason why certain type of programming is not on certain channels, because some certain channels, their main demographics are rich white women. They're about to put that trash and confuse these white girls into thinking it's cute to be in love with a felon, right? But then other networks that mostly cater to brown people, mostly cater to black people, their programming is so degenerate. Like, pay close attention to that kind of stuff, right? Pay close attention, right? Even Netflix. Pay close attention to the kind of, even Netflix, like, look at the programming that's on Netflix, right? It's very stereotypical. Like, all the Latinos are drug dealers. Like, when you go on Netflix, everything is drug dealers. Narcos, Narcos 1, Narcos 2, El Chapo 1, El Chapo 2, Pablo Escobar 1, Pablo Escobar 2. Um, like everything, the whole programming around Latin culture is drugs. I'm like, oh, do you not have anything else? They had another one, El Mariposa del Barrio, the butterfly of the hood. She's getting her ass beat left and right. She's Mexican, he beating her ass left and right. And she stays in that toxic ass stuff, and she keeps having more children so she can sing La Canción del Amor, like all kinds of foolishness, right? Like it's like that. Then they got the Korean dramas, like, but Netflix is very, very stereotypical. When you look at their programming, if they have shows for black people, it's usually drugs or everybody's gay. Not trying to be offensive, but that's usually how it goes. Like, most of the black guys in there are gay, 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 gay. Everybody's gay in the on the Netflix, right? It's the same thing also with HBO. HBO Max, it's a very stereotypical, highly programmed type of programming, right? It's all indoctrination, right? Like, I even like, I don't know. I want y'all to come for me, but I looked at the last episode of Insecure. I was like, this is it. I guess. I don't know. I want people to come for me, but but it's that. Like you think about it. I'll just say it. Yeah, it's all very stereotypical. Like I looked at the Insecure, I looked at the last episode. Like it was horrible. It was horrible. Now I know everybody kisses Issa races. Everybody kisses Issa's ass. So I guess that's what it is. But to me, Marlene, I truly felt like the last episode of Insecure was disrespectful. It's even disrespectful to the image of black women. So, like, especially for Issa's character. So it's like after everything you've been through, what's his name again? Lawrence, right? You've been through like it's I don't know. You guys, please don't come for me. That's just how my brain is messed up. I know my brain is messed up, so please forgive me. But I just felt like it was so disrespectful because I'm like, so this dude, you were in a relationship with somebody, right? He decides to make a scene at an event talking about, oh, so are you happy right now? Are you happy right now? So he could fuck up your relationship with lights can do with the green eyes, right? And then he doesn't pursue you. He starts smashing other like he smashes other broads right after he done and fucked up your relationship in public. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like it was so fucked. Like, okay, so you felt that way too, right? Like, if you were not actively going to pursue Issa and feel in your gut that you could be monogamous, then keep your mouth shut, my nigga. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, he made a big scene in front of everybody. He was like, are you happy now? Are you happy now? He tries to fight light skinned boy with the hazel eyes over there, you know what I mean? The short one, right? He messes up that relationship. Then so she's like, okay, fine. She gonna call him for his birthday. He's like, oh, I'm going to see somebody right now, but we can hook up later. Then why the freak did you ask me if I was happy now? And so he doesn't go on a date with Issa for his birthday because he got another jump off coming over. So I'm like, he's still an F boy. Like Lawrence is still an F boy. And then finally, I don't know what happened. I guess like years later or months later, I don't know. It was all over the place. He finally goes to her office, right? And he wants to smash her on the office table. I'm like, dude, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm from Africa, so please don't mind me. Maybe I am a little bit of a savage. I don't know. I'm from Africa, so have mercy on my soul. But I'm like, after all you put this girl through, you can't even take her to a restaurant and try to smash on a hotel bed somewhere. You can't even try to smash on a bed. You want to smash, like, the disrespect. The disrespect. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I'm different. So I'm so sorry. My brain is different. But I just feel like that's so disrespectful. And then she becomes a stepmom. She gonna raise the baby. Y'all, I was like, and it's no offense to the baby because the baby's innocent. But my thing is like, why would I settle? Like in the whole like insecure thing, even when insecure started, like Lawrence was a couch surfer. He wasn't working. Like, hold up, wait a minute. Like Lawrence wins. Lawrence really truly wins. That's why I stopped watching the show. Cause like when the show started, he was a bum. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't doing anything. He was a couch surfer, and she was working the with the non-for-profit helping the children, right? And when she got upset because he wasn't contributing, the best thing he could do was go cheat on her. You know what I'm saying? Then he's like, they try to get back together. He even if you feel like one day you're gonna get back to Issa, okay, then use protection. He didn't have to get that girl pregnant. He didn't have to bring a life into the situation because that's all he did was hump, 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 hump. He's just an F boy. Exactly. Like all like insecure truly promotes struggle love to black women. And when they can't get the guy they truly want, they have to compromise with birthday sex, random penis, random hookups, swipe left, swipe right. I'm like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this storyline, but I don't like it. It don't speak to my soul. hmm Yvonne, Molly don't smash everybody just so she can end up with the midget from the office. Then, girl, why didn't you smash him the whole time? I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, if you're gonna just throw your clit all around, you know, get you a spectacular husband. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the thing about Issa cheating on him, though, right? She cheated on him because she was frustrated, because she was head of household. She was providing. He was on the couch not doing nothing. So my thing is like, Yeah, is she right to cheat? No, she ain't right. But at the same time, it's like you need to also be man enough to be like, yeah, you was a kept ass bitch, right? You were a kept man. He was a kept ass little bitch, right? On a teacher's salary because she was working for the non for profit. So yeah, she wasn't right to do that. But you should be man enough to be like, I understand where my woman felt like I was a man enough, so she treated me like the little bitch that I was. But if I man up, she ain't gonna do that. No, he goes on a temper tantrum, start dating hood girl. He was dating the girl from the bank. He was like, and he's just reckless with the wee wee. Like, and even though Issa cheated, she didn't get pregnant. She didn't get nobody. She didn't get. I say she didn't get nobody pregnant. But she can't get nobody pregnant. But she didn't get pregnant. She was careful with how she was thrusting the vagina. But it's like him. He has unprotected sex with everybody. That's just reckless to me. You're not married to that girl, and you think you still love Issa. So maybe you should use protection. Don't get the girl pregnant. He's just reckless to me. Then he gonna come to your office. You call this dude. He like no. Me, Martin, I would have cussed his ass out. You made a scene at my friend's birthday. You had me break up with this dude. Now I'm calling you on your birthday. Like, okay, like what's up? Oh, I have made plans. If you felt like you asked this girl, are you sure you're not? Are you happy right now? So come correct. Go through with it. Does that make sense? No, he 1 foot in, he 1 foot out. You wanted Issa to break up with the dude. She broke up with the dude. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? She broke up with the dude. Now she's calling you like, okay, let's go out for your birthday. She's like, bet. That's what I wanted. I'm coming to get you. Let's go out for my birthday. I'm like, okay, that's the girl. I know I was gonna tell you to come, but yeah, go bye bye. I ain't gonna do it because the girl I really want, she called me back. I don't really want you. No, he's still greedy. He gonna go smash home girl. Then he gonna break up with her. Then he gonna go chase after Issa. No, I don't want no loose penis. Loose penis, loose cannon. I don't want none of that stuff. I did not like the season finale. I am very sorry. I did not like it. Don't come for me. I'm innocent. I didn't like it. Exactly. I did not like it. Now she did all this like and then she gets to be a stepmom to his kid. And I bet you if that show go on another season, she probably would be helping him to make child support payments. Like, no. What I look like? No, boo. No. I don't have it in me. Like I don't have it in me. Mm-mm. But that's just me though. I always knew. Me, Marlon, if I wrote a show, y'all be like, Marlon is fucking crazy. I don't give a fuck. No, of course he loves her. She's accommodating. Duh, Fada. Of course he loves her. She's accommodating. That's the whole point with C Murder also. Of course he loves Monica. She's accommodating. She don't have standards. She'll be like, okay, I'll meet you. How low do you want to go? Okay, I'll get you. I'll get that low, I guess. I'll meet you in the gutter. Of course they love you when you're accommodating. Because you don't bother them. You are accommodating. Men will love you when you don't expect them to have a standard. Of course. She's accommodating. She's gonna raise his kid. She gonna let him drop the baby at the baby mama's house, and sometimes he gonna smash occasionally when he at the baby mama's house. She's accommodating. She's a All right, you guys. My bag. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. My battery sure did die. I apologize. Okay, sorry, you guys. The phone died. It unplugged the. I thought it was plugged into the wall, but it wasn't. So are we back? Okay, we're back. Sorry, the phone died. Yeah, but I didn't like the last episode of Insecure. I didn't like it. Um, yeah, forgive me, but I don't like it. But yeah, so like my thing is like men are going to love you. Like people will love you. People will love you, okay, when you are accommodating. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. As long as you diminish who you are to make them comfortable, as long as you fit into their way of life, you fit into their mindset, you don't challenge them, you don't ask for anything, I make my own money, so I don't need your money. Okay, we can go half and half. I pay my bills, you pay your bills. Hell yeah, they love you because they don't have to do shit. You know what I'm saying? I did not like it. I absolutely did not like it. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, let's talk about my personal life, right? Because, I tell all my business, but the guy I was with before I was with James, right? We were together for like 5 years ish, right? I always knew I did not want to be with somebody that had a child. So when I discovered he had a child, it was so hard because I was like, wow, like Devin Franklin, I had a list, and like, but unlike Devin, I stuck to my list though. So when I realized that there was a child, I said I can't be a stepmom because I'm not interested. Because for me, it's like you went through childbirth and all this stuff without me. So I want when I have a child, I want to the person I have a child with. I want that to be our first time together. Like I want us to go through all of that together. And I think for him also, like for him, if I look at where he came from, because I can do that now. I'm older. I'm more mature. I can see for him, it's like, well, Marlene, like if you would love me, like you would be more understanding. Because to be honest, it's not the baby is not a bad person. That was a beautiful baby. He's innocent. He didn't do nothing to me. And I didn't even want to have. And that's another thing also. I didn't think I could love somebody that was conceived that way. And even for that too, I felt like shit. Like I don't want to. I would know. I really love children. Like my ministry has to do with helping children. So I was like, nope. But I can't forgive your daddy for doing that. And when I would see you, I would think about that. And I don't think I could overcome that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe now I could. I don't know. But back then I couldn't do it. So I knew it was going to be a wrap, right? So that's it. And it's sad, but you got to have your non-negotiables. And for me, having a kid with another person was a non-negotiable. So I'm like, yeah, I never got pregnant by somebody else, so how did you get this girl pregnant? So you were careless, so it sucked. But yeah, I don't have to I don't have to be accommodating to your slip-ups. I don't have to. So, and then other things happened. So that was that. I met my James. Me and Jimmy had kids. It was his first time having kids, and for my first time having kids, and honestly, I'm glad I married James. Now Jimmy does come with his own set of drama because remember he is Gemini and he is African American. Yeah, I'm messing with y'all. But everybody comes with their set of drama. But my thing is like I can deal with his set of drama. I'm be all right. Does that make sense? I mean he can deal with my set of drama. So for me, Marlene, the way I would have ran insecure, she never would have gotten back with Lawrence because you now have a child with this woman. You don't get to have broken families everywhere over here, right? You should try your best to make it work with that girl because you got her pregnant. And that's what I told him too. You got that girl pregnant. You should have it within yourself to build a family with her. Because let's not be funny. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be funny, but back in the day, people would meet one day and get married the next day. It was arranged. And I mean, people didn't really care about what love was and they made it work. You got people who met on the first day, got married, and they stayed together for like 50 years. They learned to love each other after the fact. So it goes to show you, like, is love even necessary for a successful marriage? Because shoot, my grandma didn't get a choice. My mom's mom didn't get a choice. I doubt my dad's mom got a choice. Like, shoot, my grandma stayed married until she died. I mean, my grandpa died, so I guess she was free before then, but my grandma got married at 16. A lot of black women, yeah, no, I'm really serious. Like, I'm glad I didn't settle because for as much as I had issues with James and he did put me through some BS, but I do love my Jimmy though. I'm straight. I'm good. So he did me a favor. So for me, you know, my heart would have had to get over that. But I wouldn't have gone back to Lawrence. Because to me, it's like you should have been careful enough to not get that girl pregnant. Like how you manage your penis. Because Lawrence has bad penis management. You know what I'm saying? The way you talk about black girls can have black vagina management, Lawrence has extremely horrible penis management. So no, no, go build a family with her. And eventually you'll forget me and eventually I'll forget you and then it is what it is, right? But it's like the part where he tries to smash her. He tried to smash homie like on her office chair, right? What does Amelia say? Right? The fact that he tried to smash the homie on the off, like after everything we've been through, like you would think if you're gonna come smash, you would put some effort. Oh, thank you, Shauna. I love you, babe. You would think like a man would put some type of effort and properly apologize to you before trying to just get into your rib cage. Like, does that make sense? Like, yo, like Issa, like I shouldn't have put you through this, right? And yeah, I was upset because you cheated, but you know, I can see why also you felt like it was okay to do what you had to do. Does that make sense? Am I making sense, you guys? Like I think proper apologies are necessary before somebody can just come up in your rib cage. Like Or am I crazy for that? Because it was messed up. Like he got so upset over the affair, like he was entitled to being that hurt. Like, yo, homie, you need to chill. You were not paying a single bill. Like you guys, if you remember the first episode of Insecure, the bills were coming, just they were just stacking on top of each other, on top of each other. And he thought Issa should be okay with a dream. It's like, yo, fam, do you not see these bills like stacking up? You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, she's friends with Molly. Molly is a lawyer. She's around like successful people. Molly makes way more money than Issa. So it's like, how do I flex in front of my friends? Like my dude is like a straight deadbeat on my couch selling me dreams. So it's like there needs to be a proper apology. Like I failed you too. I failed you, but my pride wouldn't let me see that, yeah, I fucked up. Is it okay for a woman to cheat? No. Is it okay for a man to cheat? No. Does it really hurt if you're a man and your woman smash another dude? Yes. I'm sure your pride is messed up. But I'm like, you also got to be like, but you didn't have enough pride to get a job though. Because it's like, I'm just saying, you guys, don't come for me. But I'm just telling you how I feel. So you can't be mad at me for how I feel because everybody has the right to how they feel. But it's like, to me, it's like, you should have had enough pride as a man to bring some type of money. Even if it was you doing Uber, even if it was you working at McDonald's, even if it was you should have taken any job you could have gotten so you could at least brought something home just to keep your manhood, just to keep a level of dignity. Does that make sense, you guys? Am I making sense here? You should try your very best, but you shouldn't let a woman put like have all these bills on her back and you out here just giving her dreams and sex. Like what is this? What is this rubbish? Right? Because she proved you I can get sex anywhere. Because you were not a provider. So you don't get to go up and be angry and be upset like somebody owed, oh, she owed me to be faithful. Don't nobody owe faithfulness to no broke ass dude. And that's why I told Keith last time and he got upset. I'm like, you have no college. You in your 30s. You don't even have a college education. And you think you should get to choose what kind of woman you get to date. Trick, you even lucky some girls are looking your way. Because at your age, you should have been done with college. At your age, you should have been done with a master's program. At your age, you should have already been settled. But you chose to be fairy wonderland, Jules Verne's out here and travel the world in 5 years instead of being in school and thinking about your future and being a provider. So whoop whoop. And I keep saying it, broke people don't get no PUSSY. Do whatever you want to do with that stuff because I don't really care. That's just how I feel. That's really how I feel. Nobody's gonna change my mind about that part. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get to make the woman head of household and be surprised that just like Kevin Samuel says, she's exercising her options. If a woman is a breadwinner, if she's head of household, if she's the only one paying all these bills, then she should get to act like a man. And that's what we were talking about last time. Like, can a man who does 50-50 ask you for submission? And I say, hell to the nah, he cannot. Because he's not in no position. Because he's a roommate. Can no damn roommate of mine ask me to do X, Y, and Z based off of what? Who you be again? Boy, bye. Better come correct. People who want submission need to come correct. Yes. People who want submission need to come correct. Their stuff needs to be correct. All of it needs to be correct. Because if it ain't correct, you cannot ask anybody. People can offer you their submission, but you cannot demand submission from nobody. Because you're not in a position to ask that shit. You know what I'm trying to say? Like the reason why America can go around the world and bully people, because they're in the position to bully people. America is in a position to bully people. They got the military. America has the military required to bully people. Try them if you want to. Try them if you want to. Okay? In terms of spending power, they are in a position to bully people. America is in a position to say, yeah, Toyota, if you want to import cars out here, you're going to have to open a plant and create some jobs because they are in a position to. They ain't beggars out here. What the hell? They're in a position to. America is in a position to require Louis Vuitton to open factories out here if they want to sell bags in America. Because they are in a position to. China can ask for certain things out here because they are in a position to. They work really hard to put themselves in that position. Okay? So that's it. You got to come correct the people. You have to come correct the people. You can't just give the bare minimum and then look at your genitals and be like, "Oh, here are my genitals, so I deserve submission because I got a stick with two balls attached to it." Bitch, I'm from Africa. There are many sticks with balls attached to it, and they going to fetch water. What exactly are you saying? I got like Rakiki. Is that what Rakiki had in the Lion King? Rakiki had a stick with like two balls attached to it. Rakiki looking ass. Don't bother me, you little monkey. Okay, no. No, you're not in a position to ask anything from anybody over here. You get what you get. You get what you get. And you better be grateful for what you get. What I look like? People be stressing me out. People stress my life out. I didn't like the last episode of Insecure. But I didn't want to say anything, but then y'all made me say something, so now I feel bad. I'm like, this feels gonna go on Patreon because I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I was like, here we go again. Here we go again. The black woman, you gotta just take the crap. No, he made his choices. He made his choices. He knew damn well when he was having unprotected sex, it was going to lead to a baby. He was, oh, I'm okay with that because I want to bust a nut. Okay, then raise a kid for the rest of your life. Don't include me in your foolishness. Do not include me in your foolishness. Okay. I didn't like it. And he going to come to smash me in the office like we on good terms. I'm not smashing you in my office. And the crazy thing is, like, even when I used to have my own office, you guys, I'm being honest. Like, even when I used to have my own office, I never even had sex with James in my office. Let me think about this before I lie. I don't think we did. I don't think we ever had sex in my office. Uh-uh. But even though that'd be my husband too, though. But I didn't think I smashed my own husband in my own office. So it's like, why would I rekindle something with you? And the first thing you want to do is come smash me in my place of work, my business, bitch. Don't you have a house? Don't you have a mattress? Don't you have an American Express card? You can't get me somewhere in a nice hotel and tell me how sorry you are, Marlene. Yes. I'm sorry for what? Oh yes, y'all better make this man tell you they're sorry. I make Jimmy tell me he's sorry when he hurts my feelings. I don't play around with that kind of stuff. Like yesterday, we were having an argument too about the roads. Yes, I'm being dead ass. No, because I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Because this stuff is, if we did, I ask it, but I don't really think we did though. But I'm just like, I just couldn't imagine when there's so much, when there's so much pain like that, the person, Shauna, needs to properly say sorry to you before he thinks like, oh, I could just come scoop her up and catch her in the neck real quick and and breathe in her ear real quick, and then she's just gonna be like pop out on the office table. Hold up, it's my office. Don't come over here and desecrate my place of work. Shit. I'm the boss in this bitch. You know what I mean? The entitlement of you gonna come F the boss in her place of work. I just met you yesterday. I just met you yesterday. I don't know you like that. I do not know you like that. You guys, I'm so sorry, but I don't. You need to properly say sorry to me. I need to eat at the best restaurant in LA. And I'll take everything on the menu, by the way, because I'm hurt. And there's nothing like food to make me feel better. Then you gonna take me to a nice hotel like somebody really fancy, and I'm gonna drink everything at the bar, bitch. You gonna feel this apology. You gonna make you'll never remember this. You'll never forget this. Like, oh damn, don't mess with Martin because she'll sure make you spend. I sure will make you spend. You guys, this is crazy. He like, oh sorry, I'm late. And on top of that, he was late because I guess they had to meet and he was late. So you coming late to my office and you want to, because it's like that's, and oh my gosh, you guys, can we talk about this for a second? Oh my gosh, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing this. Like, but can we talk about this? This is how a lot of these cheap ass motherfuckers do. I shouldn't be cussing, but this is what a lot of these cheap ass men do. They want to go straight to the sex, so that way they're gonna have the sex with you, and then you're gonna sleep. That way they don't have to take you out. They don't have to court you. They don't have to make conversation with you. They don't have to romance. So be very, very careful with cheap ass dudes because they like to go straight to the sex because they ain't got no money. So they want to impress you with the pipes. No, I want to eat. I do. I want to eat. I want to be taken out. I want to be courted. hmm I want to have conversations. I want to take my time. Be very careful, ladies, because them people, there's some cheap ass people. They cheap. They want to go straight to the sex. Oh, let's talk a lot and then boom, let's just have sex. So that way y'all don't go, oh, look, it's too late now to go out to eat. Oh, we can't go, it's late now. Oh, bitch. Not me. We gonna eat first. Wait a minute. Don't let people go around you. Don't let people get to your ears, your neck, your whatever. Nope, we must eat. I need to eat. Feed me first before you bamboozle me. Okay? Be very careful. So I didn't like it. I really did not like it. I really didn't like it. Um, I didn't like it. The Molly, the way she marries that dude, also, I'm like, okay, what? That felt rushed. I didn't like that part also. Because I'm like, what do y'all have in common again? Besides being lawyers, I don't understand that part. It felt very, very rushed. I didn't like the last episode. But since it's mainstream and you can't say anything against mainstream, so let me keep my mouth shut. I'm trying to sell my palettes. I don't want no smoke. Thank you, Bola. I appreciate you. I don't want to have. I don't want no smoke. I'm tired. I am seriously, seriously tired. Okay, I am tired. Um, so that was that. No, I didn't like it. I did not like it. I don't like it. I don't. I don't. I don't like struggle love storylines at my age. I don't like struggle storylines at my age. I don't like, oh, take him back, girl. You know you love him. That's stupid. At my age, I'm 36 years old. Knowing what I know now, love is not an emotion. It's a contract. Marlene, yes. I know y'all think I'm crazy, right? I know sometimes I feel so bad because I know when I come here, I be saying some stuff. You're like, Marlene's just lost her shit. So sometimes I feel bad for y'all because I've changed a lot, but I'm being very honest. Like, love is not an emotion, it is a contract. It is a contract. Voila. Because there are certain things a man has to be able to do for a wife, and there are certain things a wife has to be able to do for a man. So it's a contract. It's not an emotion. It's a very rational thing, actually. It is a contract, right? So to me today, 36 years old, when I think about, oh, I love somebody, it's not like the butterflies. That's little girls. To me, it's very much so about like providing, protecting, giving me, guaranteeing a certain lifestyle for me. Yeah, it's very important to me, right? I'm dead ass. It's very important to me, right? And I think you should also want the same thing. You don't want an emotion. Emotions, they change and go. It's like clothing. It's like the weather. Like, emotions are not reliable. They're not reliable. But like certain beliefs and principles are very reliable because you thought hard about it to make it a principle. Like, if you say my principle is X, Y, and Z, it's not something that you just woke up one day and thought about. You put a lot of effort and thought into it. That's why it's called a principle. It's something that's very strict, something that you truly, truly believe in. And that's love to me. What are your principles? And having somebody who honors those principles, that's love to me. It's not an emotion. Emotions change. That's why I said you can have a guy swear up and down he loves you, and then 2 years from now, as soon as you get pregnant and have his baby, he gonna treat you like you're an animal. He gonna treat you like you have the bubonic plague. He gonna treat you like a beast. Like, what the heck? What happened? Then you're crying. You're confused. Oh my gosh, what happened? I don't know what to do. I don't know why he doesn't love me anymore, because he was just giving you an emotion. He was not giving you principles. That's why he can't commit to your ass, because he was never committed. He was just doing shit off of emotion. If it was new, it was exciting. So he's, oh, I love you. People say shit out of excitement. People say things they don't truly mean because it sounds good, because it feels good. They think life is a movie. You don't get to play with people's feelings like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to play with people's feelings like that. No, you don't. No, you do not. I don't agree with that part. I sure don't agree with that part, right? You don't get to do that to people. Does that make sense? You don't get to do that to people. You have to honor people. You have to honor people. You have to honor their love. So that's once again, I said love is an active verb. It's not, oh, I think I love you. No, 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 no. What does that mean, you love me? What does that mean, you love me? No, what you mean, Marlene? What does that mean, you love me? We can have good sex. That doesn't mean you love me. You can enjoy having sex with me. That doesn't mean you love me. You can like how pretty I am, but I'm not the prettiest girl you ever meet. You'll meet prettier girls. Why would you stay with me and not go with her? You guys, I'm telling you, you gotta be sober minded out here. So I didn't like the last season of Insecure. I'm sorry, but I didn't like it. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is what she's selling to black girls like this. No. It's not okay. And she's, oh, she plays the stepmom, but hit her, and that's what I said. And I get it. Like, words don't damn, they don't pay no damn bills, Maya. And this is where I have an issue too with Issa. Like, I cannot say Issa's a bad person. I don't know her. I don't know her to say Issa's a bad person. But my issue is like, we as African people, we have a privilege, right? We have a privilege to come from the continent. We have the privilege of still being connected to culture. We have a lot. We might not have as much money privilege, but we have a lot of cultural privilege. We have a lot of traditional privilege, right? So if in your personal life, this is why I talk about like integrity. Like, to me, I don't know, I would just call it integrity. But if in your personal life, your own husband don't have no side chick, he don't have no side baby. If in your personal life you're not a stepmom, don't sell stepmom storylines to people. Like, I'm not doing that shit. You know what I'm trying to say? Especially if we're trying to be, oh, this is for black people, this is some real shit. Like, okay, then let's be on some real shit. Me, Marlene, in my real life, you know what I mean? Me, Marlene, in my real life, I said no to, and at that time, I really can say I really loved him. And when that baby came, I said, oh, fuck that shit. I'm about to be a stepmom. I don't want it. I never wanted to be a stepmom. Nope. And I don't want anybody else to be a stepmom to my kids. That's my mindset. And I stand on that. 10 toes deep, I stand on that shit. So it's like, don't put storylines out there that even you yourself, per your culture, per your dad's rules, the way your dad raised you, the way your dad runs that Senegalese household, you know that stuff is unacceptable. Why would you promote that to black girls, to African American girls who don't have the privilege of the long tradition of marriage that we have as Africans, who don't have the privilege of experiencing dowry the way we do, who don't have the privilege of experiencing traditional marriages the way that we do, who, like, why would you sell that to black girls, to African American girls? Why? Sell to African American girls what we think as African women is a standard for marriage, because that's the whole purpose of having like cousins, right? Is for them to show like, yo, like, this is who we used to be, like, this is our culture, this is what we take and don't take, this is what we accept and don't accept. Why are you doing this stuff? Because in your personal life, your husband ain't got no kids, because in his family he probably knows his daddy don't want that, so he made sure never to bring his daddy and his mommy kids outside of marriage, because a lot of African families are very strict about that. They don't like that kind of mess. And a lot of times too, if you make a mistake and you get a girl pregnant, um, like, for example, like my dad, I have two older sisters, right? My mom only has four. My dad has six kids. My dad got people pregnant when he was like a teenager. My granddad was so upset. It was so bad. My daddy had to hide because my granddad was like furious. When I tell you African people don't like that mess, they don't like that mess, yo. The same way they cannot stand when their daughters get pregnant, they cannot stand their sons going out there and getting people pregnant. My granddad got really, really upset. It was really bad for my dad. It was very bad for him. He had to hide because my granddad was not about that life. He was not about that life. He said, I sent you to school. I did not send you to get people pregnant. He didn't care how smart my dad was. It was really bad. You know what I'm saying? It was really bad because my granddad's not about that life. So in a lot of African families, you know, it's not good for a guy to get people pregnant. Sometimes you can even find yourself out of a will if you get people pregnant out of marriage, even for a man. Your dad can leave you with nothing. It's really bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and like, we do have a culture of shame. Now, is shame all the time good? No. But is shame sometimes good also? Yes. There's a time and place for shame. Okay? Because it helps young people to not make certain mistakes. It's like, I don't want to have these consequences, then don't make those mistakes. Okay? So there's a time and place where shame is actually good for you. I agree. Should we shame people all the time? No, people make mistakes, right? But there are certain times people should shame you, because I think the notion behind like kids out of wedlock and things like that, right, Jimmy, love you, is the fact that like you're bringing an innocent life into this world and you don't even have what it takes to raise this kid. So I can see why the African parents will shame you, because it's not fair to bring an innocent baby into foolishness. Because you don't, what do you have to take care of this kid? So I guess they shame you and they scare you so that you don't bring an innocent baby into a stupid situation. So I can see where that's coming from. I think it's not just like, oh, they're trying to protect the name, whatever, which is understandable. But I think it's also because they trying to protect an innocent baby from having unfit parent. Teenagers ain't got no business raising kids. You're not fit. So I can see where that's coming from as well. You know, so I'm sure like him over there too. He's from a rich family, and they're like, no, we don't do that over here. So you should give yeah, you know. So like if that's how your dad raised you, the way your daddy raised you, and you found great success in this life, you were able to find a great man in this life, and you have a beautiful wedding and you got married, you don't have no side kids, he don't have no side kids. I feel like these are the kinds of like storylines you have to share with other black girls, right? Share that part. Share how your daddy raised you. And don't be afraid that people might be like, oh, look at you, you're judgmental, you think you're better than. People say that at first because, they feel like they're being judged, they're insecure, they feel bad. So they have a tendency to react crazy, right? But we have to challenge people to think differently. We have to challenge people to think differently. We can't just give people what they want because it makes them feel good. Because a lot of people are not, well, they don't make good decisions. So we cannot give them what they want because what they want comes from a place of being broken. So it's like you have to challenge them with that. Like your art has to challenge people to think outside the box. Your art has to challenge people to like question how they think. Don't give people low hanging fruits because it's convenient, because it's what they know. Because a lot of time what they know is not good. They need to unlearn what they know because it's not good. So when I looked at when I watched the last season of Insecure, I did not like it. I did not like it. If you're a black man, I can see how you like it because the black woman comes in and cleans up your shit. So now you got a baby mama that's very accommodating. She lets you go on with your love, right? She lets you go on with Issa, the girl that you always loved. Meanwhile, her body was used as an incubator, right? And y'all can use her son for pictures and act like, look, I'm a cute little stepmom. That's a cute little step baby. You're using my child for photo ops, right? And then you also have Issa, who's also very so the black man wins. He has two goofy ass black women who placate his stupidity. And nobody really forces him to grow up because he gets to have whatever he wants. So if you're a black man, yeah, of course you love the Issa Rae thing because it goes into conditioning black women to accepting inferior treatment. You know what I'm saying? You think if the storyline was that Issa had a baby with the light skinned boy with the green eyes, and Lawrence had to raise the light skinned baby with the green eyes, you think people would have been like these black guys, Charlemagne, all them black, oh yeah, oh look, Lawrence is a stepdad. He's not just a stepdad; he's a stepdad who stepped up. No, no. So it's like, who does like these storylines like this? Like, who do they profit? Like, who do they really benefit? They benefit black men and their mediocre ways. I didn't like it. I did not like it. I did not like it at all. I didn't like it one bit. Yeah, I did not like it. I didn't like it because black men need to respect black women. And you should, and like the Bible says, like you should not test people to beyond a limit. Exactly. They don't call him a simp, right? Exactly. If she had a little light skinned baby with hazel eyes in the house and he had to raise that little boy, he wouldn't have done it. And that's where Issa should have challenged. That's where, if you're gonna leave the show and not do it again, that's how she should have challenged people to truly look at like gender roles and gender construct, especially within the black community in America. Like, would it have been okay if she got pregnant, right? Because that's what should have happened. She should have got pregnant by homeboy too, and that way they both would have been step parents. He gonna have his little baby, she gonna have a little baby, and then Lauren's gonna have to love her child. She gonna love his child. So that way we all win. But why does she get to be careful and not get randomly? Because she has a lot of sex in that show too, right? But she don't get pregnant. Why he gets somebody pregnant? How is that fair? Like these are girls who act like, cause like when I looked at, I thought about it too, cause when like towards the end, I thought about it and I was like, this is really giving like Sex in the City, but on a budget, right? Because Sex in the City with these white girls, that's all they would do, just have sex, 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 and go shop, 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 buy a whole lot of expensive stuff, and they can't even afford it, right? So it's like it felt like because insecure that like these girls have sex, oh birthday penis, food penis. I'm hungry penis. I'm sad penis. Hooked up penis. Like these girls have like they just have sex with random people. I'm like, did you people ever hear about the human papilloma virus? Like, do you know about HPV? I don't know. It's just weird. But anyway, so it was giving very much Sex in the City, but on a budget. It's not as glamorous. It's not as fancy. Like it's just bunch of random sex with broke ass dudes, right? They all broke. Sex in the City, at least they kind of rich. Um, but it's like me, for me, I'm not even a writer, but if I was a writer of a show, I really would have used that the last episode to really cause a real conversation. Like if this was a black woman and she had a baby, Lawrence should have been accepting of that baby. Because if it was him, he would have wanted her to accept his baby and see how the public would have reacted to that. And then we could have looked at people's reaction. And you could have seen that, oh, this thing is skewed, right? If a black man has a baby in his whole moments while he's trying to figure out what he really wants, and he's like, okay, I really want you, but hey, I got a kid. You should be like, oh, okay, I'll be the stepmom of the century. But you shouldn't dare get pregnant. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? And then the other girl who had the baby with Lawrence, she should have got married. She should have got married. She should have got married, maybe to a white man. Oh, girl, my finale would have been a hot ass mess. I would have shocked some people. That girl should have got married to a white executive that is super rich. And then she should have got his baby. Like Lawrence should have been made to feel like the small, like irrelevant. She should have moved on with a white man that's super rich in LA. Moved to a big house. And then she gets pregnant. And then Issa should have been pregnant by the light skinned dude. Yep. And then that way, Lawrence has to raise her kid, plus his kid. Mm-hmm. That's how I would have done it. But it's like you can't be avant-garde when it comes to sex. Like, oh, let's have sex, 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 sex. Because they do that a lot in Insecure. They use sex as like a way of like, oh, we're modern women. We go on these casual hookups, right? But then when it comes to relationships and marriage, they settle. That don't make no fucking sense. If you gonna use sex, if you gonna be, oh, I'm a modern woman, I'll be fucking around whenever I want to, then fuck this shit up. Get fucking pregnant and make this motherfucker raise your kid too, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Be avant-garde all across the board. Cause that's what I would have done. But you can't be like, oh, I'm modern woman. I'm very but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because he didn't get, like, Lawrence does not get that black girl pregnant because, oh, she's so thoughtful, she's amazing, she'll make a great mom. He got pregnant because he didn't want to wear protection, right? So he didn't really think about if she was corny, if she was consistent. He got pregnant because he didn't want to wear protection. So if lights can do this goofy or not, it doesn't matter. She should be able to be like, well, I don't want to wear protection, go ahead, bust. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't pick her to be the mother of his kid because he's like, oh, wow, look at her. She went to Harvard. And like, oh my gosh, she's like best in her class. And oh my gosh, like she's about to be a neurosurgeon. And no, he just didn't want to wear protection. He doesn't wear protection. He just smashes random people. Right? So it should be the same energy. Like she should be pregnant too. Like, okay. So it's like you're very avant garde with your sex life. And then when the show comes to an end, you settle. You settle. So you have the career you want. You have a Lexus now. You have a nice office now. And you go right back to the same old narrative. She took her ex back with the kid. And she probably still makes more than him. When the show started, you were making more than him. The show's ending, you make more than him. And now you're going to raise his kid. And most likely you're going to help him pay for child support. Huh? It took us 5 years to get to this. That don't make no sense. That does not make any sense to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense to me. It does not. It doesn't. It absolutely does not make any sense to me. Maybe it makes sense to other people, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Because she makes more than him in the end. That's her house they're in. That's her house. When the show started, they were in her apartment. So now he's in her house with his kid with another woman. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. No, I did not like the last episode. I did not like it. I was really, yeah, he's a tech guru, but he's an employee. She makes more than him. Pushing the Lexus, she makes more than him. So yeah, he a tech guru, but he doesn't have his own business. He's not hiring a bunch of white people to work for him. You know what I mean? She does. She got staff. She has her own business. She has staff. She pushing the Lexus. Most likely that's her house. So we did 5 years just to end up where we left off. Like, and I'm like, people think that's a great ending. I think it's sad. I think it's sad. Or you leave everybody behind. You leave Lawrence and his kid behind. You leave the light skinned boy with his crying tears behind. And you get you a whole new dude that has nothing to do with these people, that's hella, hella, hella rich. And that got more money than you have memories about you and Lawrence. Right? But it's like people are like, oh, I'm so happy for Issa. She gets what she wants. She gets everything she wants. I'm like, what is that? What are you happy for? I was so confused. I was like, are we watching the same show? I'm so lost. Like, what exactly are you happy for? Huh? I don't know. Like, oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy for Issa. She gets everything she wanted. I'm like, this deadbeat. You think that's a blessing? You think Lawrence is a blessing? You think Lawrence is a catch? Absolutely not. And I think a lot of times too, like a lot of girls are so afraid. Like they don't think that there's something better out there. There actually is. There actually is. That's why you gotta be very careful. You gotta be very careful thinking, oh, this is the best I'll ever do. If you say so, if you say so, if you say so. Just like even when you read the Bible, if you believe in the Bible, you don't have to believe in the Bible, but if you believe in the Bible, if you don't, that's fine. But if you do believe in the Bible, did Adam really have to take Eve? He didn't have to. The first thing he saw, he was impressed. He could have been like, no, I don't like it. Maybe God would have made something better, right? But a lot of times, we're like, oh, this the best I'll ever do. Look at my age. Look at my time. Look at this. Look at that. It was like, are you sure? Are you sure this is what you want to say yes to? Gotta be very careful. I don't know. You gotta be very careful. But people get tired. Like, oh, I'm tired of waiting. I'm impatient. I want something now. I need to have a relationship now. I need somebody now. It's cuffing season. I'm like, y'all so damn silly. I'd rather wait as long as it takes to get something that's really amazing than to let my fears make me settle for something stupid. And then one day you'll be somewhere at the mall. One day you'll be somewhere at the park. One day you'll be somewhere walking on campus and be like, the fuck? Who is that? Bitch, it could have been yours had you waited 6 more months. I'm just saying. I don't do things out of desperation. I'm very crazy though, but that's just me though. I don't do things out of desperation. Because you'll be really surprised what's out there. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I gotta take this. I gotta take this. I don't know. Do you really have to take this? You know what I mean? Do you truly have to take this? Or could you wait and maybe something better is gonna come along? You know what I mean? I don't know. You decide. You decide. You decide. But some people, I think they say, I don't know, but like, oh, I'm so happy for Issa. She got everything she wanted. I'm like, no, she didn't. She could have got something better. You know, sometimes, yeah, when you least expect something else show up. And I always tell people sometimes, before you find Boaz, there sure will be a distraction first. And a lot of people say yes to the distraction. And they don't know that Boaz is coming right after. A lot of people say yes to the distraction. The devil always sends you a distraction right before he sends Boaz. Be very careful. Be very, very careful. Be very careful. Sometimes what is familiar and what feels comfortable is not always the best choice. It's just familiar. Does not mean it's the best choice. It's just comfortable. It doesn't mean it's the best choice. It's familiar. It's comfortable. Yeah. Be careful of those choices. Right? Then you're like, oh, 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 oh. We settle a lot, and we don't even, because we're afraid. Like, you're like, oh, if I don't hold on to this, if I don't, do this now, if I don't grab this now, maybe I'll never have this again. So, it's a lot of like imposter syndrome. It's a lot of doing things out of insecurity, as opposed to doing things out of conviction, right? You have to move out of conviction. You cannot move out of insecurities. You cannot move out of begging and this, and that. You cannot do those kinds of things, right? You truly have to move out of conviction. So move out of conviction, do things out of conviction and not out of like begging and like being afraid and being desperate and feeling like, oh, you know, I need something familiar with me, like where I'm going. I got to have somebody that's familiar. I need somebody that's familiar to me. No, you need something that matches your level of dedication. Point blank, period. But unfortunately, a lot of ladies, like, they don't look at marriage, like fiance, engagement, marriage, as like I don't want to say business, but yeah, it's like a business. Like, being very rational. Like, okay, like, what are my interests? What are his interests? What do I gain? What do I lose? They don't look at it that way. They just think like, oh, look, I'm about to be a wife. It's like, nah, bitch, you're about to lose a whole lot of shit. First and foremost, you're about to lose your motherfucking last name. Let's start there. You're about to lose your last name. You're gonna lose a lot of your independence. You're gonna lose a lot. So is it worth it? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what marriage is. Is it worth it? Like, you gotta think about this kind of stuff, right? And so, but they just for people want to be emotional about things as opposed to being strategic about things. And when I say people think I'm being mean, I'm like, I'm not being mean. I don't get anything by being mean to you. But you have to really think about those things, right? Like, what do you stand to gain? If I say, if I marry this dude, what can he do for me? Where is he going to take me? Does he even have the potential to take me somewhere? Where are we going to be? Where are we going to go? How am I going to, what does growing old with your ass look like? I don't know. I think about these things, right? But yeah. So that's me, y'all. That's my little mind for the day. I hope you enjoyed my mind for today. But yeah, that's what I had to say. Don't be like Monica. And let's pray for Monica also. Like, we talked about Monica, but let's pray for her. I really do pray for her. I hope that God gives her a breakthrough. You know, yeah, I hope God gives her a breakthrough. Whatever is broken in her, I don't know what's going on with her, but I truly, truly hope that God has a breakthrough with Monica. Like, I hope she has a come to Jesus moment and she recognizes that, like, she has to live her life for her, not for the streets, not for the code, not for the D block, the C block, the whatever block he's in, right? But truly, like, I am blessed, I am fortunate, I am beautiful, I am rich, I am successful, I am famous, and I've worked hard to be here. It's not given. There are a lot of people who know how to sing. Okay. There are a lot of beautiful black women who know how to sing. Okay. So to be one out of millions, to actually, hey, boo boo, to be one out of millions that actually made it, you have to honor that. Right. And it's not your fault if you made it. You can't feel bad about making it. You made it. You can't feel bad about it. You understand what I'm saying? But it's like you have to take advantage of all that favor and go out there and date. You know what I mean? Go live your life. Go on dates, Monica. I truly, truly want Monica to go on dates. Go on dates. Go meet other people. Go on dates with lawyers. Go on dates with doctors. Go on dates with kinds of people. Just because somebody is not yay yay does not mean they're not real. Somebody does not have to kill people to be a real person. Okay? Somebody does not have to commit murder to be real. Somebody does not have to go to prison to be real. Someone does not have to go have a street credibility to be a real street. No. There are a lot of people who have lots of I think most people from the streets also don't have honor. They don't have integrity. Okay? They're not they no. Let's stop. They don't even have discipline because they would have gotten a job. Okay. So go meet other people, Monica. Go on dates with other people. Change your environment. Change your mindset. And stop acting like if people are not ghetto or ratchet or don't have a criminal record, there's something wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with them. You know what I mean? Go ride horses. How about that? Go take up art. Go live in Italy for 6 months. Then go live in the Ivory Coast for another 6 months. I don't know. Do different things, but allow yourself to meet other men, different kinds of men. Explore what's out there. You've worked hard and you deserve at least that, to know for a fact what is out there. She doesn't even love the thing about, let me tell you something, right? Oh, Jesus. It's not even so much. It's not even so much the fact that, like, oh, Monica loves struggle, love X, Y, and Z. The real issue is that Black women are indoctrinated. They are indoctrinated. They are brainwashed into proving their loyalty. Have you not noticed that it's always Black women, and that's globally because I'm from Africa? Have you not noticed that it's always Black women who have to prove their loyalty to Black men? Okay? What exercise out here, what requirement out here is imposed on Black men globally to prove their loyalty to Black women? What do we as Black women collectively require from Black men to show loyalty to us? Y'all heard James. James said if the white man came to get me, he would let me get that kill. So that way he could live to tell my story. And for as funny as he might think it is, there's truth in that. Because people say the stuff people say when they're joking, they actually mean that stuff. They mean it, okay? So my question to you is, right, what is the loyalty test we have for Black men, right? Like even here, since even in Africa, same thing too, but since we're here, let's talk about it here. But like you'll see a Black guy put a Black girl through all kinds of unthinkable, unfathomable, unimaginable misery so she can get a ring. But the reality is, the whole time, sister girl can go buy herself a ring. No. Do you have to put up with 5 different kids, 10 different kids, 8 baby mamas, all kinds of domestic abuse for a ring? You can buy yourself a ring. Matter yet, better yet, better yet, come closer. Who the fuck cares about a ring, anyways? It's another piece of jewelry. Okay. All right. I'm just saying. Who the fuck cares? It's just a piece of jewelry. Because the kind of damage and hurt that person has put you through, you will never forget it. You will like people can hurt you so bad, you guys. You have PTSD for the rest of your natural human life. You know what I'm saying? So that ring is just for other people. He's just trying to show other people, oh, look, I tortured her. So now I'm giving her a piece of jewelry. How about I don't fuck with you and don't get tortured? Okay. Baby, I don't wear a ring. Y'all know I don't have a ring. Okay. Okay. And I'd rather not even have that, not to deal with a whole lot of stuff, right? It's awful. It is awful. And like, oh, look, she took the ring. She said yes. Yeah, she said yes to a whole life of misery. Because when a man has 8 kids by how many women and you say yes to his engagement, first of all, you about to be engaged for the next 10 years. Because engagement, to me, especially here in America, Black guys propose in order to extend their lease without officially making an offer to buy. Let me say it again, because it probably was a little too much. Okay. To me, in America, if we talk about Black people in America, a Black man in America proposing, right, is similar to him extending his lease. So by proposing, he's extending his lease, okay, without making a formal commitment to buy. So currently he lives in a very nice house. He has the lease is about to expire. He can either buy the property outright or he can just extend the lease. Like, I don't really want to buy the property outright. I'll just extend the lease. So buying the ring Giving you a ring and crying and all that fake stuff they do don't mean that shit, because you go next week he cheating. It's a way for him to extend the lease. He's extending his lease without making a formal offer to buy. He doesn't want to buy. He wants to buy himself time. That's it. He needs more time. So he's going to bamboozle you with something that you can buy for your damn self. You see the scam? Do you see the scam? You see? Yeah. And that's the thing. Like Lady Boss is saying, that's where dowry is different, because dowry is marriage, right? Dowry is African people's version of marriage. Because once you pay dowry, that's your wife. You know what I'm saying? Like in the Western culture, an engagement is just an engagement. It's not recognized as marriage. It's an engagement, right? So people could be out here proposing as much as they want. You can't come after their wealth. You're just a fiance. You don't have no recourse to somebody's wealth because they proposed to you. The most you can get is keep the ring. But some guys are even petty enough to ask you for the ring back, and you do have to give it to them because it's their ring. Once again, it's leased. Everything is leased about the situation, right? So it's a way to extend your lease without having to make a formal offer to buy. They don't want to buy, but they want to buy more time. So they're going to bamboozle you with something that you could seriously buy for yourself. It is a scam. It's an emotional scam. It's a spiritual scam. It's a scam. It's a visual scam. It's an emotional scam. It's a spiritual scam. It's a scam. It's a scam. It's a scam. Mayday. Okay. So that's what I would say about that. And I'm like, you engaged to somebody with 8 kids by 6 different women. Like, is that even something to be proud of? This dude got a problem. This dude has a problem. You see what I mean? So it's a joke. Like these people, it's like it's all comedy to them, right? But the fact that you have to go put up with so much stuff so that one day somebody can give you a ring. The white man's ring, no offense to the white man, he's just trying to make his money, but still, right? People gonna give you a ring and still treat you like crap. People gonna give you a ring and still cheat on you. People gonna give you a ring and still traumatize you. Keep your ring, my brother. I'd rather you come with your principles. What's your principles? Like, oh, Marlene, if you mess with me, this is what I'm about. Come with principles. Put the ring to the side. We're going to talk about that later. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Y'all, ladies, I promise you, you don't want a ring. You want principles. You want somebody when he says yes, is yes, is yes, is no, is no. You want somebody, if he says to you, I'm going to be here at 6:30, he going to be there at 6:25. He can keep the ring. You want somebody who respects his word. Anybody can buy jewelry. That's not hard. But not many people care about their word. Like, yo, when I say something, I have to deliver. When I say something, my word is my everything. Like, because that's how much I value myself. I value my name. If I tell you I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna show up. If I tell you yes, it means yes. If I say no, I say no. If I need time, but I need time to think about it, but I'll get back to you in 2 weeks, and then boom, in 2 weeks, people get back to you. You want people who care enough about what they say. They don't speak a lot, but when they speak and they say things, they deliver what they say. People like that, you gonna love them. Even if they don't always say yes to what you want, you're going to love them because you know when they say yes, they really mean it. Does that make sense? You know, but the jewelry. A rich person buys jewelry. It means nothing to him. It's a purchase. If somebody's worth $1 million and they buy you a ring for 20,000, okay. Buying somebody a piece of jewelry does not require growth. Like, it doesn't require growth. It doesn't require self-reflection. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't require like, I gotta be a better person. What does that even mean to be a better person? It's a purchase. And nothing more than a purchase. And we gotta stop Google going, oh my gosh, I can't believe he bought her ring. He bought her ring. It's a purchase. He bought many things in his life. It's not that deep, right? Somebody's saying to himself, I really want to marry this person. I need to fix my temper. That's amazing. You know what I mean? You can't buy that. That takes a sense of self-awareness, right? Somebody saying, oh, I want to marry this girl. I gotta stop being outside all the time like that because that's not good. You know what I mean? Oh, I want to marry this person. I got to start communicating better. I have to start being more respectful. I have to pay attention to her feelings because she might be a little bit more sensitive than me. That's real because it's like, oh, like this person is willing to change things about them to make sure like you two are compatible. Does that make sense, you guys? Do you know what I'm trying to say? You can buy a ring and still be an asshole. It's a purchase. It doesn't require character development. You don't have to go to character development school to buy a ring. You're like, no, you just go to the store. If you have the money, you buy it. Right? But you don't actually have to like work on your character. You don't. And that's not what you want. You truly don't want the ring. You want better character out of this person. The ring is for other people. It ain't even for you. You just want to impress others. Oh, look, he loves me so, but no, he can keep his ring. But what you need from somebody is character development. Like he needs to change. He needs to be a person not to be like, you know what, I gotta fix this, I gotta fix that. Because I want to be with her. It's not that you're asking him to change. He's like, oh no, you know, I want us to be successful. So I gotta fix that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Commitment. It's not a ring. It's a personal promise to yourself. Like, oh, I'm going to commit to this person because that's truly what I want to do. And that all of that, it happens on the inside of a person. It's not a ring, y'all. I'm not trying to be funny or be disrespectful, but it's the truth. There are a lot of people who have rings and they have mistresses. There are a lot of people who have huge rings out here and they get cheated on because it's just a purchase. It's just a purchase. And so if that ring is not given with true commitment, right? If that the ring, you don't give somebody a ring with a true promise to work on yourself every day, right? To try to be the best version of yourself, to let the things of your youth go, then you might as well keep your shit. It's cool. I don't want it. You see, I don't have a ring, so what do I know? Or maybe I do know something, I don't know. Does that make sense? So this whole struggle love situation, Black women have always been taxed with accepting the Black man, however he comes, at his best, at his lowest, at his defeated. Because to be quite honest, you guys, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be mean. But a lot of Black men don't even want to be with Black women. You are what they settle for. You are the de facto sorry group. Okay. Because when they get it popping and get what they want, you're not what they want. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I'm Black too, so maybe James also wanted a white woman. Who knows? But the reality is the majority of Black men don't want to be with Black women. Right? But what they do want is in case of type of situation, right? A lot of black women tend to be in case of. If this doesn't work, you got Marlene. If this doesn't work, you got Kate, you got Bianca. In case this doesn't work, you got so and so. In case this doesn't work, here you go. In case this doesn't work, she gonna be all right with you. In case you don't have enough money, get your Black woman. In case you don't have enough degrees, go to the Black girl. In case you don't have enough wealth, Black girl. In case you don't have enough education, Black girl. In case you're a felon, Black girl. In case, like it, Black women, aka in case of. That's the truth, right? Okay, cool. All right, cool. Right? But a lot of these Black men that you are so convenient, you accommodate so much. Yeah, Black women is a backup plan. I'm not trying to be offensive. Please don't come for me. I'm innocent. Please buy my palette. I'm innocent, but it's true because it's never a love out of admiration, right? It's never a love out of admiration. It's always a love out of convenience, right? It's always a love out of, well, I'm not too secure in my manhood, so I'm gonna go with this Black girl real quick, right? But it's never out of. I'm not saying that there are always exceptions to the rules. You definitely do have Black men who do marry out of admiration, right? We're not talking about those. We're talking about in general. In general, like there was this soccer player. He's from Ivory Coast too, though. Exactly. There was this famous soccer player in the Ivory Coast. He used to play for Chelsea. Emmanuel Yobwe. His name is Emmanuel. Emmanuel Yobwe. Paris Milan did a video on him too. So he was out there in the hood. He was struggling out there in the barrio. He was struggling in the hood. Made it to the UK. Started playing for Chelsea with other famous Ivorian players like Didier Drogba, Kolo Toure, I forgot his name, but there were like three of them. Like there were a bunch of Ivorians playing for Chelsea. And so when he was playing for Chelsea, he had a white woman. He had a white British girl. Okay. Made all kinds of money. They would travel. Sometimes you go to, every time you go, like for me, when I would go to Abidjan over the summer, you would see them in the plane, him and the white girl, whatever. So the white girl, like when the career started to go downhill, I think he got cut from Chelsea. The white girl's like, nah, I'm not interested. She sued him. She divorced him. She pretty much, because he's also illiterate. So he's functioning illiterate. So I don't know how the paperwork worked out, but the divorce, she took everything. He had to give up the house. He didn't want to move out the house. So he was squatting in the house. I mean, it was so embarrassing, but he lost everything. So when he lost everything in the UK, he moved back to the Ivory Coast. He moved back to Abidjan. All of a sudden, hmm conveniently, he then remembered that once upon a time he was in love with the girl from the hood. I forgot what her name was, but that was the girl from the neighborhood, right? When before he left Abidjan, they were together. When he was working on his soccer career in Abidjan, they were together. He goes to Europe. I'm sure a few months he was calling. Then when he met the white girl, he stopped calling. Right when Chelsea came, Chelsea success came. Brother had amnesia. Okay. The white woman took all his money with the help of her white people. Now he lost everything, lost it all. Guess who he went back to? Sister girl from the neighborhood. Okay. So she accepts his broke ass. Not because not only was he broke, he was defeated. The way he left Chelsea was very embarrassing. The stuff in the media was embarrassing because people were confused. Like, was it witchcraft? Is he on drugs? Is it on alcohol? How can somebody that played for Chelsea end up with $0, like zero money to his name? So she took all of that and the public shame and the confusion. And he said, oh, now he wants to marry her. Do you know that sister girl accepted the marriage proposal? She went ahead and married this bum. So now that you have nothing, now that you lost everything, the white girl took everything, you lost all your prestige. Now you want to marry the black girl. And you know she accepted it? Because I'm sure she was guilt. They put all kinds of guilt trip on her. Oh, look, he's sad. Look, he lost everything. Oh, you went to Chick-fil-A? Oh, well, the roads here are really bad. Look, he lost everything. He doesn't have anything anymore. You just can't leave him like this, you know. He needs somebody. You have to be there for him. That white girl was so evil. Blah, 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 blah. That Morse code, right? She accepted this bum, me, Marlene. When you were making all your billions, you were playing with Didier. You didn't call me in. Huh? You didn't even have me as your side chick, like, in memory of what we used to have. You can be my honorary side chick. Now that you are completely broke, defeated. You want me to do what again? She married him. So it's like a lot of the stuff that these black women do, that weird loyalty, demonic loyalty, that bizarre, mystical, demonic loyalty. Never, never. Loyalty that black women have is indoctrination. It's grooming. It's conditioning. To the point that you think it's actually your idea. It's not your idea. It's the expectation. Hi, what you mean you're not going to hold them down? What do you mean you're going to move on? I mean exactly what I mean. You know what I'm saying? It's indoctrination. It is indoctrination. Like, if a woman loses her husband in Africa, like, they'll make the lady shave her head. They'll make the lady shave her head, you guys. When the husband dies, you have to shave your head. You have to go and be so ugly. They want you to be ugly. They want you to look defeated. You have to shave your head. They say if you don't shave your head, You're going to go crazy because his spirit is going to haunt you. But somehow, if you shave your head, you're not going to be haunted. Then they say, if you don't shave your head, something bad's gonna happen to one of your children. Nothing gonna bad to happen to your children, and you're not gonna go crazy. They just want you to look busted and defeated, so that no man is attracted to you. They don't want you to move on too fast. Oh, that's what that is. They be making up all kinds of bullshit because we tend to be very afraid of the supernatural, so people buy right into it. Sometimes they'll lock you up in the house for 6 months. My friend, when his mom passed away, when his dad passed away, his mom was locked up in the house for 6 months. 6 months. She could not go outside for 6 months. She had to stay in the house for 6 months. And they made sure people will come visit, people will come and stay just to make sure that she was locked up in the house. If that's not them trying to have you go crazy. So I bought her shoes. I remember I bought her 30 pairs of shoes. I said, well, tell her to wear a different shoe every day. So that will help her with the time to go by faster. It's very toxic. So it's not even just like, oh, it's African American women or it's just from like it's Black America. No, no, no. This toxicity is all the way from Africa, and then people brought this stuff here. Okay, unfortunately that's not something they left on that boat. It's a conditioning that they brought all the way from Africa, and it has stayed like it's like part of the DNA. It is stuck to people. It's stuck to Black women, like their complexion. It is stuck to Black women, like the texture of their hair. I wouldn't even be surprised if that kind of encoding is not even in our hair, because I'm like, at this rate, right? You know, they monitor you. Yeah, they want you to be shamed, right? Just like they practice in Western Africa a lot. They practice clitoris circumcision. They cut off your clitoris. A lot of women from a certain age, they don't have a clitoris. They cut off the clitoris because the point was like, oh, if the man is not there, they should not want to have sex. So you don't get to have sexual pleasure. Like my grandma, like my mom's mom, where she's from, her people, they practice that. They probably did it to my grandma too. What do I know? Most likely. But I know my great grandmother had it. But where my grandma's from, they do cut off your clitoris, because you're not allowed to have sexual pleasure. Like if the man is not there, you shouldn't enjoy. You should not have pleasure. You should not know what sex is. You should not have sexual urges. So, and you got to remember too, my grandma, she's like half Muslim too, right? She's from Guinea, because a lot of the African Muslims, they do practice circumcision, female circumcision. Um, in that Mandinga culture, Fulani culture, they do cut off the clitoris of women. It's very bloody. It's illegal too, but some people, they still do it to this day. People end up dying. It's very bloody. It's very traumatic. These young ladies don't even know what's happening to them. And they tell them that by cutting off their clitoris, they're going to become true women. Because it's little girls that have clits and grown women do not have clits. And the sad part is, for a lot of women who go through like female circumcision, they never get an orgasm. So sex to them is very bizarre. It's a very bizarre experience for them. They don't really have orgasms. They don't really come. So they don't. So for guys, a lot of guys don't like to marry girls who are circumcised. Um, they don't like to marry girls who are circumcised because they never have an orgasm. They could have sex for hours. And even that, how's that not like, how does that plays a huge part into rape culture? Because if you can just have sex with somebody for hours and she doesn't get tired or she doesn't feel nothing, that's rape, isn't it? No, it's very toxic. It's very toxic. So then people, and that's why you see, for as much as I am African, and it's not good to make fun of slavery, but African people, we do a lot of toxic shit. We do a lot of very toxic stuff. We do a lot of very demonic stuff. We do a lot of very ungodly stuff. So maybe slavery also was a form of punishment because the stuff we do is not normal. A lot of stuff we do is very demonic. It's very anti-God. Like, I'm very sorry. Like, it is very, very anti-God. It is not normal to do stuff like that. This is straight up human butchering. This is straight up mutilation. Like, you're mutilating a human being. And I remember when I live in Burkina Faso, because Burkina Faso too, they love to cut people's clitoris off. Okay. They love to cut off the clitoris. And that's why a lot of parents were warned, do not send your children to the village in the summer because they will cut off your girl's clitoris. Because them old people in the village are stupid. They're very, very stupid. These people do things that are against. They're like they do stuff that's anti-God. I'm being don't I'm just being honest. Don't come for me. I'm innocent. You know, but they would have movies about that, like, to kind of like sensitize the parents, like, you can kill your daughter this way, because a lot of times when they would cut them clitoris off, they would cut a major vein, and then these girls would just hemorrhage. They would just hemorrhage. And they thought, oh, if you have a cigarette butt, can you, like, the fuckery, like, they take a cigarette bud and they would place that over the wound of the cut of clitoris. I'm like, you really think a cigarette bud is going to stop somebody that's hemorrhaging? And young girls end up dead like this, 14, 13, just dead in the bushes. And then you would have these pots, like we have these pots that we cook rice in, like they would take these pots and the pots would be full of blood. Just blood, blood, blood. You guys, it's so disturbing. It is so disturbing. How can people like this not be enslaved? Like, that's so demonic. People do things like, I don't know. We do a lot of things in Africa that's really anti-God. So I can see where maybe slavery was a form of punishment. But unfortunately, them people took their demonic ass culture, their toxic ass misogyny, and they brought that to the Americas. And it fuses itself, like it meshes itself to these enslaved black people here, these black Africans here. Well, they're African, they black, but and then they morph into what becomes African American culture, and that toxicity is still in there. Misogyny is such a huge part of African identity. Abusing women is a huge part of African culture. And you come to America and you see these black people do the same thing, and yet these people never been to Africa. And this is how you see how powerful DNA is. Like, there's so much code. There's more than how you look in your DNA. There's behavior ingrained in DNA. This stuff is not possible. This stuff is not possible. Like, how is this? How do you explain this kind of stuff, right? Am I making sense, you guys? Uh-huh. It's ridiculous. So this loyalty that taxes that is black women are taxed with, this loyalty that black women are accepted to always show in deference of black man, the way black women are always expected to be a doormat next to the black man. It didn't start today, y'all. It's from the continent. That stuff is toxic. It's very, very toxic. It's very, very toxic. It's very, very toxic. These black guys, you have black African Americans who never even set foot in Africa, but they practice polygamy, and they practice it so well. They don't even, like, they just do it. It's just a natural thing for them, right? Them people, they polygamous. That is exactly what polygamy is. And that's why I tell you, I believe in reincarnation. That is polygamy. This is polygamy. This is having 4, 5, 6 baby mamas. That is polygamy. How you call this behavior? That's polygamy. These people have been separated from Africa 400 years, and they still doing that shit. Like you would think these people just like came from Africa yesterday. That is polygamy. A lot of the stuff these rappers do, this is the same behavior in the village. The man is out there, he got 4, 5, 6 girls pregnant, all them kids running in the village, they're all siblings. They're all baby mamas. They're all like, oh, all of them, they got like, yeah, it's genetics. They're polygamous, right? They are polygamous. And that's why I say, like, people have to make peace with the fact that black people are a polygamous people. Like, dead ass. People want to embrace African spirituality. People want to embrace their African roots. People want to celebrate the Kwanzaa. But people don't want to accept the fact that African men are polygamous. Black men are polygamous. It is in their DNA. They are polygamous. They are polygamous. You look at them here, you look at them in the village, ain't no difference. Bunch of people pregnant, bunch of women pregnant. They live in different houses or different whatever you call it. But yeah, it's polygamous. They're polygamous. It's in their DNA. And they've never changed. It's in their DNA. They've never had respect for black women. They're not going to start now. You know what I mean? They never did. And generation after generation, Black women are always accepting of that. Oh, it's okay. 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 And it's like it's generation after generation after generation after generation, making excuses for them, right? Defending them, protecting them, nurturing them, even when they're way past being nurtured, right? You nurture a grown man like you're nurturing your a brand new baby. Like, what's wrong with you, sis, right? But it's like, it's the same thing, and it's the same movie. Like, it is the same movie. It's like it's the same movie. It doesn't end. It's like generations after generations after generation after generations. It is the same situation. And the place of the black woman never seems to evolve. She never grows. She never prospers. She never becomes like the, you know, an object of desire. She doesn't become something that people are like, oh wow, look at her. Wow, I want to be like her. No, no, and no, and no, and no, and no. And I told you, when you look at a black woman, you look at her, how she dresses, how she carries herself, you know right away, yeah, she caters to black men. You can just tell. You can tell, you can look at her, you can look at her mindset, you can look at her mannerism, you can look at how she dresses, you can look how she reads, like, yep, she caters to black men. You know what I mean? Because she was raised to be there. She was groomed. She was indoctrinated. She was rewarded. Like the way if my dog Shoo Shoo does something good, I give her a treat. It's the same thing, right? If you are a loyal, ride or die black woman, there's a treat. They're gonna one day they're gonna buy you diamonds. One day they're gonna buy you a frontal. One day they're gonna pay for your BBL. One day they're gonna pay for your titties. One day they're gonna pay for your teeth, right? And then they're going to parade you around other black women and be like, look at her. Look at what happens when you're faithful to us, right? Look at the girl who's a ride or die. Look at the girl who, she gets a new ass. Don't you want a new ass? Better be faithful to the black man, right? They're like, oh, look at her new teeth. You want some new teeth? Better be faithful to the black man, right? They're like, oh, look at her frontal. She gets 4 wigs every week, right? She gets her hair done by Eric and Tay. You want to get your hair done by Eric and Tay? Better be faithful to the black man, right? They be like, oh, look at her. She got some big old nice titties, right? You want some new titties by Dr. Miami? Better be faithful to the black man, okay? Oh, look at her. She got them expensive nails. Better be faithful to the black man. Oh, look at her. You want to have a Maybach so you can look like a skunk. You can look like Pepe Le Pew on the top of a Maybach, black and white. You wear black and you get the black and the white, the black and the white, looking like a little skunk. Okay, on the New Year's, better be faithful to the black man, right? You want to be able to be vulgar and make it, better be faithful to the black man, okay? Better be faithful to the black man. You can tell which girls have been faithful to black men, okay? There's a look to the, better be faithful to the black man. There's a look. Don't come from me, I'm innocent. There's a look. You can be like, yeah, he probably in prison, isn't he? There's a look. There's a certain look a girl has when she's faithful to a black man. Okay? You want to have the shape of an ant? Better be faithful to a black man. So bunch of y'all gonna look like bunch of ants, right? You want a BBL? Better be faithful to the black man. You want a chance to fuck up your eye color and have green eyes one day? Better be faithful to the black man. Okay? Yeah, girl. You want some Louis Vuitton? The real and the fake one? Better be faithful to the black man. So they use these material shit to like reward these girls like little dogs. Like, he gonna give me a treat. Black man. Better be faithful to the black man, right? And all this stuff is dangerous. You guys are dying. All this stuff is dangerous. The titties they give you, dangerous. The ass they give you out here built like an ant. I'm like, sometimes I see this girl, I'm like, damn, how do you sleep, sis? Like, are you okay when you sleep? Your back has to hurt. I naturally have a big butt, and it's very uncomfortable to sleep, as a matter of fact, right? Better be faithful to the black man. Okay. You want this? Better be faithful to the black man. You want some weave? Better be faithful to the black man. Okay. You better be faithful to the black man. You better be faithful. You can tell. A lot of these girls, they're like, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. Girl, bad. You faithful to the black man. Shut up. This ain't your business. This is brought to you by the black man. Oh, I'm a boss. What? Like, y'all, what kind of entrepreneur you know? They'll be like, but then again, like, Marnie, what kind of entrepreneur you are too? You be on here for 6 hours, though, girl, I'm on vacation. But the reality is like, what kind of entrepreneur you know got time to do makeup every day? She said, bro, what's so funny? But, you know, But like the sad part is, what entrepreneur do you know has time every day to have her hair done, makeup done, lashes done, going to the office with stripper heels? How do you wear Christian Louboutin to the office? Me, I can't do it. I would die. Okay, like what? Makeup done, hair is done, and then they walk through the warehouse with Chanel on. Like, who goes to a warehouse wearing Chanel, y'all? Like, let it make sense. She's not working. She's faithful to the black man. Okay, she faithful to the black man. Okay, it's like, girl, sit down somewhere. You faithful to the black man. Your whole lifestyle is because you are faithful to the black man. Whatever crap he sends your way, whatever bullshit he sends your way, however long he has to be in prison for, that's it. If you are a ride or die, you gonna get a treat, right? One day when he becomes a famous rapper, you can go on stage and you can twerk to his songs and be like, yeah, I'm his main bitch. But all you broke niggas can see my big ass for free. Yeah, right. And you think that's an honor? You think that's an honor? Like, look at Pat McGraw. Pat McGraw's out here, one of the biggest country music stars. You think Pat McGraw will ever have Faith Hill out here shaking her ass so he can make money off of her? Never. Never. Okay. But you gonna be for you. You gonna come out of prison one day, and then I can just go on stage and be like, let me shake my ass. Yeah, that's my man right there. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm proud of him. Yeah, daddy. Yeah, sing that nasty. Then he gonna come and smack my behind. You people out your damn mind. You out your damn mind. And people think that's goals. Oh, see, she was faithful to him. She held him down when he was in prison, as if she had a choice. As if she had a choice. As if you think, as if she had a choice. What she gonna do? How she gonna eat? How she gonna live? He controls everything. He controls everything. Them dudes be in prison. I remember. Don't get me in trouble now, y'all. We just having a conversation now. Don't get me in trouble. But I remember when we were in middle school. Was no high school? Was it high school or college? And Tiny and Toya had their show. Ti was in prison. And he had a curfew on Tiny. Do y'all remember that show? How disgusting it was. That's why this man was in. I was like, this dude is evil. This dude is sick. Okay, this dude is sick. This dude is sick. We were in high school. I think it was either high school or college. And Ti was in prison. He had a curfew on Tiny. Like one time she went out with Toya and he called, or he was about to call collect. The way this lady started having an attack, she started having an anxiety attack. I'm like, he in prison. He can do nothing to you. She ran home. It was the weirdest thing. I was like, this is not normal. This is not normal behavior. He's in prison. What he gonna do? He locked up. She couldn't do anything. He was so, who you are. Where she's like, oh, but baby, you know I'm with Toya. And I'm like, first and foremost, knucklehead, you in prison, okay? Felon, inmate. You don't get to question me when you're an inmate, okay? Before I call you a correctional officer. Number two, bitch, don't you ever forget who the rich motherfucker in this household is. Like, T.I., Tiny was still richer than T.I., and she was out here pretending like she was some submissive, oppressed. Like, she allowed herself to be oppressed. She allowed herself to be suppressed, and she allowed herself to be dominated. I'm like, girl, when you met this dude, he can even afford to pay you for, he can even buy you a hamburger, sis, okay? Just because he got a little one hit, two hit with DJ Khaled, now he think he gonna scare me into coming to my own house. And that was her house, by the way. She ran into that house. Like every time she was outside with Toya, he was calling in. Where are you? How come you didn't pick up my call? I called you 5 minutes ago. Well, duh, you ain't got nothing else to do but call me, bitch. I'm busy. Like, what the heck? I was like, what kind of weird stuff is this? What kind of weird behavior stuff is this, right? And then, like, he was so controlled. You guys, it was so toxic. Even I was a young lady, and I knew this wasn't normal. But I'm like, she's surrounded by girls. Even the fact that she was out with Toya, he had issues. If like he had to know where she was, what she was doing, what she was breathing, what she was drinking, how she farted, when she farted, where she farted. Like it's like he wanted to even like know the temperature of her bath water. Like if she went and pee-peed, he wanted to know if there was like a sprinkle of water that touched her vagina. I'm like, baby, if you care about her that much, then you shouldn't have gotten your ass locked up. right? And then like, and so he would do those things, but I guess he realized it wasn't looking good. Then the next episode, he would have like bunch of Gucci bags waiting for her at the house. It was weird. It's like one moment he's the devil, then he's like, then 2 days later he's like really really nice and he buys her a bunch of stuff. Then the next day he's crazy again. Then the day after that he buys her more gifts. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. It was so bizarre. I was like, this lady right here, not only does she not know her worth, but she is so lost. Tiny is so lost. She is so lost. Oh my God, I feel so bad for her. This is so toxic. Nobody in their human life deserves to be treated like this. You know what I mean? But that's what happens when you try to date out of sympathy. When you a rich bitch, be a rich bitch, bitch. When you're a rich ass bitch, okay, that money needs to be rich or richin', okay? Don't be out here trying to do drive bad in the neighborhood and try to save the poor children of Atlanta. That is not your purpose. When you're a rich ass woman, date rich. And if you gotta date white, then date white, but date rich. Okay? Because you go and you pick a hoodlum out the streets and you trying to treat him like a king. He gonna oppress you. Because he feels like he has to crush you. He has to crush your self-esteem. He has to me, Marlene. Oh, James can't do that to me. And I'm not even tiny rich. That is insane. That is insane. And that's what one time Fada came at me. The guy was saying, the guy, it was on, what's that boy? Justin Little Boy, Justin LA Boy, however you say his name, whatever. Justin Boy, Justin Little Boy, whatever. But he was like, or somebody said, like, if a guy is insecure, believe him, run for your life. Because it don't matter what you do. You will never make somebody secure that's insecure. That is not your job as a woman. If he does not have faith in himself, if he don't have confidence in himself, if he don't think he's man enough, if he's intimidated by other men in his male group, there's nothing you can do. Because the more you give, the more he wants. The more you humble yourself, the more he wants to strip you naked. Nope. Nope. Go with the guy that's already confident in his skin. Go with the guy that's confident in his mind. Go with the guy that's confident in his male group. Mind your business. But if you're a rich ass woman, you have no business dating a broke ass dude and trying to make him feel like he rich. He don't have shit to feel rich about. Okay, he don't have shit to feel rich about. He don't have no accomplishment to feel rich about. You have your shit. So unfortunately, you can't. It is what it is. You might sleep with him, but that's all. Don't you ever make him. And I think a lot of ladies too, like, oh my God, this is getting a little too extra. But a lot of ladies too, they make a lot of mistake between, okay, maybe I'm horny, I'm gonna go have sex real quick, versus, oh, I'm gonna fall in love. That some dudes, they can be a booty call. Maybe you like you a roughneck. If you're a rich ass black woman, the roughneck type need to be your booty call. Okay. And when you wake up in the morning, you forget you ever slept with this motherfucker because that's all he is. He's a booty call. And don't you ever allow yourself to make a booty call feel like he can be your main dude. Don't you ever make the treacherous ass mistake. Listen to me very well. Don't you ever make a treacherous ass mistake to your damn self to allow a booty call to ever feel like he could be your husband, your main husband, or he ever gonna be some motherfucker you submit to. Bitch, nah. You come over here to scratch an itch, and before the sun is up, get the fuck out my house. And don't you ever call me. I'll call you if I need you. Matter of fact, I'll text you, bitch, because you're not even that relevant for me to call you. A booty call is a booty call. That was the mistake that Sierra made. She allowed her booty call to turn into a full-blown love affair and have a kid with him. No, bitch. Future might have great sex. I can't tell you not to take the great sex. Who am I to talk? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, don't you ever make a mistake to put yourself out publicly with your booty call. A booty call needs to stay in the back. And that's the same thing Jada Pinkett should have done with August Alsina. She blurred the lines. And that's why this little boy was confused also. He was confused on his assignment. And he really thought it was a full-blown love affair. Nah, boo-boo. You is a booty call, bitch. You gotta have like just like dudes have like their just like guys like they have their hood chick like they like she out of her damn mind. She out of her damn mind. Guys have girls that they just use for booty calls. They're never gonna marry those girls. Those girls are just booty call girls, like the hood girls, the loud girls, the ghetto girls. They like those girls for booty calls. But when it comes to marriage, they have a whole different profile. right? Like we all know Diddy's not gonna be serious with Carisha because Carisha is too hood for him. That's not what he likes. The girl that Diddy goes out with and he makes them official are white girls. Like you gotta be white or Latina that could pass for white. That's what Diddy is into. Right, he likes that the sophistication, the Asian, the whatever. Right, that's what Diddy goes for. Does that make sense? And Diddy, in his sick ass mind, still thinks that him and J Lo could be a thing. So he's not about to make nobody official because he's waiting for J Lo. He's waiting for Ben Affleck to fall. He's just like Lamar Odom. Diddy just has enough dignity to not be out here begging and crying like Lamar Odom. But Diddy's been waiting for J Lo, so he not about to be official with nobody like that. But the thing about Carisha, she a hood girl, and this kind of stuff she talks about in the music, she probably does that stuff in bed. J Lo not gonna slurp. J Lo is not gonna slurp and gurp and go. J Lo not doing that. Okay, I bet you maybe when they were together, y'all come closer. I don't want to be too loud. It's late. But I bet you though, when he dated J Lo, I don't think J Lo gave him fellatio. I don't think J Lo gave him head at all. I don't think so. Okay, go back now, friend. Does that make sense? Cool. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think somebody like J Lo would give head to Diddy. I don't think she did. And he was okay with that. And I think Diddy probably gave her, but I don't think she gave him. And that's why he's so hurt. That's why he never forgot about it. That's why he's so hurt. Because he never got the 69. But she got some from his ass though. I bet you she did. Does that make sense? Like they were having sex on her terms. Like she was the one guiding his head and shit. All right, go back, friend. Go over there. Cool. Does that make sense? Cool. Right? All right, cool. I don't want to be too loud. Does that make sense? But someone like Buenos Noches over there, right? You know Buenos Noches over there. She gonna do all kinds of nasty stuff to him that Jennifer would never, 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 never. Okay. Like Diddy be the type to ask Carisha, stick your finger up in my booty. And she probably would do it, right? Because she don't know no better. She don't know no better. Carisha probably the type to let a man do whatever he wants to do to her in the bed. J-Lo be like, nah, bitch, I'm Hollywood famous. You don't get to go over there. I'm not putting my face over there. You know what I'm trying to say? So they know. And that's even like that song that Jay-Z had. I love girls, 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 girls I do adore. Jay-Z talks about that. He said the African girl was like, Jay's Jigga Man, why you treat me like animal? And then he said, Miss Fufu. This motherfucker ain't shit. I swear, when I meet this dude in person, I sure will tell him. He gonna apologize to me. Play with me if you want to. He gonna apologize. That was so xenophobic and disrespectful. So he was like, oh, Miss Fufu, when I first met you, you had no clothes on. I said, I know. Okay. I said, I know. Because out of all of us, Jay-Z, you look the most African. You look the most Mr. Fufu. I know somebody with them nostrils not talking about somebody being Miss Fufu. But anyways, right? So he was like, oh, he said, oh, she was like, Miss Fufu, when I first met you, your titties eat something so stupid. Like it's so damn disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? He gonna apologize to me because he called me Miss Fufu, bitch, with them nostrils of yours. Anyways, right? And then he was like, the African American girl, he's like, oh, all you have to do is buy her some Reebok. He said, buy Shorty some Reebok and then she'll hide the stash for you. So it goes to show you, like, they know that they can have a certain sexual experience with the hood chick, a black chick, that they would never get with the white woman. Because then he gets on the plane and he's going to Paris. And then he says, oh, then he starts speaking French to the white girl. He says, oh, ma chérie amour, tu es belle, voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? So with her, he says, oh, would you like to sleep with me tonight? But with the African girl, the black African girl, this Miss Fufu, when I first met you, you was naked out here like an animal. And then with the African American girl, he says, oh, all you gotta do is buy Shorty some Reebok. Some Reebok, y'all. Them shoes be like $60 at the mall. He's like, oh, all you gotta do is buy Shorty some Reebok and she'll hold the stash for you. She'll lie for you. She'll ride and die for you. Y'all can go read them lyrics. It's not me. Go read those lyrics. And it shows you what they know they can and cannot get away with when they're dealing with black girls, right? And then they know that they have to come correct when they go for white girls, right? Oh, ma chérie amour, tu es belle, voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Blah, blah, blah. He's saying all this French shit to her. I'm like, boy, bad. So I said, when I ever meet the Sean Carter, I will tell him he's a colorist. You know what I'm saying? So Carisha, or Joy, like all these, or like Daphne Joy, like Daphne Joy, Joy Chavez, Carisha, he knows that with these black girls and these, whatever, she's Asian over there, but I guess she assimilates as black, whatever she does, right? That there's certain sexual things that he will be able to do with them in the bedroom because they will say yes because they are impressed by him. They are impressed by his money. They're impressed by his stature. They're just, you know what I'm saying? Plus, Daphne, she was with 50 Cent, so she probably used to way worse treatment than Diddy, you know. But J-Lo, because she assimilates as white, because she aspires to be a full-blown white woman, because she thinks in her head somehow she's Anglo-Saxon from the Puerto Rico, you know, there are certain things she's not going to accept. Just like Mariah Carey. From as much as we know Mariah Carey is mixed, she's half white, she's half black. She's very well accepted by black people. She's very well accepted by white people, right? But Mariah understands her position. She knows who she is, right? And Nick Cannon knew that he had to approach her correct. So he gave her marriage. They had children within the marriage and they got divorced. And even to this day, he still gives her a certain kind of respect. You can't talk to Mariah Carey crazy. And he knows that. But them other black girls out here, the ones who not really mixed with white, the ones who don't know that their daddy or their great granddaddy was a white man, they get babies and that's it. And a check. And then they got to put up with that, right? Because they know the black girl, she's a in case of, she just, child, the black girl is just like, she's just like she's just at the bottom of the totem pole. Give her whatever, she'll take it. Give her a little bit of money, give her some dick, she'll be fine. She gonna be like, babe, I thought you said you gonna give, like, yeah, bitch, I'll give you some dick next time. That's it. That's their mindset. That's how they think of you. That's just how they think of black women. That's what they do. But if it was a white girl, they'd be all some, like, you don't remember, like, they'd be on some fancy stuff, protecting her image. They be going back and forth with you. They try to fight for you. You know what I mean? Like Nick Cannon, his goofy ass was trying to fight Eminem. He's trying to fight Eminem for Mariah because he knows she half white. So he understand. He come correct. But if you're a full black, good luck to you, sis. Good luck to you. So I'm like, Carisha, I wish you the best, my baby. I truly wish you the best. But this man, oh, he gonna give you some demons, some spirits, some demons, and weird things gonna start happening to you. Anybody that messes with Diddy, bad things happen to them. If you want to have a long, healthy life, stay away from this dude because he takes people's souls. Okay, this man is his energy is very bizarre. You come close to Diddy, you die. You get close to Diddy, you go to prison. Diddy does not have good energy. So I don't know if, like, oh, I love to see it. I love to see it because people only look at situation with their eyes and they don't look at things from a spiritual perspective. Like, for anybody that gets close to Diddy, anybody that gets close to Puffy, bad things happen to that person. Bad things happen to people who get close to him. They die, they go to prison, they lose all their money, or they get super, super, super sick, and then they die. Pay close attention. He does not have good energy. He does not have good energy. He does not have good omen. You know? So be very, very careful. But it's like you have loyalty to a group that is not loyal to you. You have loyalty to a group that looks at you like, here comes a black girl again. Look, they're gonna be begging for love. They're gonna be begging, why don't you, chicken man, why you treat me like animal? That's the mindset. Oh, here comes the dark skin girl. She's gonna be crying. Why don't you love me? I mean, why don't you want to marry me? What? I held you down. I was there for you, and I held you down, and I had your babies. I'm like, bitch, who asked you? Bitch, who asked you? But when they find what they really want, they be like, girl, baby, can we get pregnant yet? I mean, I know you have a career, but I promise you, I'll stay home. I'll take care of the babies. I'll take care of the babies. Mm-hmm. 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 Be very careful, my people. Be very careful. I'm not a mean. I know sometimes people think I'm mean, but I'm really not mean. Be very careful because I see it. I see a lot of things. I'm on social media like the rest of y'all. I see a lot of things, and I'm like, oh, ooh, oh, ooh, oh. You don't say, huh? Wow. Look at here now. What do we have? Unbelievable. You don't say. Yes, girl. Yes, baby girl. Yes, girl. Pay close attention. You're like black women are not what they truly desire. But that is the female group that is most receptive to their mediocrity. So they come at you with the bullshit because you're not really a standard. They know you're gonna be there anyways. So it's like, oh, whatever. Mm. It's like your parents' house. Like you don't really people don't really value their parents' house because it's there, right? But they're like, oh, I'm about to get my first apartment, girl. I'm about to get my first apartment, girl. They have more respect for their first apartment than they do for their family's house, right? You know what I'm trying to say? People value what's expensive. Yes, bitch. People value what is expensive. People value what they can't have. People value what's really hard to have. Black women, you're too easy. You're easy to have. You're very easy to get pregnant. You're very easy to bamboozle. You give out your loyalty way too fast, way too soon. You're quick to want to be a social justice warrior for them people. Yes, girl. You're quick to put your chest out there and fight other like the world for them people. You're too easy. Your love, too easy. Your money, too easy. Your loyalty, too easy. Your womb, it's easy. Your friendship, it's easy. Bamboozling you, it's easy. Having access to your ears and putting all kinds of foolishness in there, it's too easy. Your forgiveness is too easy. Okay, I guess. Your time, you don't respect it. You just give it away for free. You're like, you're very easy. You don't walk out here like you're Mercedes. You know what I'm saying? You don't walk out here like you're Lambo. You act like issue. I mean, I drive a Toyota, so watch out now. Maybe I don't know, a Hyundai. I don't know because I do drive a Toyota. So let's put respect on the Toyota. You know, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's too easy to come. You're too easy to come. But when you're out here and you act complicated like the Kardashian, when you out here like, mm, when you act super stink, when you act super difficult, when you act, people gonna love you because it's a challenge now. Like it becomes a challenge for people to have access to you. But when you are too accessible, people resent how accessible you are. And you think you're actually doing something. You're like, oh, but I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be a black woman. I'm trying to be supportive. In your head, you think you're doing something good. You think you're like, you think you're being a team player. Little do you know, you are actually diminishing your value because you are too accessible, you're too friendly, you're too forgiving, you're too accommodating, you're quick to fight for people, you're quick to put your chest out there, you're quick to accept what is not even acceptable, you're quick to have kids with people, you're quick to have more kids with people, you're quick to okay. And then people start taking you for granted. They don't even see that you're sick. They don't care. They don't even see that you're dying. They don't care. They don't see that you need emotional support. They do not care. Because well, if she always has so much to give, then obviously she's okay. Because she always has so much to give. So obviously she's okay. Obviously she's okay. Obviously she's okay. Obviously she's okay. And that's how people treat you. But then over there, where it's a lot harder, you know what I mean? Where it's a lot harder, where people have to pay more, and people value what they pay for. I am telling you. I am telling you. You have escorts out here. You have escorts out here. Escort the prostitutes, the prostitution. Okay. You have prostitutes out here who charge $5,000 a night. Now, for it to not be illegal, they can technically charge you for sex. So they charge you for their time. But you have escorts out here who charge $5,000 for their time a night. You have other escorts out here who charge $10,000 a night for their time. And your time is free. You're just there for 5 years, for 7 years, for 10 years, for 20 years. My goodness. My goodness. This is really sad. There are some very expensive ass escorts out here, y'all. They make a lot of money. They make a lot of money. Even that girl, the girl who has the show, Call Her Daddy, Andrea Cooper, whatever her name is, like this white girl. It's a blonde white girl. She has a show with Spotify. She just talks about like her sexual escapade with white men when she's drunk. She got a $60 million deal. She got a $60 million deal with Spotify for 3 years to tell white girls about how she used to give head and foolishness to white athletes in New York. It's so ratchet. you know, 60 million, so $20 million a year, right? Do you think city girls make that kind of money? She makes more than the city girls. She'll probably make more in 3 years than the city girls will ever even see in their bank accounts. So it's like, you see, even when the white woman tells you about how she gives head, she gets a $20 million check. You know what I'm trying to say? A black girl will take a microphone, call herself an MC, start rapping about licking and sucking and da 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 da. All she might get is a Birkin bag. You know what I mean? That's it. Maybe she might get some surgery. Maybe she might get some bundles. Maybe she might get a frontal. White girl gonna sit here and tell you how she used to give head. Oh yes, a white girl gonna sit. That's what her show is. That girl, Andrea Cooper, whatever her name is, her show is called "Call Me Daddy." She talks about all the white athletes she smashed. She gave head to when she was in New York, and for that, Spotify put $60 million so she could teach other white girls how to give better head to athletes. Dead ass. That's what it is. That's the premise of her show. Drunk sex with athletes, white athletes. Okay, cool. 60 million. I was like, excuse me, what is this, right? You would think Lotto, City Girls, Meg the Stallion. Meg the Stallion is only worth $8 million. 8 million. All this sucking daddy, that, all that should be doing. Okay, $8 million. James Charles has more money than Meg the Stallion. Can you imagine? But that girl too, that Cooper girl, she gonna make more. She's gonna make more than Meg the Stallion. 60 million. That's just 3 year contract. That's not even like her merch. That's not her merch. That's not her endorsement. That's just her contract with Spotify. Three years. Tres años. 3 ans. 60 millions. $60 million for her to talk about how she used to have sex with white people, with other white athletes. Okay. Meg the Stallion, City Girls, Lotto, whoever's out there, Trina, you name them people, child. All that. I'd be like, all the stuff they be doing, child. $8 million. And so if Megan has eight, she's by herself. She's a solo artist, and she got way more recognition than City Girls. How much do you think the City Girls are actually worth? You see this? You see this? We don't know our worth. We don't know our worth. Like we don't know our worth. Even when we even when it comes to the sex, child. Even when it comes to the sex. Even when it comes to the sex. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, $60 million. Go listen to her show. Call her daddy. It's some foolishness. Straight up foolishness. Straight up foolishness. That girl talks about nothing but some foolishness. Last time she was asking the white girls about masturbation, if it's like if cheating, like if porn is, what is she asking them girls? If pornography is a form of cheating, and what them people think about masturbation. This be some foolish stuff. Spotify don't give this girl a whole $60 million deal for some foolishness like that. Straight up foolishness. But you see, them people over there, they have a culture of knowing their worth. Even when it's for stuff that's silly, like they have a culture of knowing their worth. Like we just happy to talk about stuff like that. Like, oh, I'ma suck this, I'ma lick this, daddy. Let me tell you, I'm a you know what I'm saying? You know. But like me, Marlene, like imagine if I want to do if I want to do a talk show on sex, like oh, I want to do a sex show, like a podcast on sex. People gonna pay me for that. I'm not doing it for free. But they gonna pay me for that. Oh yes. I'm like, I don't know. I'm white, so I'm probably not gonna get $60 million, but I'll take 5 million. I sure will take 5 million for a year. Yep. I could talk about all kinds of stuff. I ain't got no problem with it. You gonna pay me $5 million. What I look like. You know? But it's like it's crazy. Like we just do stuff for free. Or for less than what we should be doing it for, right? We're just so that's why people don't value you, you know? And it's really saying. It's really sad, y'all. It's really, really sad. It's sad, you know. So please don't come for me. I'm innocent. Don't be mad at me. I didn't do anything, but I just talk about what I see. This is just my appreciation from what I see. This is what I see, so I talk about what I see. Um, you know. But I do think it's really sad, right? because it's like people don't really black men don't like black women like that. They don't like black women like that. They don't like black women like that. They don't like black women like that. A lot of them I even think want to beat you and kill you if they could, but they just don't want to go to prison, so they're not going to do it, you know. But it's not like it's not from a place of like, oh, I love you, I honor you, I think you're beautiful, I'm proud of you, I'm amazed by you. I just, no, no, no. It's a place of convenience. They put up with you out of convenience because nobody else wants them anyways. Like, they tolerate you out of convenience because nobody else wants them, right? They put up with you out of convenience because where they really want to go, they're not loved, right? Where they truly want to be, they're not respected, they're not even seen, right? So because nobody wants to be alone, they'll put up with you for now. But once they're able to get where they truly want to go and be who they truly want to be and have the money that they truly want to have, I don't really think they're thinking about you. And that's the truth. And the more you realize, and it really hurts at first, like, damn, that's messed up. But then it's like, then you accept it and you're like, okay, now I'm gonna start treating you out the same. That's why I say, like, when it comes to Monica and C murder, I'm like, okay, what's his name again? Corey. I'm like, but what does he bring to the table? Because if the shoe was on the other foot, Kevin Samuels would have had a show. Why does Corey Miller want to wait for a woman that's in prison for the rest of her life? She brings nothing to the table. She needs to die alone and be miserable. She's going to be in prison. She's going to be fat. She's going to die alone. And I'm like, so you should also apply the same pressure. Like, why? Like, what does he bring to the table? What does a felon bring to the table? What does an inmate bring to the table? What does somebody with life in prison bring to the table? Why should you at 40, you still fine. 40 today is like being 30. Like, child, it's still very young today. It's not like before. Like today, when you're 40, it's like you're like 30, 25 out here. It doesn't really matter. So it's like, why should you wait? Why should you wait? Why should you wait? Why should you not? Maybe you should go get yourself an Arab lover, an Arab billionaire. See what that's about, right? And then maybe you should go to Italy a little bit, see what that's about, and then go to Paris a little bit, see what that's about. Like you should explore your option and see what that's about, because it's like, what do you bring to the table? What can he bring to the table? What can he do for you that you've never had? How can he change your life? What can he do? You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, oh, he got the best pipe. I'm very sorry. With that kind of money, she can explore. And then on not just that, if she asks Candy, I mean, Candy only knows strippers, but I'm sure she can ask Candy, and Candy can recommend other people that are not strippers that have amazing pipe game, I guess. But it's like, what can he do for you that you've never seen, that you've never had? What he gonna do? Come home and tell you about prison chronicles? Do you really want to hear about prison diaries? Child, come on. Like, girl, bye. Girl, go ahead with that one. Go ahead with that. Go ahead with that, child. Go ahead with that. So, my people, if you don't have any questions for me, I will leave you. I'm gonna go back to my YouTube so I can watch. Oh my gosh, yesterday, because I have some packaging that has to come, right? I have packaging that has to come, and so yesterday I asked the young lady, because we have these I have all these shipping boxes that need to come, and so I was asking her about my shipping boxes. I was like, because I have three different styles. Like, I have so many shipping boxes out there. I have three different styles of shipping boxes, and so I was asking her about my shipping boxes, and like the weight was like 900. Listen to me. The weight is 919 kilograms. And I was like, I have a weird feeling that there is a ton. I feel like 1,000 kilos is a ton. I have a weird feeling. I'm like, is that about a ton? Because I'm like 919 kilograms. What the heck? So I went on Google and I was like, how many kilos are in a ton? About like 900 something. I said, oh my gosh. I did not know, like, I have more, but I had no idea that just those three boxes, like not three boxes, but those three styles of shipping boxes would go up to like a whole ton. I said a ton, my lord. So you guys, we have to move in. We have to move. I have to bring almost 1,000 kilos, 1,000 keys. I be sounding like I be sound like a distro out here. I be sound like a major distributor. On the southern coast, on the Gulf Coast of the Gulf Coast of Mexico. So it's about 1,000 kilos of packaging, and I'm like, my gosh, y'all, I need some money, y'all. I need some money for that. I said, oh Jesus, but we might do it by boat though. We're probably gonna do it by boat because the air freight it looking like $10,000 to move it by air, and I'm like 10 G's. By sea, it looks like half of that. But it's gonna go. I want to go. I wanted to go through Atlanta. Then I would go pick it up in Atlanta and like bring it back to New Orleans. But now I'm like I don't know. So we'll vlog that. I'm getting the camera very soon. I'm getting the vlogging camera very soon. But I was very surprised. I'm like 1,000 kilos. Like I'm like almost 1,000. If I add the tissue paper, because I have a lot of tissue paper also, it probably would be 1,000 if I add the tissue paper to it. Oh my gosh. Gee Louise, this is a lot. This is overwhelming. But yeah, my people, so I hope you love this. Hope you like the conversation. Hope you enjoyed the conversation. Pray for me. We're in the cold. We're in the snowstorm. The highway is closed. We can't go anywhere. People were stuck in the highway yesterday for like 12 hours, 7 hours, running out of water, running out of gas, running out of all kinds of stuff. It was a hot mess. I stayed home. I sure did stay home. So, mm, 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 mm. Baby Jesus, baby Jesus. So I hope you guys like the convo. Y'all got really, really quiet. I hope you love the conversation. Hope you love the conversation. I need to have. I don't know. I wish I had a different. I guess Patreon, but I don't know. I don't know if you could go live on Patreon. I don't know. Yeah, you're like Upper Marlboro, right? Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Uh, I wish I had like another. No, we're safe. I'm not going anywhere. Because my flight was for today, but I was telling James, I was like, I don't think this is safe because I was watching some videos on YouTube, um, and the people didn't look safe. Like people were out there. I was looking at stuff on Twitter, and I was telling Jimmy, he's like, oh no, we're fine. We'll just go. I was like, we can't just go. Like today we live in a situation where you can get a lot of information beforehand. You don't have to jump into anything. You know what I mean? You can today you can do a lot of research. There's Twitter, there's YouTube, there's a lot of stuff. There are websites. You don't just have to just get on the road and then be stuck there. You have to know what you're getting yourself into. So I was like, no, it's not. And then he got upset at me. I'm like, why are you upset at me? I'm worried about your safety. Because even if you drop me off at the airport, you still have to be able to make it home. Because I'm not going to feel safe. I'm not going to feel at peace if I'm on the flight, but then like my husband's stuck somewhere, I'm not gonna feel safe also, and that's not fair to you. So no, I don't follow up with the UK people too much. You know what I mean? I don't follow UK people. Sometimes I'm in and out the shade. What's it called? Shadeboro, whatever it's called. Like out there sometime, but not that much. Cause UKT sometimes is good, but most of the time it's kind of cold. I'm like, oh, here we go. Um, you know. But I don't follow that stuff. I don't follow UK people that much. We got so much tea here in the US. It's crazy. People in America are just too much. Did you guys see the guy who wasn't trying to pay? He wasn't trying to pay for his metro fare in New York. He was trying to jump the thing. He was trying to jump the thing, the metro thing. And I guess the way he fell on his head and he died because he didn't want to pay for the metro. And the thing hit him on the head. He landed really hard and the thing like hit him on the head so that he just died. And the metro fare was like $2.50. So I'm like, you lost your life over $2.50 though. Honestly, if you didn't have $2.50, you could have asked somebody to help you. Like, it's not that deep. It really isn't that deep. It's never that deep, is it? It's not that deep. You don't have to die. You legitimately don't. You don't have to die for a metro fare. There's so much foolishness here in America. Like, it's so much. These blogs, though, they definitely are busy. Then they also posted a video of this girl. Like, she's selling fake Teflon bags. She's on Instagram and she's on TikTok selling knockoff Teflon bags, and she thinks she's doing something. And the thing that killed people that she wrote, she was like, please support a black business. So she's knocking off a black designer, and she's asking people to support her black business as she is robbing a black person. I said, oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. This is serious. This is serious. Like, why not just start your own bag? Like, why don't you just start your own line? But then again, I forgot you actually have to work. You don't want to work. You want fast money. Like, there's so much foolishness. There's so much foolishness. There's so much foolishness. Right? People don't want to work. People don't want to work. People don't want to suffer. People don't want to have to pay their dues. They see what another person has and they want that. That's very scary. That's very, very scary. That's scary, all right. You know what I mean? That's very, very scary. But hey, we are here. We're chilling. So yes, my people, I love y'all. Love y'all very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I don't have nothing else to do. I'm stuck here, so I was sorry. Oh Lord, help me, Jesus. Help me, Jesus. I'm only stuck here. But I will see y'all later. Okay? Love you, people. Love you. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. She gotta go.